146. A waterfall came crashing down on his head. The white-clothed youth was shocked. His appearance was at the age where he was full of vigor and vigor. It had more or less affected Chui Dong's temperament. In addition, the speed at which his body was sinking into the water in the ancient well was not faster than the sword chi. Chui Dong had already retreated to a point where he could no longer retreat. He did not retreat at all. With one hand in front of him and the other palm facing the well, he took out a life-saving talisman that could be said to be his trump card. A mirror appeared in the youth's jade-white palm. The surface of the mirror was only slightly smaller than the well. On the surface of the mirror, there was a layer of faint yellow halo. Some of the white sword chi flowed along the edge of the mirror and flowed down. The well water instantly evaporated. The entire surface of the mirror blocked most of the sword chi. Under the collision, the surface of the mirror bloomed with dazzling electric light. Bang! The white-clothed youth's body sank down more than 5 feet. His entire arm trembled incessantly. Then it was suppressed by the sword chi and slowly bent. In the end, his palm gradually fell until it was level with his head. The youth Chui Dong's head began to tilt. He lifted the ancient mirror on his shoulder, and at the same time used his hands to support the bottom of the mirror. His head could tilt, but if the mirror was tilted and he was drenched by the sword chi, then not only would his priceless and pure body be burned, but he himself, the youth Chui Dong, would also die. Only the Dali imperial tutor Chui Dong would be left in this world. His body was naturally born with the bones of the highest grade golden branches and jade leaves. All of his joints made a dull sound like soybeans exploding. The youth Chui Dong's face was ferocious. His shoulder was scratched by the bottom of the mirror. His face was pale and colorless. His body at the bottom of the well was pressed down inch by inch. He still laughed hoarsely and said, "I also have a day like this? Old Shiotsai, Qi Jingchun, you two bastards, you have caused me a lot of harm. One caused me to fall from the 12th realm to the 10th realm. The other caused me to fall from the 10th realm to the 5th realm. If you have the ability, then let your disciple and junior apprentice brother, let me, Chui Dong, become a completely ordinary person. If you have the ability, then come." I don't believe that the sword chi of a youth in the 2nd realm of martial arts can break this Thunder Department seal mirror. When a land sword immortal used his sword, his chi would often rise from the earth and illuminate the sky. Because Chun Pingan's sword strike was aimed at the bottom of the well, it was relatively inconspicuous. However, the waterway at the bottom of the well that led to the river had already suffered a great calamity. Even the great water mansion on the far side of the river had begun to shake. As the water god of the Hanshi River, the green-robed man originally thought that tonight's encounter was a blessing in disguise. He was drinking and celebrating with his 2 trusted subordinates of the river god, Sui Bin, and the river god, the river god, the river god, when a calamity struck. With this, the 3 golden words, "Great Water Mansion," began to crack. The green-robed man hurriedly flew to the gate and reached out to hold the 2 sides of the plaque to prevent the golden words on the plaque from collapsing and causing the river's luck on his body to flow and scatter. At the bottom of the well, the handsome youth with a mole between his eyebrows put his shoulder against the mirror and said in pain, "Chun Pingan, if you don't kill me this time, I, Chui Dong, will kill you with my own hands even if I have to risk half of my life. I will peel your soul bit by bit and let you live a life worse than death for 100 years. In the small town, Chui stole the spring festival couplets on the wall of Song Jisen's house. Chun Pingan went to the backyard of the Yang family shop and mentioned Xiao Hu and martial uncle to old Yang. But the old man didn't say anything. Chun Pingan didn't get to the bottom of it. He just thought that old Yang wasn't familiar with it or was completely uninterested. This was because the young man with the mole between his eyebrows had only said 2 words when he announced his name at the foot of the memorial arch. The young man himself had said that the second word was very obscure, so Chen Pingan was only sure of one word, chui, from beginning to end. Later on, Chen Ping and recalled something. Lady Ning Yao had once unintentionally mentioned that there was a fellow in the Li dynasty nicknamed Embroidered Tiger. He was very good at chess, and was the only person who could make the great Sui dynasty's national player view him as a great enemy. Chen Pingan asked Li Baoping and the other two if they had heard of Xiao Hu. The three children who grew up in the small town like him shook their heads. Later on, Chen Pingan had asked the Yin god this question, but the Yin god clearly knew the answer. He said that he had rules to abide by and could not say anything. If he violated those rules, Yin thunder would rise from the ground and destroy his soul. Of course, Chen Pingan didn't want to force the Yin god, so he put the question aside. Chen Pingan looked at the Yin god's attitude towards the youth surnamed Chui. From the beginning to the end, the Yin god was distant and calm. At the very least, he didn't treat the white-clothed youth as an enemy. Chen Pingan was relieved. He felt that whether it was Chui Dongshan or the chess player Xiao Hu, no matter what they coveted, it was a fight between the two of them. Even if he lost in chess, he could just use his sword qi and destroy it. If one strand was not enough, he could use another. If he used up 2 strands of sword qi and still couldn't kill the white-clothed youth, then Chen Pingan could only resign himself to fate. However, when Chen Pingan saw the line on the map, the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. He was afraid that the line that started from the Yamen was actually a further source. Chen Pingan couldn't imagine the conspiracy that started from the Yamen. For example, Mr. Qi suddenly died. After that, the coach of the school suddenly died while leading Li Baoping and the others to Cliff Academy. Chen Pingan, on the other hand, became the richest person in the town in the end. He sat on 5 mountains. Before the white-clothed youth surnamed Chui entered the well tonight, he personally mentioned a seal of World Winter Jasmine in the house. Chen Pingan just happened to have a seal of Jingxin's pride that Mr. Qi gave him. It must have something to do with Mr. Qi. It must have something to do with Li Baoping and the other two. It might be a situation where people die. Back in the small town, Chen Pingan had personally experienced the ruthlessness of cultivators. Chen Pingan couldn't imagine how much regret he would feel if the cute Li Baoping, the timid Li Huai, and the smart Lin Shuyi died in front of him, and he couldn't do anything about it. Chen Pingan's chess skills were slow and not agile. He didn't even deserve to carry Lin Shuyi's shoes. Although he didn't sort out the complete sequence of events in the end, since he had already thought of the worst-case scenario, there was no way he would let Xiao, who was extremely good at chess, advance step by step. When the time came, Chen Pingan was afraid that when this person closed the net, even if he had 2 wisps of sword qi, he wouldn't be able to change the outcome. If it was only Chen Pingan's object or Lin Shuyi's so-called illusory great way, Chen Pingan wouldn't be so determined to make the first move. At this moment, after Chen Pingan used this wisp of sword qi, the qi residence where the sword qi resided was swept away. There was nothing left. Therefore, the qi ji in his body took advantage of the gap and crazily rushed in. This caused the qi and blood in the nearby aperture acupoints to be violently turbulent. Chen Pingan felt a sharp pain in his heart. The pain made the youth fall down on the edge of the well and gasp for breath. Blocked by the ancient mirror, the rainbow of sword qi didn't disperse for a long time in the well. Chen Pingan stared at the bottom of the well and hurriedly adjusted his breathing. He tried to force himself to take a breath, but failed. He tried again and again. The youth's eyes were red, his ears were buzzing, and his heart was beating like a drum. All the meridians in his body were like rivers and streams after a rainstorm, rushing together. With only one thought left in his mind, the youth stood up shakily and told himself in his heart, again, I must do it again. I must let this last wisp of sword qi accumulate power in the qi residence. Otherwise, if that person still has the strength to fight back, He will kill everyone. I promised Mr. Chi that no one will be harmed. I must keep my promise." The youth in straw sandals, who was in a daze, first stood up shakily and then stepped onto the well with his other foot. No matter how the youth's upper body swayed, Chunpingan's 2 feet seemed to be rooted on the well. Unfortunately, no one was there to see this scene. The youth's 2 fingers formed a sword and trembled as he pointed to the bottom of the well. On the west side of the Aquarius continent, by the shore of the ocean, a poor scholar was planning to leave the Aquarius continent and return to the distant Central Plains. He sensed the situation at the last moment and said helplessly, "You little kid, the younger you are, the more you seek death. You are not strict enough in teaching. The teacher is lazy. Forget it. Forget it. You have to clean up your own mess. Let me see where it is. North of the Huangting country, I haven't reached the Great Sui Kingdom yet. It's very close to the river. Very good, very good. I happened to go to the Thunder Cliff before. It can save me a lot of time. It's not good to have too many abilities. It's troublesome to make a choice. Let me think. Let's use the Taoist ground shrinking technique." The old scholar shook the bag on his back and sighed. He stretched out the tip of his foot and rubbed a pile of sand in front of him. After muttering some words, he flattened the small pile of sand with his foot. At the same time, the old man's figure disappeared. In the blink of an eye, on the cliff of the ancient Shu country ruins, where the words "Heavenly Emperor admonishes the flood dragon" were written, an old scholar appeared. He stepped lightly on the peak of the mountain and looked into the distance. His expression was full of self-satisfaction as he sighed. "Without this body of flesh as a burden, I am indeed more powerful." The entire cliff began to rumble and shake. The water of the great river was like a piece of silk spread on a table. It was pulled by someone and shook a few times. In the nearby river, huge waves that were as high as several stories rose every few hundred feet. The old man did not want to spoil the scenery on both sides of the river. He quickly stretched out his hand and pressed down, as if there was a flood dragon stirring up waves in the river. The river quieted down in an instant. At this time, the old man discovered that at the edge of the cliff there were 2 tourists, one old and one young, who looked like scholars. They were staring at him with wide eyes. The old scholar could only laugh awkwardly. "The moonlight is not bad. The moonlight is not bad. I will not disturb you from enjoying the scenery. Just pretend that I was never here." The old scholar then looked into the distance and nodded. "It's there. Luckily, it's not far." The old scholar was just about to take a step forward. The sole of his shoe was just a hair's breadth away from the ground. But he stopped there. The old man's expression suddenly became serious. With the river cliff as the center, on a circular line about 10 miles away, strands of sword chi appeared out of thin air. Countless strands of sword chi gathered together to form a shockingly huge circular sword formation. Anyone who came into contact with the sword chi would be reduced to dust. This was the first feeling of Lakeview Academy's Chui Minghuang. The lightning pool was absolutely insurmountable. This was the thought in the mind of the old man who had returned from the Milky Way. Then the 2 of them looked at each other with a bitter smile and bewilderment. It was said that when immortals fought, mortals would suffer. But the 2 of them were already considered true immortals on the mountain. What was going on now? The old scholar sighed and felt a headache coming on. He muttered, "What is going on?" A woman's mocking voice sounded. "What? Only you are allowed to have helpers and backers. My little Ping and is not allowed to have one too?" End of chapter. 147. At the peak of the cliff where the celestial emperor was commanding the flood dragon, there were 3 people standing there. There was also the lady who was skilled in swordsmanship. No one knew where she was. Only her voice could be heard, but not her face. Among them, Chui Minghuang from the Lakeview Academy, who had the lowest cultivation, was the most troubled. In other places, he, the great gentleman, should be a first-class immortal. He would be respected as a distinguished guest. Unfortunately, in this place tonight, Chui Ming Huang was reduced to the most inconspicuous ant. He might even be worse than an ant. This terrible feeling made Chui Ming Huang, who was used to being superior, feel depressed. He had no choice but to recite the Confucian classics silently and suppress his distracting thoughts. He glanced at the old man who returned to the human world from the Milky Way on a boat. The old man was now disguised as the former assistant minister of the Huangting country, but in reality, he was an old flood dragon who was frighteningly old. The old man was much calmer than Chui Ming Huang. He twirled his beard and looked at the sword or a cage with great interest. He muttered to himself and clicked his tongue in wonder. Chui Ming Huang was ordered by the imperial tutor to the south to discuss secret matters with the hibernating flood dragon. Imperial tutor Dali wanted this old man, who was temporarily the former assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue of the Huangting country, to be the first hill master of the new academy built in the cloud-splitting mountain. Chui Ming Huang would still be the deputy hill master, as previously agreed. Together with a reputable Dali, the three of them would be in charge of the new academy that filled the vacancy of the Cliff Academy. It was believed that with Emperor Dali's ambition and boldness, the unnamed new academy in the cloud-splitting mountain would be bigger and more scholarly than Qi Jingchuan's Cliff Academy. As for the position of the new academy's hill master that was originally promised to the Lakeview Academy, it was said that Emperor Dali had privately compensated for it. Before Chui Ming Huang received the secret letter from the imperial tutor Chui Dong, he had no idea that there was such a huge flood dragon hidden in a small pond in the small Huangting country. Flood dragons were blessed with a tough body and were born with the ability to master water techniques. Even if it was at Realm 10, its combat strength would not lose out to a Realm 11 Qi refinement warrior. State Preceptor Chui Shi's secret letter revealed that ever since the dragon-slaying battle that shocked the heavens and earth, the ancient Shu country, which was famous for its many flood dragons, had blood flowing through the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. Broken flood dragon limbs and bones were everywhere. It was a tragic sight. Then, in the long river of time, this extremely old flood dragon hid very well. It had been constantly changing its appearance. It had been a general, a minister, a peddler, a soldier, and a hero. It could be said that it had experienced the vicissitudes of life. The old flood dragon was not interested in reproduction and had very few children. In the surrounding mountains and rivers of the Huangting country, there was only one daughter and two sons. Among them, the youngest son was the Hanshi River god of the Great Water Mansion, while the eldest daughter was the founder of the Kaiyulilu in Lu Jiehui's Xiang Mansion. However, her true identity had been kept a secret to the outside world. Even among the first generation of direct disciples of her Xiang Mansion, there were only a few people who knew about this. Now, with the passing of those old ancestors of the Xiang Mansion, the truth had long been lost. As for the eldest son of the old flood dragon, his temperament was pure and kind, unlike the other flood dragons. Since young, he liked to wander around the world. Now, there was no news of him. It was hard to say whether he was still in the Aquarius continent. The poor old scholar with a bag on his back had just arrived at the peak of the mountain from the seaside using the Taoist shrinking earth technique. He never thought that he would be stopped by someone. The key point was that the trouble was not small. This made the old scholar frown even more. Because of the soaring sword Qi wall that blocked the Qi of heaven and earth, even the old man was temporarily unable to sense the outside world. The old scholar rubbed his chin. Oh my God, the Annies outside are all so powerful now. The old man sighed. He raised his arm and knocked on the void with his finger. He said softly, "Stop." The heaven and earth instantly became silent. There was no longer the sound of the surging river or the slight, shattering sound of the mountain wind hitting the sword wall. Within this 10 miles of mountains and rivers, time no longer flowed. The Confucian saint's aura was vast and mighty. Chui Minghuang's fear turned into ecstasy. He began to recite the teachings of the saint loudly in his heart to increase his noble spirit. For a Confucian gentleman who aspired to become a saint, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At this moment, even the experienced and knowledgeable old flood dragon was shocked. He subconsciously took a few steps back and distanced himself from the unprepossessing old scholar. Even if this distance was of no use, old flood dragon still did it to show a humble attitude. In the ancient times, before the dragon slaying, when the old flood dragon was still young, he heard from his elders that there was a Confucian saint who was only second to the great sage in the Confucian temple. He had once set an unwritten rule with the dragon kings of the 4 directions. The flood dragons on the land had to avoid the sages and hide when they met the saints. Once there was a huge flood dragon that was only second to the dragon kings of the 4 directions. He used the fact that he was in a huge lake and deliberately raised the waves to the sky in front of the saints who were traveling on the shore. He deliberately raised the waves to the sky higher than the cities and farmlands on the shore to intimidate the people on the shore. He used this to provoke the saints. This action meant that he didn't go ashore and didn't break the rule. What could the Confucian saint do to him? At that time, the young flood dragon was just feeling satisfied with this action. However, he heard from his elders what happened next. The Confucian saint stretched out a finger and said something similar to what the old scholar said tonight. He used his great power to stop the storm and fix the true dragon in the air, causing the lake water to flow backward for dozens of miles. Therefore, the true dragon went ashore without permission and didn't hide when it met the saints. Therefore, the saints skinned it and pulled out its tendons before suppressing it under a lake rock that was as big as a mountain at the bottom of the lake. As a punishment, it couldn't appear in the world for 1,000 years. At that time, the elders had warned the younger generation that the tempers of the scholarly sages, especially those who had altars and statues in the Confucian temples, were not very good. Otherwise, why would there be such a saying as Taoist appearance is peaceful? The old flood dragon was puzzled and asked, "Isn't the Confucian saint's action against the rules?" The elders angrily replied, "Idiot! Have you forgotten who set the rules?" At this moment, the old flood dragon at the top of the cliff seemed to have remembered something from the past and was a little sad. He murmured, "The flood dragon and the others enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. They are noble beyond words and can be regarded as a vassal town that only listens to orders. In the end, they are almost extinct. The saints can't be blamed for this. It's all because of their ambition." The old scholar was surprised and turned to look at the old flood dragon, who looked like a scholar in his 70s. He nodded with a smile and said, "It's good to be able to change one's mistakes. No wonder when I passed by this place last time, I still felt that something was missing even though I saw the beautiful scenery. It's because of you. Well, there's also a gentleman. A gentleman, Shao Chi back then. Well, it's fate that we met. It's a pity that I can't take care of you for now. Go." The old scholar muttered to himself, and then gently swiped his finger outwards. The old flood dragon and Chui Minghuang were forcefully moved away from the top of the cliff. The man and the flood dragon landed on the surface of the river in the distance. They opened their palms and looked down. Then, almost at the same time, they clenched their palms and hid the golden characters in their palms. Of course, they didn't want to reveal it to the public. The old scholar in the sword formation looked around and laughed. "Hiding and hiding, you can't be considered a hero." The old scholar quickly realized that his words didn't make sense. He stammered and didn't know how to get himself out of this situation. On the other side of the cliff near the water, a tall woman in white appeared. She was holding a big lotus leaf in her hand, which could be regarded as a lotus umbrella. However, the lotus leaf and the lotus handle were snow white, complementing her white clothes and white shoes. It was spotless. After the old scholar saw the lotus leaf, he frowned and quickly began to calculate in his heart. In the end, his expression became gloomy, and he sighed. He looked up at the sky and didn't look away for a long time. He muttered, "Where was the last time I went?" Thinking back to that young man who was full of vigor, he kept saying that a gentleman would rather break than bend and destroy jade and common stone together. In the end, it's been hard on you. The old scholar looked at the tall woman in white and said, "If Chinpingon killed young man Chui Dong, it wouldn't be a good thing." She smiled and said, "I see, but I can't do anything about it. If you have the ability, you can talk about it after you leave the sword formation. It's useless to reason with me. You can talk to my little Ping and it might be useful." She paused and sneered, "But the premise is that you have to walk out first. You were able to send those two guys out smoothly because I was too lazy to stop you." The old scholar said helplessly, "When I was alive, I wasn't good at fighting, and now I'm even worse at it. Why do you have to force me to do something I don't want to do? Besides, Chun Pingon and the young man Chui Shi, one is now my half-disciple and the other half my grand-disciple. Who do you think I should help? Although I'm going there this time to help Chui Shi survive in the end, isn't it for Chun Pingon's sake?" The woman in white nodded and said, "It's very reasonable." Then she shook her head and said, "But I didn't come here to reason with people." The old scholar became more and more helpless. "For the sake of your little Ping, and can't you make an exception for me? I'm just a teacher. If you don't listen to reason, I won't be able to use my skills. And you're one of the best fighters in the world, one of the few swords. It's not entirely correct to call you a sword. Forget it, forget it. Let's not argue about this title. Anyway, it's very unfair to me." Ooh. The tall woman held a strange umbrella and said with an indifferent expression, "Break the formation." The old man had no choice but to ask carefully, "Do you know who I am?" The woman in white smiled and said, "I know. You're the sage of literature." The old man was stunned. He thought to himself, "She knows my background, but she still doesn't give me face. This is a bit too much." The sage of rights and the sage of literature were the sage of literature and the sage of literature. They were respectively the hierarch of Confucianism. This old man was the sage of literature revered by all Confucian students in the world. He sat at the highest and most central position in the Confucian temple. Next were the statues of the second hierarch of Confucianism, the sage of rights, and the sage of literature, the sage of literature. The former received the most praise and commendation from the sage of literature. He was regarded as a moral role model and a teacher of etiquette. He established the most rigorous and complicated set of rules in Confucianism. The sage of literature was widely acknowledged to be the most knowledgeable. He was the closest to the sage of literature. Moreover, he opened a new path for Confucianism and made it the only imperial school in the world. The sage of literature was the fourth highest position in the Confucian temple, the sage of literature. Of course, this was a long time ago. This position had been vacant for a long time because the statue was lowered time and time again. It couldn't stay in the Confucian temple any longer and was moved out. As the fourth sage of literature, he was kicked out of the Confucian orthodoxy. That wasn't all, but in the end, he couldn't even keep his statue. A group of stubborn and extreme Confucian students smashed the statue, which was so miserable that it had to live under someone else's roof, into pieces. Only then did they leave. The old scholar reached behind him and patted his bag. The bag disappeared. The old scholar asked patiently, "Why don't we talk nicely? Can't we not fight?" The woman thought for a while and nodded. "Then I'll be polite." The old scholar nodded happily and said with a smile, "That would be best." In an instant, the sword energy of the sword formation became even more dense and majestic. The unparalleled sword, aura, seemed to be able to cut through the Tao of heaven and earth. It was said that there were many sword immortals in the ancient times. They dared not lower their heads to the ancestors of the three sections. They wantonly roamed the world with their sword techniques and end realm sword Tao. They were invincible sword spirits. The woman's lips twitched. Sage of literature, please break the formation. Isn't that a little too courteous? 148. The old scholar stomped his feet and said angrily, "Only villains and women are difficult to deal with. The ancients didn't lie to me." The tall woman twisted the snow-white lotus leaf that she had picked from somewhere. She was full of killing intent. Although she was still smiling, she looked cold. "You can't beat me, so you scold me? Are you looking for a beating?" The circular sword formation that was originally spread out over a radius of 10 miles was instantly retracted, only surrounding the riverside and the cliff. At the same time, the sword chi became even sharper and more astonishing. The sword chi condensed into a sword formation wall, as well as the invisible great Tao of nothingness that flowed between heaven and earth. The old scholar shrank his neck and suddenly had an idea. He immediately became confident and asked loudly, "We can fight, but can we change the way we fight? Don't worry. My request can also bring Chen Pingan along. I guarantee that it's reasonable, and it's what you want." The tall woman was silent. Suddenly, she saw that the old man was trying to signal her with his eyes. She hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Okay." On the mouth of the well in the inn, the young man put 2 fingers together like a sword and pointed to the bottom of the well. The rainbow light created by the first wisp of sword chi gradually faded away in the old well. It was no longer so dazzling that people could not look at it directly. With the help of the light, Chun Pingan could vaguely see that the wisp of sword chi, which was said to be extremely small, had condensed into substance after leaving the chi fu acupoint. Like a rainstorm, it crazily smashed onto a piece of ground. And this piece of ground that was hit by the rainstorm was like the surface of a mirror. Of course, Chin Pingan didn't know that it was called the Thunder Department's seal mirror. It had an extraordinary origin and a deep history. After the death of a celestial emperor in ancient times, the gods of the Thunder Department took advantage of the situation and divided the thunder power of the ancestor of all laws. They each controlled a part of the thunder power. After that, they were in an even worse situation, except for the god of the Thunder Department, who was in charge of praying for spring. The other gods had long been reduced to the existence of mountains, rivers, and rivers. They were either bound by the edict of the saints of the 3 religions and were not allowed to step out of the thunder pool. They were often called by military forces like Wind, Snow Temple, and Jinwu Mountain, or some Taoist sects with the Thunder Talisman and the art of inviting gods. The owner of this Thunder Department's seal mirror used to be one of the gods of the Thunder Department. Although it had suffered many disasters from the surface of the mirror to the inside, it had long been broken, and the brilliance of thunder and lightning inside was almost exhausted. It was definitely not something that a cultivator of the middle 5 states could break. The body of the young man in white in the ancient well had been suppressed for more than 10 feet, but he still used his hands and shoulders to resist the bottom of the mirror. The surface of the mirror was constantly shaking and breaking under the impact of the sword chi. However, it was quickly repaired by the remaining thunder and lightning in the mirror to its original appearance. The attack of the sword chi was like the attack of an iron horse, while the defense of the mirror was like the defense of an infantryman. The 2 sides wore each other down, and it depended on whose momentum was exhausted first. The young man Chui Dong clenched his teeth. His handsome face was covered with blood, blurring his handsome face. At this time, he didn't have any extra strength to speak harshly. He could only say in his heart, "After I get through this storm of sword chi, I will return it 100 times more. I can definitely do it. The momentum of the sword rain is declining. I just need to hold on for a little longer. Chimpingon, just you wait." Although the spirit of the young man in the well didn't diminish, his appearance of being bathed in blood was really a little desolate. Even in the bleak years when he betrayed his master and traveled all the way, leaving the central divine continent and going to the big continent in the south, he finally chose to settle down in the eastern treasured bottle continent, which had the smallest territory. The head disciple of the sage of literature in the past, Chui Dong, had traveled tens of millions of miles. Along the way, he was free and unfettered. Demons, ghosts, and monsters who could make him so miserable. One had to know that before becoming the imperial tutor of Dali, Chui Dong, the wandering scholar, had a catchphrase that was difficult to describe. Just because he liked to kill demons, he would say, turned into ashes in the snap of a finger, "You are really worse than an ant." The young man carrying the mirror, Chui Dong's body continued to fall, but the extent of his fall gradually became smaller. The mirror could still hold on, but outside the mirror, there was sword chi constantly flowing down. Being continuously soaked by the sword chi, the young man's body was already on the verge of collapse. He could only think of something and slide out a life-saving talisman from his sleeve. He had kept it for many years, and now that he had to use it, his heart ached so much that his face was somewhat sinister. The golden talisman first stuck to the white sleeve and then instantly melted. Soon, the surface of Chui Dong's white robe was covered with golden talisman characters. If one listened carefully, there was actually the sound of Buddhist Sanskrit rising in spirals. The white robe flowed like water ripples, setting off the young man Chui Dong's solemn appearance. This talisman was extremely special. If gold powder and cinnabar were the main materials for drawing talismans, then there were other materials that could only be encountered but not sought. Once made into a talisman, the various effects of the talisman would be indescribably wonderful. For example, Chui Dong's talisman was made from the golden blood of a Western Buddhist kingdom golden arhat as the main material for drawing talismans. Moreover, this senior monk who had attained the Tao had almost become a bodhisattva, so his blood appeared golden. When poured into the gold powder and written sutras on the talisman, it could turn into a Vajra amulet with boundless dharma. It could even withstand a full blow from a sword immortal of the land. How could the young man Chui Dong not feel distressed after taking out this invaluable life-saving talisman? The young man calculated in his mind and easily calculated that the sword chi would only break the mirror at most, but the mirror itself would not be damaged. In the future, as long as he went to the sea of clouds with lightning and thunder every night of a thunderstorm and guided the thunder and lightning into the mirror, this mirror of the thunder department would be restored to its original state in a few years. In this way, Chui Shi's heart calmed down, and he tilted his arm slightly to wipe off the blood on his face. This is a great humiliation, and it almost destroyed the foundation of this body of mine. Chui Dong closed his eyes and began to silently accumulate power. He only needed to wait for a critical moment before the sword chi completely dissipated, and that would be the time for him to kill his way to the mouth of the well. Of course, he would not wait for the sword chi to completely dissipate. If he waited until the sword chi completely disappeared, once Chinpingan above found that he was not dead, the bumpkin of Clay Bottle Alley might really have a follow-up sinister and dangerous move. After all, at this time, whether it was his cultivation or his body, he could not withstand any accidental speculation. The road was really muddy and rugged and difficult to walk on. The young man's heart was full of hatred. The trip to the small town was what the imperial tutor Chui Dong thought was the final battle. Because it involved the opportunity to prove Tao, he did not hesitate to separate half of his soul and live in another body, leaving the capital of Dali with the image of a young man. He originally thought that even if he could not break the literary fate of Mr. Wensheng and his junior brother Qi Jingchun, he could still use the young man from Clay Bottle Alley as the object of visualization. He could use the young man from Clay Bottle Alley to sharpen his mind and make up for the most lacking state of mind. This would help him break through the 10th realm in one go and hopefully return to the peak of the 12th realm. He could even use Dolly to spread his knowledge. As long as his achievements and knowledge could spread across half of the continent, he could make further progress. If all the Confucian students in the continent were the disciples of Cui Dong, the benefits would be unimaginable. At that time, no matter how he calculated, Cui Dong could be in an invincible position. The only difference was the size of the profit. However, he never thought that the direct disciple that Qi Jingchun really chose was not Zhao Yao, who gave him the Chun seal, not Song Jisun, who gave him the remaining books, not even Lin Shui, who was a young scholar. It was the little girl named Li Baoping. She was a woman. How could a woman inherit the literary pulse? A female teacher? A female teacher? Wasn't she afraid of becoming the laughingstock of the world? Wasn't she afraid of being regarded as the #1 heresy by the elders in the Confucian Academy? What was even more unexpected was that Qi Jingchun took in a disciple on behalf of his teacher and gave the relics of the literary sage Cui Dong and Qi Jingchun to the young man Qin Pingan. In this way, not only did the literary pulse not break, but it was passed down to Li Baoping's generation. Moreover, Cui Dong, who had betrayed his teacher and betrayed his teacher, was once again tied to the literary sage because of Qin Pingan. This caused Cui Shi, who mistakenly thought that victory was in his grasp, to have his state of mind completely shattered in an instant. Coupled with the invisible guidance of literary fate, his cultivation level fell to the 5th realm. If it weren't for the alliance he made with Old Man Yang later, and learned a long-lost secret technique of the divine path, which mended a flaw in a secret technique that Cui Shi himself had studied, allowing him to quickly nourish his soul like a withered tree in spring, and his cultivation level began to rise. However, this secret technique had a fatal flaw. The accumulated cultivation was an illusion. After using it once, it would be beaten back to its original state. Unless one broke through the 10 realms in one go and entered the upper 5 realms, one could turn the false into the real and the real into the false. The false and the real would be mixed up, and it would be a different world. When he arrived at the Autumn Reed Inn, the young man Cui Dong's illusion realm was actually close to the 9th realm again. This was why he had the opportunity to use the God-inviting method of the military school to invite the golden body of the scholarly sage. The realm was fake, but the method was real. That was why the Hanshi River god was so scared that his guts were about to burst. Otherwise, with the experience and shrewdness of the green-robed man who commanded the northern water transport for hundreds of years, how could he be tamed by Cui Shi like a little catfish in a stream without suffering enough? At the bottom of the well, the rainstorm of sword energy that fell from the well was still aggressive. The sword light was splashed everywhere by the mirror. The young man in white was almost at the bottom of the well. The well water and the underground water in the city that was connected to the river had long been evaporated by the sword energy. The young man Cui Dong began to count down in his heart. He did not want to kill Qin Pingan. It was true, at least for the time being, because Cui Dong was more like a tug-of-war, hoping to pull the young man onto his own great Tao. At least in the short term, not only would Cui Dong not harm Qin Pingan, but he would also do his best to help Qin Pingan increase his cultivation. At most, he would quietly change Qin Pingan's temperament and influence him imperceptibly. In the end, he would become a comrade of Cui Dong. If Qin Pingan was lucky and had the hope of inheriting Cui Dong's mantle in the future, Cui Dong would not refuse. But Cui Dong really wanted to kill Li Baoping, because once this little girl grew up, and Cui Dong was still involved with Qin Pingan, the more Li Baoping was cursed and ostracized. Cui Dong's great Tao cultivation would more or less be affected. For Cui Dong, who pursued perfection, this was absolutely unacceptable. The young man Cui Dong felt that this was an undeserved disaster. Even if I was a bad guy with evil intentions, if I wanted to kill you, Chinpingon, why would I pretend to be a coward all the way? I was clearly harmless to you. Why would you, Chinpingon, kill me just because of a little guess? What right do you have to kill them without hesitation, just because you think that I'm harboring evil intentions towards the three children? Then what kind of gentleman are you? Qi Jingchun had always admired gentlemen. Why would you, who was valued by Qi Jingchun, be so unreasonable? Why would the old man want me to learn how to be a gentleman from you? I, Cui Dong, was once the first disciple of the sage of literature, and I once imparted knowledge to Qi Jingchun. In terms of status in the Confucian orthodoxy, I, Cui Dong, am much higher than a virtuous gentleman. Yet you, Chinpingon, do things based on your heart. The old man's vision is really as bad as always. Qi Jingchun helped you choose. Isn't that the same as helping you choose a second Cui Dong, the young man Cui Dong, whose feet touched the stone floor, continued to count down in his heart, waiting for an opportunity to make his move. At the same time, a burst of joy welled up in his chest. Haha, this is even better. This means that after I get out of this predicament, I will slowly torture you. At the very least, I will let you, Chinpingon, drag out an ignoble existence. If you follow me on that great Tao in the future, it will be more natural and smoother. In that case, your luck isn't too bad, kid. Moreover, the text imprisonment that the old man planted on Cui Dong was only targeted at Chinpingon. Cui Dong was not allowed to have any evil thoughts towards Chinpingon. Otherwise, he would suffer the pain of being whipped to the heart. Other than that, there were no restrictions on his actions. This could be considered to be of the same origin as the old man's knowledge. It was about tracing everything back to the source. Only after the source was cleared up could one spread their branches and leaves on moral essays and conduct themselves in the world. In the future, I, Cui Dong, want you to personally see how Qi Jingchun's direct disciple, that little girl named Li Baoping, dies in front of you. Moreover, I want you to know what the struggle for great Tao is and why she died. The time has come. Cui Dong's arms that were holding the mirror were already badly mangled. The wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen, but he didn't care. Rainbow-like sword energy, right? Inverted waterfall, right? Get out of my way. However, just as Cui Dong thought that he had succeeded, he was just a hair's breadth away. The straw sandals youth, who was firmly standing on the mouth of the well with his feet rooted to the ground, finally finished accumulating his strength. Although his soul was shaking and his internal organs were all in pain, he could only say softly with a trembling voice, "Let's go." The second waterfall poured down in torrents. Damn you, Chinpingon, I'm going to die here, because of you. This was Cui Dong's only thought at that moment. Chinpingon was on the verge of collapsing on the mouth of the well. Before this, Chinpingon sat in the pavilion for the second time that night. At that time, he and Li Baoping, who had woken up from a nightmare, sat across from each other in the pavilion. There was a sudden breeze that blew across the small pavilion for no reason. The youth remembered something and felt a little sad. At the same time, he closed his eyes with Li Baoping and listened carefully to the sound of the iron horse's wind chime under the eaves. At that time, the youth silently told himself in his heart, "Mr. Qi, if the sound of the wind chime under the eaves is an even number, just let it go and bear with that Cui guy. But if it's an odd number, I'll make a move." Ding dong, ding dong, ding ding dong. After the seventh sound, there was no more sound. Therefore, after the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket left the pavilion, the youth stood on the edge of the well. Earlier, before the straw sandals youth left the town. At that time, under old Yang's reminder, Chinpingon left the Yang family shop with an umbrella and went to the school teacher who visited old Yang and gave him the dual square mountain watermark. An adult and a child walked on the side street. A gentleman can be deceived. You can tell this to Senior Yang and the others. In the future, if you encounter something you can't solve, you can ask the spring breeze. Well, you just have to keep this in your heart. It might be useful in the future, but I hope it won't be necessary. After saying this, the white-haired scholar was not as old-fashioned and serious as when he taught in the school. He blinked and looked at the youth with a warm smile. When the youth left the town with the little girl, the last bit of the soul of a certain green-robed Confucian returned to the human world after going to a big cave in the sky beyond heaven, after walking side by side with the straw sandals youth and the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket for a distance. He stopped and looked at the back of his junior brother and his disciple, no longer seeing them off. When the scholar finally waved his hand, silently to say goodbye, with this gentle wave of his sleeve, there was a spring breeze lingering around the youth. It was silent and did not dissipate for a long time. In the well, together with the Thunder Department's seal mirror, the youth Chui Dong was smashed back to the bottom of the well. He curled up and lay on the extremely dry bluestone floor, trying to hide under the mirror. Although he tried his best to make a final struggle, in fact, Chui Dong's heart was completely disheartened. The mirror shook violently, bringing a huge impact to the white-clothed young man below. The sword energy's water flow, after flowing through the mirror, brought a huge burning sensation to the young man's body, causing his consciousness to blur. The moment he closed his eyes, the old scholar's seal on the youth Chui Dong's divine soul disappeared. The youth in white was refreshed, like a person who had just received rain after a long drought. He was especially energetic. Chui Dong did not dare to hold back. If he did not fight now, when would he? Ha! The heavens are helping me. Old man, I can't believe you would make such a mistake. Old man, there will be a day when you try to be clever and make a fool of yourself. The heavens are really helping me, Chui Dong. There is always a way out. One by one, the golden characters full of righteousness were peeled off from the divine soul of Chui Dong, whose face was twisted in pain. This kind of pain that made one's divine sense have nowhere to hide was more terrifying than being cut into pieces. But Chui Dong's mind was clearer and clearer. The teachings of the saint, using literature to carry the Tao. The youth in white controlled the temporarily ownerless golden characters to hit the waterfall of sword chi. The golden characters and the sword chi collided. There was not the least bit of momentum to speak of. But the more silent it was, the more shocking and suffocating it was. It was no longer a battle of strength or power, but a battle of the Tao in another form. This waterfall, after all, it was just an extremely small sword chi. And those golden characters were just temporarily borrowed by someone else. The two were in a deadlock. And in the end, it seemed like they were going to coincidentally fight to a situation where they were evenly matched. It was like two armies facing each other. And in the end, both sides suffered. Both were completely annihilated. After perceiving the opportunity, Chui Dong did not wait for death. He began to sit up carefully and then squatted little by little. Finally, he bent over and stood up. He moved to one side, and the mirror was instantly tilted, and the last of the sword chi fell to the other side of the inner wall of the well. The youth in white simply threw away the ancient mirror, and his feet touched the ground. His whole body soared into the sky, and then his figure disappeared in an instant. Only an extremely resentful and gloomy voice echoed in the ancient well. Even if you have the third sword chi now, you are too late. Chun Pingon stood at the mouth of the well with the sword furnace in his hands. After the last sword chi left, he was ready to fight the enemy with his fists. In the preface of the Book of Shaking the Mountain, there was a clear opening. Those who practice my mountain-quaking fist in the future, even if they face the ancestors of the three sects, remember that our fist technique can be weak and we can lose the momentum to win, but our fist intent is the only thing that matters. Never retreat. At the same time, in the quiet courtyard, the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket woke up again, not because of a nightmare, but because she was slapped awake by a locust tree sword. Li Baoping, who was in a daze, suddenly opened her eyes wide. The wooden sword that broke in the window quickly drew a word qi in the air and then flew to the door with a whoosh. Li Baoping jumped out of bed at lightning speed and ran barefoot without wearing boots. After opening the door, she followed the wooden sword to the room where the youngest uncle lived. Because Chun Pingon had not come back, he did not lock the door, and it was knocked open by the flying sword. Li Baoping rushed in with the flying sword and saw it pointing at the basket. In the end, Li Baoping took out a seal hidden by the youngest uncle under the guidance of the flying sword. After opening it, she found that it was the seal of tranquility and complacency that the youngest uncle secretly showed her once. Only then did the flying sword nod vigorously and quickly flew out of the room. The little girl held the seal of tranquility that Mr. Fong gave to her youngest uncle and followed the locust tree sword that inexplicably appeared in the basket all the way to the pavilion. She jumped out of the pavilion with familiarity and ran to the mouth of the well where the youngest uncle stood. In an instant, the seal in Li Baoping's hand broke free from her palm and quickly flew to the mouth of the well above her youngest uncle's head, and then with a dull thud, above the mouth of the well, someone screamed, "Again? Qi Jingchun, F asterisk CKU, are you F asterisk king done yet?" A young man in white who inexplicably appeared above the mouth of the well was heavily hit on the forehead by a seal, and his whole body flew out and fell to the ground. The young man in white, who had no cultivation left, murmured before he fainted, "Qi Jingchun, you win. I admit defeat." 149. Chun Pingon widened his eyes. He saw that after the calm and proud seal hit the forehead of the white-clothed youth, it first bounced back and then froze in the air. In the end, it seemed to be pulled back by a string. However, the strength of the person pulling the string was a little weak. The calm seal swayed in the air, high and low, and its speed was not fast. Chun Pingon followed its trajectory and saw that between him and Li Baoping there was a locust with sword hovering. There was a golden-clothed girl about the same height as his little finger. She was lying on all fours, hiding under the flying sword. Her hands and feet were tightly gripping the wooden sword. At this moment, she finally got up. After standing up, the adorable golden-clothed girl stood on the sword. She was dizzy, and her footsteps were swaying like a drunkard. It seemed that this flying sword experience was not that good. The calm seal fell on the wooden sword. The seal was a little heavy, and the sword's tail was lifted up. The golden-clothed girl's whole body slid towards the seal in a fluster. Li Baoping also did not notice the golden-clothed girl's existence before. Now that she saw it, she only felt that it was interesting. She ran over happily, squatted slightly, and held the two ends of the locust wood sword with both hands. She stared at the little fellow who was trying to dodge at a close distance. The golden-clothed girl was stunned. She seemed to be very shy. After reaching out to cover her face, she put her feet together and jumped straight up. After landing, she actually disappeared into the locust wood sword. Chun Pingon did not know the reason and did not want to be entangled in this matter. He reminded in a hoarse voice, "Baoping, throw the wooden sword to me. You keep the seal first." Li Baoping immediately put away her curiosity. She knew that the most important thing now was to deal with the guy surnamed Chui. After grabbing the seal, she shouted and threw the locust wood sword at youngest martial uncle. However, the girl's strength was not controlled properly, and the locust wood sword was a little off from where Chun Pingon was standing. "Turn around," Chun Pingon instructed Li Baoping. Then, with a tap of his foot, he stepped towards the left side of the old well. Stepping on the edge of the well, he accurately grasped the wooden sword and continued to take a big step forward. After landing on the ground, he stabbed the sword towards the white-clothed youth's chest. At this moment, the upper half of the golden-clothed girl's body was revealed from Chun Pingon's wooden sword. She was on the verge of tears, full of regret and guilt. She shook her head and waved her hands vigorously, as if she wanted to stop Chun Pingan from killing. However, Chun Pingan was extremely decisive from the moment he caught the sword to the moment he attacked. By the time the golden-clothed girl appeared, the tip of the wooden sword was already pressed against the white-clothed youth's chest. Due to Chun Pingan's years of practice, his control over his strength could be said to be very precise. Even if he wanted to withdraw his hand, the flow of qi in his body, the expansion and contraction of his arm muscles, and the inertia of the wooden sword could not allow Chun Pingan to change the outcome. An old scholar with a cotton bag on his back suddenly appeared out of thin air. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. I almost got tricked. With the appearance of the old scholar, the youth Chui Dong seemed to be grabbed by the neck and pulled back. Although he was still unconscious, his back was straight, and he stood like a pine tree, taking advantage of the situation. He avoided the fate of being pierced through the heart by Chun Pingan. The old man looked at the rapidly retreating youth. With one hand holding the sword in front of him, he used the other hand to protect Li Baoping behind him. The way the youth held the sword was strange and awkward. It was probably like a woodcutter holding a brush. No matter how one looked at it, it did not seem right. The old man sighed. "It's you." Chun Pingan was facing a formidable enemy and did not dare to let his guard down. He said softly, "Baoping, when you have the chance, run away. Don't worry about me." Chun Pingan noticed that Li Baoping was tugging at his sleeves a few times. He was a little surprised and looked down. "What's wrong?" The little girl's face was stiff. She raised her arm and pointed behind Chun Pingan. She opened her mouth and seemed to be mouthing two words: "Ghost," attacked from the front and the back. Chun Pingan's heartstrings tightened. When he looked over, his face was dull. The youth blinked his eyes and blinked again. After making sure that he was not mistaken, he turned his back to the old scholar and the youth in white. He did not dare to say anything in case someone eavesdropped and harmed this fairy sister. However, he was really anxious. The youth wanted to say something but stopped. He was like an ant on a hot pan. Li Baoping secretly held the sleeve of her youngest uncle. She looked at the kind old man and then turned to look at the elusive female ghost. Compared to the female ghost in the wedding dress last time, the one tonight was wearing white clothes and white shoes. In her hand was a snow-white, big lotus leaf. Li Baoping was a little hesitant. Were all the female ghosts in the outside world so fresh and refined? She remembered that her elder brother had been coerced by her and had to tell her many bloody ghost stories. In the stories, there were pink skeletons, water ghosts, river spirits, and other spirits. They often cut open people's hearts and livers and ate human flesh. Their appearance and behavior were extremely terrifying. How could they be like the one in front of her? She was even more beautiful than the female ghost in the wedding dress. She was tall, but still had a natural beauty hidden in her slim figure. Her black hair was like a waterfall. It wound from her back to her chest and was tied into a knot with a golden silk scarf. She looked very demure and dignified. Li Baoping only felt that the tall woman in front of her was really tall and beautiful. She was very envious. The little girl stood on tiptoe but soon stepped back on the ground, discouraged. The tall woman seemed to only have Chun Pingan in her eyes. She smiled and said, "We are going to fight later. Don't be afraid of that old man. He only knows how to take a beating. Don't worry. This sister is not a bad person. She is one of us." Chun Pingan comforted Li Baoping first. When he looked up again, he finally couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Didn't you say that we can't leave the town? What if the sages find out? What will you do?" The tall woman shook her wrist, and the lotus leaf in her hand swayed gently. Her tone was gentle and slow. She had a temperament that made people feel at ease. "Do you know a place called the Lotus Cave?" Chun Pingan suddenly remembered Ning Yao. He nodded and said, Someone told me before that it was a place where the ancestors of Taoism went to relax. Although it is only one of the 36 small caves, the lotus leaf there, even the smallest one, is bigger than the capital of Dali. The woman smiled and said, "It's not that exaggerated. Take the lotus leaf in my hand, for example. If it were to reveal its true form, it would have an area of about 5 kilometers. Of course, the largest lotus leaf there would definitely be much larger than the capital of Greatly. These lotus leaves can hide the secrets of heaven. In short, it can prevent the sages of the 3 sects and the masters of hundreds of schools from finding out my whereabouts." She saw Chun Pingan's puzzled face and explained with a smile, "When we met, I didn't have this good thing in my hand. Before Qi Jingchun left the human world, he went to the sky beyond heaven and found the Taoist ancestor. He bargained with that old man and helped me get this lotus leaf umbrella. As for what Qi Jingchun paid, I don't know. After all, the word quiet is a taboo. Within the orthodoxy of Taoism, many people are dissatisfied with it. So I can be sure that Qi Jingchun left the vast world and went to the Lotus Cave to pay a great price." Speaking of this, even the tall woman's eyes showed a hint of trance. She sincerely admired the Confucian disciple. After Qi Jingchun returned to the human world from the sky beyond heaven, they had a last chat. "This lotus leaf, I went to the sky beyond heaven and picked it from the Lotus Cave. It can help you leave this place without disturbing the great Tao of heaven and earth. You don't have to worry about the sage's inquiry. It is a good thing. But aren't you afraid that Qin Pingan will become unscrupulous with me around and become the kind of person that you, Qi Jingchun, don't like?" "I, Qi Jingchun, know Qin Pingan's temperament very well, so I am never worried that Qin Pingan will bully others. Even if you protect him from the beginning to the end, I, Qi Jingchun, am not worried. You think so highly of Qin Pingan. What do you think? He is my little junior brother. You and Qin Pingan are peers, and I recognize him as my master. So, Qi Jingchun, what do you mean?" "Haha, I wouldn't dare." Thinking of this, the tall woman sighed slightly in her heart. It was a pity that there was no Qi Jingchun in the world. Li Baoping, who was not afraid of anything, said timidly for the first time, "Sister, you are so beautiful." The tall woman nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, much more beautiful than you." Not only was she rude, but her words were also hurtful. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket was a little stunned and speechless. Chun Pingan was covered in cold sweat. On the other side behind Chun Pingan, there was also a reunion. The old man stared at the white-clothed youth who had woken up. The youth stared back, thinking, "I am not afraid of you. Why should I be afraid of you?" The old man looked at the tall woman first, and the latter nodded to indicate that it was okay. The old man then looked at the youth and said angrily, "Aren't you Chui Dong very smart? Then, let's review the situation now. Have you thought about why I would suddenly lose control of those characters and allow you to separate them from your soul? Moreover, they just happen to be on par with the Tao insight contained within that strand of sword chi, causing both of them to wear each other down, allowing you to charge out of the well at that time and have the opportunity to execute a killing move against Qin Pingan? Have you ever thought that in the end, you might be killed by Qin Pingan with one punch, and Qin Pingan would be seriously injured by you at the same time?" Ooh. The youth Chui Dong's expression was uncertain. In the end, he curled his lips in a fit of pique and pretended to be indifferent. It was nothing more than a sage of the Confucian school. What's so strange about it? Even Qi Jingchun was willing to walk into that dead end and wait for death. So what if I, Chui Dong, was schemed against once? The youth became angrier as he spoke. He pointed at the shabby old scholar and said, "Old man, you still have the nerve to say this? Qi Jingchun, whom you placed your greatest hope in, is dead. Ma Zhan, who was the weakest, is also dead. And that guy's surname Zwa is completely gone. I, Chui Dong, am also reduced to such a state. In the end, isn't it all because of you? In the world, you are the one who writes the best, has the deepest meaning, and has been helping the world for the longest time. Is that enough? He is a secondary sage, the third highest in the Confucian temple. He advocates that the people are the most important, the emperor is the least important, and the country is the second most important. You are amazing, but you insist on talking about heaven, earth, emperor, family, and teacher. The secondary sage said that human nature is good, but you are saying that human nature is evil. Damn you, what did the secondary sage do to you? The youth was so angry that he stomped his feet. This habitual action was actually of the same origin as the old scholar. He pointed his finger at the old scholar's nose and said, "What's worse is that the secondary sage is not much older than you. Maybe he is still in the mortal world, living well. Old man, why are you so stubborn? If you go and scold the sage of rites or the sage of ceremonies, the secondary sage might even help you, right? You just have to go against the secondary sage. I'm convinced." The old scholar did not say anything. He just gently wiped the saliva that the youth had spat on his face. If they were from a small family, quarreling with each other behind closed doors wasn't a big deal at all. One had to know that a quasi-sage and a scholar-sage were involved in the battle of the third and fourth ranks that shocked the entire Confucian faction and all the schools and academies. The two sages, especially since the two in front of the Confucian temple had long disappeared, represented the entire Confucian faction. They were the Confucian faction that set the rules for the vast world, although there were no signs of the Confucian school falling apart. The leaders of the neighboring families were able to see the big picture from a small clue. How could they not be secretly happy? After that, an extremely secretive bet was made within the Confucian school. The loser was willing to accept his loss and was imprisoned in the Forest of Merits. The old scholar lost and waited for his death there. He allowed his statue in the Confucian temple to move again and again until he was smashed into pieces. However, when the disciple that he was most proud of went to another continent to fight against the heavenly Tao and died, the old scholar had no choice but to make an agreement with all the sages, not just the scholarly sage, in order to break the oath. After all, if the oath of the sages could be easily broken, then this world with its strict rules would have changed beyond recognition. The old scholar voluntarily gave up his body and the many supernatural powers of the scholarly sage. He only used his spirit to wander between heaven and earth. The old scholar waited until the young man had his hands on his hips and was panting with his head lowered. He asked, "Are you done? Is it time for me to reason with you?" After the young man in white vented his anger, Chui Dong recalled the old man's deeds and felt guilty and timid. He did not say a word. The old scholar sighed and said, "Who taught Qi Jingchun how to play chess?" Chui Dong immediately held his head high and said, "I did." The old man was expressionless and said slowly, "I once told all of you that when you reason with someone, even if it's a quarrel or a debate, you must be calm." Chui Dong immediately kept quiet out of fear and said in a low voice, "It was me. Qi Jingchun was not smart enough to play chess. After losing to me a few times, he refused to play again." The old man asked again, "Then who taught you how to play chess?" Chui Dong did not want to say the answer. The old scholar snorted and said, "I did." Chui Dong felt wronged, and his teeth itched. "Old man, do you know what it means to set an example?" The old scholar took a deep breath and said, "When you taught Qi Jingchun how to play chess compared to me, who was better?" Chui Dong said reluctantly, "I was not as good as you." The old man asked, "Then did you know that Qi Jingchun learned how to play chess and quickly beat me?" The young man was stunned. He did not doubt the truth of the old man's words. The old man asked again, "Do you know what Qi Jingchun said in private?" "He said to me, senior apprentice brother really likes to play chess, and his desire to win is a bit heavy. I don't want to lie when I play chess. If senior apprentice brother always loses to me, then he will lose a happy thing in the future. Chui Dong stiffened his neck and said, even if that is the case, so what? The old man was angry that he did not fight back and lamented his misfortune. He reprimanded him. You are so stubborn. You are always quick to learn your mistakes and slow to admit them. As for correcting them, humph, Chui Dong said angrily. It was you who taught me. The old man stared at him and was silent for a moment. He said regretfully, Ma Zhan's betrayal may have disappointed Qi more than your plan. Chui Dong. Chui Dong sneered and said, I don't care to talk about people like Ma Zhan. His heart is higher than the sky, and his life is thinner than paper. If I am doing it for the opportunity of the Great Way, and for the family line, then what about him? He is willing to be someone else's chess piece for the sake of being the hill master of the academy and the hope of controlling a school in the future. He really deserves to die. Old man, you gave Qi Jingchun a parting sentence. You can't learn anymore. The green takes the blue, and the blue is better than the blue. This sentence is widely spread, and I know it. But what did you give Ma Zhan? The old man said indifferently, Heaven and earth give birth to a gentleman, and a gentleman rules heaven and earth. What a pity. It was not known whether it was the sentence or Ma Zhan himself that was pitiful. Chui Shi said sarcastically. After Ma Zhan left the town with those children, he had a pleasant conversation with one of my pawns. They were quite frank and honest with each other. They brought up the issue of whether to leave Liju Cave Heaven or continue to stay. He had a dispute with Qi Jingchun. In the end, Qi Jingchun said something very strange to him that scared Ma Zhan a little. A gentleman should restrain himself when necessary and stretch himself when necessary. Ma Zhan was an idiot. After Qi Jingchun's earth-shattering death, he still followed his selfish desires and dreamed of being a mountain chieftain of the academy. It was only when he was about to die that he realized that Qi Jingchun had already known about his actions when she was in the school. She just didn't want to expose him, and still hoped that he, Ma Zhan, could take good care of those children. Ma Zhan is really slow. After 2 perfunctory delays, he finally knew that everything was over. For the only time in his life, he finally aroused the courage of a man. At the cost of losing his next life, he hurt that chess piece of mine. Only then could those children return to the small town. In the end, so many things happened. At the end, the young man in white became more and more weak. The old elementary scholar sighed. There were many people and things in Liju Cave, especially in the last 60 years when Qi Jingchun was in charge. The heavenly mystery had been isolated even more tightly. Qi Jingchun, Old Yang, and some people behind the scenes had secretly taken action, making this small cave become blurred and full of variables. Even the old elementary scholar found it difficult to deduce, and he dared not say that the deduced truth was the truth. The gentle voice of the tall woman sounded softly. Are you done talking? Chui Dong found the old elementary scholar's face was a little ugly and sighed heavily. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the woman looking at him. The old elementary scholar had no choice but to take off the bag on his back and take out a scroll. He gently untied the string that tied the scroll. Chun Pingan was confused. She walked to Chun Pingan and said with a smile, You can use your sword 3 times later. She squinted and looked at the sky outside the lotus leaves. She said slowly, I will restore my real body later. You don't have to be surprised. Finally, she seemed to remember something and said apologetically, I forgot to say 2 words. Chun Pingan raised his head. The tall woman stopped smiling and said respectfully, Master. 150. Although the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket was briefly discouraged, she was Li Baoping. Alas, she was soon in high spirits. She quietly moved away and sneaked behind the tall woman from the left side. Then she walked to the right side of the tall woman. Looking at her clothes and her big lotus leaf, Li Baoping felt that she was really beautiful. After hearing Chui Dong's cursing and the old man's scolding, Chun Pingon figured out something, but he still couldn't believe it. He swallowed and whispered to the tall woman, "This old man, are you Mr. Chi's teacher? Is he the sage of literature? The sage of Confucianism?" No wonder the journey was so full of ups and downs. He would meet Alliance in a bamboo hat. The land sword was in the Wind Snow Temple. And of course, this man surnamed Chui. The tall woman nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, the woman's real body was the sword spirit bred by the old sword hanging under the stone arch bridge. During the long wait of nearly 10,000 years, she once witnessed the fall of the last real dragon. In that epic battle, the great Qi trainers of the 3 religions and the 100 schools of philosophers worked together, but there were still countless casualties. The corpses of those who died in the battle fell to the ground like rain, and their souls were condensed and did not disperse. Together with the fate of the real dragon after its death, they finally created the Dragon Pearl Cave. However, she regarded it as a child's play. This sword spirit watched coldly from the beginning to the end. Occasionally, her eyes lit up, and she secretly picked up a few beautiful objects without anyone noticing. She originally thought that she would spend the rest of her life either sleeping or yawning, visualizing those magnificent ancient ruins and drifting around them. She was even worse than a wandering ghost, drifting with the waves in the river of time bit by bit, waiting for the day when the spiritual energy would disperse completely. However, when the Dragon Pearl Cave was broken, she chose Chun Pingon as her second master. Not Ning Yao, who was born to be a great sword whiz, not Ma Kuxuan, who had a good background, not Xie Shi or Chao Shi, who were born and raised in a small town. Qi Jingchun had contributed greatly to all of this. First, it was that night when Qi Jingchun sat alone on the covered bridge until dawn, right under the inscribed board. His purpose was to persuade her to open her eyes and take a look at the boy from Mud Bottle Alley, even if it was just a glance. Actually, the sword spirit did not feel anything at first glance. She had seen too many surprises in her life. Therefore, she was indifferent. To her, whether the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven collapsed or the Heavenly Tao retaliated, and the people suffered, it did not affect her at all. However, she was indeed a little curious. Why did Qi Jingchun, a scholar who was said to have the potential to establish a sect, choose a child who had not even studied before? So after that day, she looked at the young man a few more times, but she still didn't feel anything. Later, when she was really bored, she finally remembered that before Qi Jingchun left, he used his identity as the sage of the small town to intercept the Yishui in the River of Time for the last 10 years in the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven. It was fished up by Qi Jingchun with great magic and placed under the covered bridge. Therefore, one day when she had nothing to do, she had to find something to do, right? She began to show her real body, hovering above the water under the covered bridge. She combed her hair while watching the water. It was all bits and pieces of the boy from Mud Bottle Alley. There were hidden plots behind the scenes, trivial matters in the streets, good deeds with hidden evil intentions, and disasters caused by unintentional actions. There were family affairs, joys and sorrows, sadness and sincerity, life and death. She thought it was quite interesting, much more interesting than watching a group of children fighting and beating up a small worm. For example, there was a child who carried a basket that was almost half his height, saying that he was going to the mountain to pick herbs, but before he went up the mountain, he cried earth-shatteringly. Another example was a child standing on a small stool, holding a spatula in his hand, and muttering that he must cook a delicious meal tonight. It was neither salty nor bland, just right. Another example was a child who ran away from the Tonghulu stall, drooling as he ran. He could only imagine how it tasted when he was young. Finally, another example was a child who, in order to survive, fished in the depths of the stream at noon. He didn't know that it was difficult for immortals to catch fish at noon, and his skin was darker than charcoal. The sword spirit knew that these were all hardships, but she never felt that they were unbearable, because the sword spirit had followed her master on expeditions everywhere, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and the remains of gods could be piled up into mountains. The monster cores of those big monsters could be strung into Tonghulu, which was crispy and crunchy. Those figures that turned into extraterrestrial demons covered the sky and the sun, and could be destroyed with a sword. So when Qi Jingchun found her again, she was still unwilling to agree. But when Qi Jingchun, a sage who was good at reasoning, was at his wits' end, Qi Jingchun took back the handful of water of time and gently poured it into Dragon's whisker stream on the covered bridge. Those scenes flowed slowly from the youth Qin Pingon, who was in a hurry to deliver the letter, to the child Qin Pingon, who was in the immortal's tomb, praying for his mother's health. The moment Qi Jingchun poured the water, he decided not to insist on persuading the sword spirit. He began to walk to the end of the covered bridge, and at the last moment of his great disappointment, an unintentional sentence finally moved the stone-hearted sword spirit. "We are all very disappointed in this world." The sword spirit remained calm and collected. The last scene was of the child bidding farewell to his father in Mud Bottle Alley. "Father, I'm 5 years old. I'm an adult." The sword spirit looked at the figure and said, "Let him walk on the covered bridge. If he can persist, I'll consider it." Qi Jingchun turned around in shock, then laughed heartily and nodded vigorously. "I believe in Qin Pingon. Please believe in Qi Jingchun." The man strode down the steps of the covered bridge, his two big sleeves swaying violently as if they were filled with Qi Jingchun's youth. The sword spirit's thoughts were interrupted by the youth's question. The youth asked cautiously, "Since she's Mr. Qi's teacher, can we not fight?" The sword spirit let go of the snow-white lotus leaf in her hand. It first floated into the sky, then suddenly became huge, holding up the vast sky with a radius of 10 miles. She shook her head and said, "For Mr. Qi, you have to fight." Qin Pingon scratched his head and said, "Although I don't know why, since it has something to do with Mr. Qi, and you said so, I believe you." The youth paused for a moment, his eyes firm. He stared at the tall woman and grinned. "Let's fight." She smiled knowingly and shifted her gaze to the old man, who was still delaying. He had spent half a day to untie the knot on the binding scroll, but he was still muttering. "I used to only know how to hide in the study room and missed a lot after leaving the Forest of Merits. I wanted to try a life I didn't dare to imagine before, such as drinking to my heart's content, quarreling with people with thick necks, eating spicy food, swimming in the water shirtless, and so on. I've been to many places and seen many famous mountains and rivers." She joked, "Master Wensheng, it's not over yet. Your neck will be cut by a knife. Yes, a sword. It's meaningless to drag it out like this." The old man said angrily, "I'm waiting for you two to change your mind." She narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "Old man, don't take advantage of me." The old scholar laughed. "Old man," her smile became gentler. "I'll remember it." The old man had nothing to lose. "Let's fight. I'm not afraid of you." "Do you really think I can't fight?" "That's just a comparison of my quarreling skills." The old elementary scholar had finally untied the knot. He flicked his wrist, and the scroll made a popping sound as it unfurled and fell to the ground. The old elementary scholar held the scroll in his hand. The scroll was extremely long, and it covered the entire area around the well. Qin Pingon had wanted to take a step forward, but was stopped by the tall woman who held him by the shoulder, preventing him from moving. The bold Li Baoping simply squatted on the ground and carefully observed it. She didn't forget to poke here and there. The young man standing behind the old man Cui Dong was helping the old scholar carry his luggage. The old man shouted, "Withdraw!" At the old well, Li Baoping, who was squatting on the ground to study the mountains and rivers, suddenly woke up. The scroll on the ground was gone. Moreover, her martial uncle and the ghost sister with a bad temper, as well as her teacher's teacher, the old man whom she should call Grandmaster, had all disappeared. She looked up and saw that the scroll had returned to a scroll, quietly hovering in the air. The young man Chui Dong didn't find this strange. He stood there obediently holding his luggage, his face full of grief and resentment. She suddenly stood up, raised the seal high, and asked loudly, "Surname Chui, where is my martial uncle? If you don't tell me, I'll hit you. I've never hit anyone lightly. If I accidentally hit you to death, I won't be responsible." Chui Dong looked at the little girl, his face indifferent. He nodded and said, "You can just hit me to death. Provocation, right? Forget about the woman in white. You bastard, you're also here?" Li Baoping was stunned for a moment. Then she became furious. Without saying a word, she ran away. After bypassing the painting, she, who was shorter than the young man in white, jumped nimbly and smashed the seal in her hand heavily on Chui Shi's head. The young man Chui Dong's face was full of disbelief and his eyes were dazed. He reached out and touched his swollen forehead. He suddenly threw away his luggage and squatted on the ground. He held his head and shouted, "I can't live like this anymore. Everyone can bully me." The little girl felt guilty for no reason. She held the seal behind her back and secretly hid the tools. Then she began to study the scroll, hoping to find her martial uncle. Chun Pingan looked around. It was a bit like when he was first pulled into the bottom of the water by the sword spirit. There was nothing around, so some of the objects seemed particularly real. For example, there was a high wall in the distance. No matter how Chun Pingan stretched his neck, he couldn't see the end of the wall. The woman in white standing beside him reached out and held the black hair tied together by a golden knot. She smiled and said, "This is in the Book of Mountains and Rivers, and also in the consciousness of the sage of literature. It's complicated and troublesome to talk about it. You only need to know that you can use your sword here. This is also one of the reasons why I agreed to the old man's request. Otherwise, we would have fought on the cliff by the river." Her other hand suddenly pressed on Chun Pingan's shoulder. "It's too close now, so you can't see the real appearance. I'll take you back a little. Let's go back 800 miles first." Chun Pingan felt that his whole body was moving as fast as lightning. He didn't know how far they had retreated. When he finally stood still, the teenager couldn't care less about the discomfort in his body and the boiling in his mansion of qi. He opened his mouth and looked at that mountain. How could a mountain that was 800 miles away be so huge? Compared to it, his hometown, Maobian, should be like a small mound. The tall woman's face was solemn. "There's another more important reason. If the sage of literature agreed to fight here, he can give you some extra treatment." Chun Pingan was so shocked that he couldn't be any more shocked. His mouth was a little dry. She stared at the teenager's eyes. "Here, when you use your sword, you will have the cultivation of a 10th realm qi cultivator. Of course, this is an illusion, but it's a very real illusion. I hope that when you're here, you can carefully experience it. It's not very useful for your future cultivation." She was amused by herself. She couldn't help but laugh. "All right, I just want you to know one thing. Don't just focus on practicing martial arts, especially if you always think that practicing martial arts is for survival. That's too useless. How can your ambition be so small? Think about it. Who are you?" Chun Pingan replied in a daze. Chun Pingan? It was fine if he didn't answer the question. The key was that if he wasn't Chun Pingan, who else could he be? She bent down and rubbed the teenager's head. "Other than being Chun Pingan, you're also my master." The teenager was a little embarrassed. At the peak of the mountain, an old man said angrily, "All right, you were so anxious before. Now you're not." The sword spirit took a deep breath and pointed at the mountain. "That's the largest of the 5 peaks in the central divine continent." Chun Pingan nodded. She looked at the mountain in the distance, her eyes burning. "Then if the mountain blocks your path, what will you do?" Chun Pingan said softly, "Crawl over The corner of her mouth curled up. She wasn't angry. She asked again, "But what if you have a sword in your hand?" Chun Pingon recalled the scene of himself opening a path with a hatchet in his hand. He asked, "Cutting through the mountain?" She laughed loudly. "Yes." The tall woman strode forward and stood in front of Chun Pingon. She stretched out her fingers and slowly swiped them from left to right. A tiny dot of light suddenly exploded at the leftmost position. It was like the sun in the sky. Then it spread all the way to the right. With every inch of the blinding light, the tall woman's figure dimmed a little. Finally, Chun Pingon saw a sheathless sword hovering in front of him. It seemed like it had been waiting for someone to hold it for thousands of years. The light had already dissipated. The teenager slowly walked forward and grasped the hilt of the sword. In an instant, the teenager holding the sword felt like the world was turning upside down. All of his chi abodes and acupoints were shaking. The air around him was chaotic, blowing so hard that the teenager could barely open his eyes. Chun Pingon closed his eyes and said telepathically, "Let's go." The sword trembled madly. It was like an autumn cicada on the highest branch, crying out to the world. 151. The old scholar stood on a huge rock at the top of the mountain, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. At this moment, the white-haired old man standing tall against the wind did not look shabby at all. The old scholar looked 800 miles away at the light that suddenly lit up. Even at such a distance, the old man still felt that it was somewhat dazzling. The old man nodded slightly and said, "After so many years, although the edge of the sword is much blunter than in the legends, the sharpness within has not decreased by much. Powerful, truly powerful. After 10,000 years, the sea is changed into mulberry fields, but it still has such essence." But the old scholar quickly smiled and said, "I will use this mountain to make you retreat. When it comes to fighting, it is best to avoid fighting as much as possible. It will hurt the harmony." The mountain under the old man's feet that he had visualized into a painting was so famous that it couldn't be any more famous. In the central divine continent, which had the largest territory of the 9 great continents, there was a mountain named Sway Mountain. The mountain was majestic and could be said to be connected to the heavens. At the top of the mountain was a stele inscribed with the words, "Only one in the world, ancestor of the 5 mountains, astral winds come, left behind by the first disciple of the Tao ancestor," and my wudong inscribed with the fingers of the military saint. There were more than 180 stone inscriptions of the past emperors of different continents who came here to pray and announce to the heavens. These inscriptions, which were full of mystery, extended all the way from the heavenly platform at the peak of Sway Mountain down to the mountainside. Scenic spots and historical sites could be seen almost everywhere. The old scholar looked at the bright light of the sword and was somewhat surprised. When he first appeared at the old well, he saw Chun Pingon holding the sword. It was really unbearable to look at. Even the old scholar, who was not particular about martial arts, could not bear to see it. But at this moment, seeing the way the young man held the sword in front of him, the old man only had one thought. Steady. The young man's hand holding the sword was very steady. His heart was very calm and very steady, so his spirit and will were even more steady. After the tall woman poured all of her sword will into the old sword bar, in the next moment, she appeared on the lake in the heart of the young man, Chun Pingon, with an even more illusory figure and a mysterious aura. She had golden eyes and bare feet. When her toes gently touched the surface of the lake, ripples appeared. Then the young man's voice sounded. Her warm voice resonated in the young man's heart. "Don't be in a hurry to attack. Get used to the feeling of being a Realm 10 Chi refinement warrior first. There are only a few types of sword moves, and there aren't many variations." This was the difference between the Jianghu of the later generations and the immortals on the mountain. Qi refinement warriors practice Qi, combining nurturing and refining into one. There were thousands of sword intents that could be nurtured. Some were deep, some were shallow, some were high, and some were low. If others are wells and streams, you are lakes and rivers. Naturally, you are thousands of times better than others. The length of the sword Qi depends on the state of the body's Qi dwelling. The more openings there are in the Qi dwelling, the deeper the potential. Others only have an inferior grade blessed land, but you have all of them. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. The meridians are like roads, the tougher and wider they are. Others have a single plank bridge and a winding path, but you have a great path to heaven. How can they compete with you? She looked around. After seeing the young man's mental state, she was full of smiles and said softly, "Do you understand?" The young man was struggling to get used to the feeling of being a Realm 10 Qi refinement warrior. In addition, the airflow around his body was extremely chaotic. He could not even open his eyes, let alone speak. Fortunately, she told him that he only needed to think in his heart. The young man told her honestly, "I understand, but I don't know how to do it." She was not surprised at all and laughed out loud. Chun Pingon did not understand. He continued to try his best to get used to being a Realm 10 Qi refinement warrior. That strange feeling was indescribable. It was like a starving person who suddenly had his stomach stuffed with fish and meat. There was not a single gap left, and all of his Qi dwellings were opened up. That vital Qi that had originally been like a roaming fire dragon suddenly changed from the size of a needle to the size of an exaggerated loach. It swam rapidly in all of his meridians, rampaging and unobstructed. Along the way, it continuously engulfed the vital Qi in all of his Qi dwellings and acupoints. It was like a rolling snowball. It looked like it would not stop until it became a real flood dragon. His body was as clear as glass. The meridians of his torso stretched like golden branches and jade leaves. Pure vital Qi, returning to one's natural state, seeing and living for a long time. The sayings that Lin Shui had mentioned before appeared in Chun Pingon's mind one after another. Above the Heart Lake, she said softly, "It's still a little short. Swordsmen are not ordinary Qi refinement warriors after all." Then she raised her head and looked into the distance. Through Chun Pingon's elixir chamber, she looked directly at the huge rock on the peak of the mountain. She smiled and asked, "What do you think? Otherwise, if you shamelessly used this sway mountain to defend against the enemy, it would be too unfair. I want you to lose wholeheartedly." The old elementary scholar understood and laughed heartily. After a slight hesitation, he retracted his gaze and looked around the entire mountain. Finally, his gaze focused on a cliff. On it, there was a strange calligraphy written by an ancient sword immortal with abundant sword Qi. It was the flying sword calligraphy that attracted countless sword cultivators in the Central Plains. Some even built huts at the bottom of the cliff to comprehend the way of the sword. Just take it. How much you can take depends on your ability. Back then, Littlesville was like you. Before he officially learned the way of the sword, he inadvertently climbed the mountain to look at the calligraphy. Just by looking, he took 6 words. One's talent in swordsmanship can be seen immediately. Among sword cultivators, there are many geniuses, but there are also big and small geniuses. These 5 words will definitely make you a sword immortal. Chun Pingon, let's see how good your foundation is. The old elementary scholar waved his sleeve, and the 7 ancient characters on the cliff flew out of the cliff and swept towards Chun Pingon, who was 800 miles away. In the blink of an eye, they reached Chun Pingon's side. They had already become palm-sized ancient characters, shining with golden light and shining brightly. One by one, the characters revolved around Chun Pingon rapidly. But in the end, not a single word was willing to come close to Chun Pingon. The distance between them grew wider and wider. Finally, they turned around and flew back. After seeing this scene, The old elementary scholar was embarrassed and guilty. He muttered, "I overreached myself. Little Pingon, I'm sorry. Who would have thought that these characters would be so disrespectful?" The woman who stepped on Chun Pingon's heart lake snorted coldly. The old elementary scholar smiled, awkwardly. "Tricky, really tricky. What should I do?" Don't worry, I'll just change to a more convenient method. It won't be a problem for me. I'm old friends with Mount Sway's mountain god. I'm well aware of his background. If it doesn't work, I'm not surprised that those 7 words, "don't like me." At this moment, Chun Pingon opened his eyes a little. He stopped talking to the tall woman through his mind and directly said, "And in fact, I don't want them, really." She was shocked. The young man increased his strength and held the long sword in his hand. He slowly said, "When I was practicing boxing, I always had a feeling that at the end of the practice, my fist would be very fast. I even felt that it would be the fastest now that I have you by my side. I feel that it's enough. I don't need any words at all. The next sword will be very fast. Believe me, it will be very fast." The woman nodded. The old elementary scholar was also stunned. He clicked his tongue and said, "Your tone is really like Shao Qi's when he was young." There was a smile in the old elementary scholar's eyes, but he deliberately raised his voice and snorted coldly. "I'd like to see if this sword can make you, a kid at the 10th level, exert the strength of the 11th or 12th level. Chun Pingon, don't drag me down. In the end, you'll only show the strength of the 7th or 8th level. Come. If you don't show me this sword, it'll be too late." After the old elementary scholar finished teasing the young man, he sat cross-legged and murmured, "There's a saying in the school of poetry, 10 years to sharpen a sword, yet the frost blade has never been tested. Today, I'll show it to the ruler, who has injustice. But there are so many injustices in the world, yet there's only one sword." The old scholar smiled and no longer felt sad. He gloated and said, "Besides, other people take 10 years to sharpen their sword. Chun Pingon, the sword in your hand must have been sharpened for 10,000 years." Chun Pingon and the tall woman both said in a low voice, "Let's go." Chun Pingon began to run forward. The young man actually dragged his sword and ran. The old elementary scholar who saw all of this just smiled and shook his head. The young man ran forward with his head held high. The young man jumped high and chopped down with his sword. Everything was silent. There was no shocking sword light that illuminated the world. There was no sword chi that pierced through the rainbow. But at this moment, the old elementary scholar, who was originally sitting on the giant rock at the peak of the mountain, turned and sat sideways. On the surface of the Heart Lake, the woman suddenly fell to the bottom of the lake. She closed her eyes and said slowly, "It's been 10,000 years." At the same time, beside the well of the autumn read-in, Li Baoping, who had been studying the scroll, suddenly opened her eyes wide. She shouted in surprise, "Why did the scroll suddenly have an extra crack?" 152. Cui Dong, who had been sitting on the ground in a daze, glanced at the little girl and the painting scroll. He said angrily, "Even if the sky falls down, this painting scroll won't be damaged at all." On the phone, do you know what it means when the sky falls down? There was once a nameless person in the Earth Divine continent who pierced through the celestial river with his sword and directly drew down the endless water from a yellow river cave. From afar, it looked like a huge hole had been torn open in the sky, and water was pouring down. This created the second of the 10 sceneries in the world, the Yellow River Heavens, as well as the White Emperor City in the colorful clouds. The city lord of White Emperor City was incredible. He was one of the few people who dared to call himself the devil cult's orthodoxy. He was very dissolute. I once had the fortune to have a talk with him at the colorful clouds river outside White Emperor City. It was known as the 10 Colorful Clouds Games. He lost more than he won, but even though he lost, it was still a glorious defeat. After all, the flag with the words honoring heaven to play chess first had been erected on the city wall of White Emperor City for more than 600 years. The number of chess players who were qualified to play chess with the city lord could be counted with one's fingers. The little girl didn't like to listen to such nonsense. She said angrily, "What are you showing off for?" "I said the painting scroll is broken." "So it is broken. If I win, do you want me to stamp my seal on your forehead? Do you dare to bet?" Bet? Chui Dong immediately became interested. His dejected expression was swept away. He suddenly stood up, patted his butt, and asked with a smile, "What if I win?" Li Baoping said generously, "If young martial uncle comes out of the painting scroll and still insists on killing you, then I'll go back and collect your corpse. Tell me, where do you want to be buried? How about the immortal graveyard in our town? I go there often, and I'm more familiar with the road there. It can save me a lot of trouble." Chui Dong grimaced and stretched out his hand. "Stop, stop. If I win, help me persuade Qin Pingan. Not only can he not kill me, but he also wants to take me as his disciple." The moment he left the old well, he was heavily hit on the forehead by Qi Jingchun's complacent meditation seal, which completely destroyed the last bit of great spirit in this body. He really fell from the 5 states cultivator to an ordinary person. As Qi Jingchun said at the Yuan family's old house, if he didn't repent, he would make Chui Dong suffer. However, the general trend of the Eastern Aquarius continent was like this. Dolly went down south, and the arrow on the bow had to be released. Moreover, Chui Dong himself walked on the road of Tao, and there was no turning back. He couldn't retreat even half a step. Therefore, even if he was sure that Qi Jingchun had a backup plan, Chui Dong still did what he should do. At most, he would be more careful in his actions and words. But no matter what, whether it was the young Chui Dong or the imperial tutor Chui Dong in the capital city, no matter how treacherous, bloodthirsty, or shrewd he was, he never lacked the magnanimity to admit defeat. This was something that Chui Shi had never given up on ever since he became a disciple, from the start of his life as a student to the state teacher of the small northern Aquarius continent. Li Baoping shook her head and said, "Even if I win, I won't agree to this kind of thing." Chui Dong blinked. "If you don't do this kind of business, how can you become a little teacher of Cliff Academy, a female teacher?" Li Baoping looked at this martial uncle of the past with disdain. The little girl had said her own words, and it was as if she had killed a tiger that was entrenched in her heart. She never cared about collecting corpses. With a leap, she ran to an unknown distance to find her next opponent. Even teacher Qi Jingchun was once helpless against this. The little girl raised her arm and waved the white seal in her hand. "Are you afraid?" Chui Dong chuckled and said, "A little girl who grew up in the mountains. I won't lower myself to your level." Li Baoping slowly retracted her arm and lightly exhaled at the seal. It was as if she was preparing to find a place to stamp it. Chui Dong swallowed his saliva. "Li Baoping, don't be like this. If you have something to say, let's talk it over. We are all Confucian students. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. After all, we are fellow disciples of the same sect. Besides, aren't you afraid that martial uncle won't like you in the future after seeing how arrogant you are? Aren't you afraid?" Li Baoping laughed happily. "Martial uncle won't like me? The person martial uncle likes the most in the world is me." Chui Dong sighed. "But one day, your martial uncle will have a girl he likes the most." The little girl said without hesitation, "Then the second person will like me. That's something to be happy about." Chui Dong looked at her as if she were a fairy or a ghost. "Is that even possible?" The little girl suddenly revealed the exact same expression and looked behind Chui Dong. Chui Dong turned his head, thinking that some accident had happened. His body couldn't withstand the slightest bit of torment, but in an instant, Chui Dong knew that something was wrong. There was nothing behind him, nothing out of the ordinary. A seal hit his forehead at lightning speed, causing Chui Dong to fall backward on the spot. During the process of falling to the ground, the young Chui Dong was inconsolable. This was the third time. Lying on the ground with his face up, Chui Dong said angrily, "Li Baoping, if you dare to use the seal to attack me again, you will drop from the second favorite to the third favorite, and so on. Think about it yourself. I, Chui Dong, was once the scholarly sage. No matter what, my words should have some weight. Don't say that I didn't warn you." Of course, these were deceptive words. The scholarly sage did have the supernatural power to speak the heavenly law, but the requirements for the inherited fate and the nourishment of one's own great spirit were extremely strict. Now, Chui Shi was empty-handed except for the external belongings stored in the Fangcuan treasure and a bag of golden branches and jade leaves. To make matters worse, the Fangcuan treasure was like the narrowest cave in the world. Even if the owner of the Fangcuan treasure was connected with the Fangcuan treasure, there were requirements for the realm of the Qi cultivator. Chui Shi's Fangcuan treasure required the owner to be at least at the 5th state of cultivation. For others to forcefully break through, they had to be at least at the 10th state, such as the sword cultivator of the military school. As for the 11th state, it was easy to open. The reason was simple. The treasure was one's home, but the door was locked. The 5th level of cultivation was the key in the owner's hand, and the owner had to open the door to enter. If a bandit wanted to break in, it was not impossible, but it was very difficult. At the moment, Chui Dong's physique was extremely weak, including his soul and body. He was even weaker than an ordinary weak teenager. If he was properly nourished in the future, it was possible for him to recover the strength of a normal person. As for cultivation, it was really up to the heavens. It depended on great opportunities and great luck. However, Chui Dong felt that with what he had encountered along the way, he was already very satisfied to be able to live and be Qin Pingan's disciple. The 12th level of the scholarly sage fell to the 10th level of cultivation, then to the 5th level, and finally to a mortal who could not fall any further. Chui Dong felt that his life was really full of ups and downs. "How dare you threaten me? This guy doesn't learn from his beatings. He's even worse than Li Huai." Li Baoping was so angry that she rushed over, squatted behind him, and quickly stamped the young Chui Dong's head. She was swift and fierce like a storm. It caught him off guard. Even a person with a strong heart like Chui Dong felt that there was nothing left to live for at this moment. After all, his opponent was just a little girl, not the old scholar or Qi Jingchun. In the mountain river painting, the young man who swung his arm and slashed down lost consciousness when he fell to the ground. He was held in the arms of the tall woman who had recovered her true body. She carefully supported Qin Pingan to sit on the ground with her hands gently hugging the thin young man. Because the golden knot of hair hung in front of her chest, covering the young man's face, she reached out and threw it behind her back. She lowered her head and stared at the dark face of Qin Pingan. She suddenly raised her head, looking a little surprised. In the painting that belonged to the sage's forbidden area, an extremely tall golden figure appeared. It stood on the peak of Sui Mountain, as if it was talking to the old scholar. Even the woman, who was used to seeing the big world, felt that this uninvited guest was not to be underestimated. The old scholar probably did not want their conversation to be leaked, so he cut off the connection. She did not care about it and lowered her head again to look at the sleeping young man. She smiled and said, "If you become a Qi cultivator in the future, your skin will turn white. In fact, you will be a handsome young man. You can't be considered handsome, but you can't run away from being upright and smart." On the peak of Sui Mountain, the golden figure that was originally thousands of feet tall shrank to a burly man 10 feet tall after landing on the peak. He was wearing a dignified golden armor. On the surface of the armor were innumerable talisman engravings. Some were ancient talismans that had long been lost, exuding a simple and desolate aura. It was unknown whether they had been passed down for thousands of years, but some were still as new as yesterday, exuding a sacred light. Each talisman was inlaid on the armor. Between the lines, the words were like golden rivers, and the words were like golden mountains. The old scholar felt a little guilty. He shrunk his neck and deliberately looked around. The man's face was covered with armor. He said in a deep voice, "It has been 6,000 years since I became the god of Sway Mountain. This is the first time someone dared to challenge me with a sword. Scholar, don't you have anything to say?" The old scholar was confused. "What are you talking about?" The golden-armored man was well aware of the old elementary scholar's temperament, so he didn't bother to say anything more. He turned to look at Chinpingan and frowned. "The aura on her body is very mysterious. Who is she? Did she personally chop Sway Mountain?" The old scholar said in a low voice, "I advise you not to provoke her. This old girl's temper is not very good." The man in golden armor said indifferently, "I have a good temper." The old scholar rolled his eyes. "Yes, yes, yes. You all have bad tempers. I have a good temper. Okay? You all like to be unreasonable with people who are reasonable. I'm so angry." The man in golden armor seemed to have thought of something. The originally hostile atmosphere suddenly disappeared. The old scholar sighed. "I won't say what happened. Anyway, it has something to do with Shao-Chi. Can you be magnanimous this time?" The man was silent. The old scholar laughed and said, "I'll take it as your acquiescence. Alas, you're a good guy. You're just a little thin-skinned and like to put on airs. What kind of friendship do you think we have? Years ago, we went together to peek at the face of the mountain goddess. Unexpectedly, she was bathing and changing clothes at that time. If I didn't stand up for justice and bear the mountain goddess' wrath alone, I would have talked to her for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, I convinced her with reason and made her let bygones be bygones." The man said in a low voice, "Shut up." The old scholar knew that he had succeeded and stopped pushing his luck. The rules of the mountain goddess of Sway Mountain could be said to be the golden rule, to be able to make this blockhead turn a blind eye to it. The old scholar felt that he was quite powerful. He pointed to the distance and said, "Oh, right, do you see that? That young man is the closed-door disciple that Shao-Chi helped me take in. What do you think? Not bad. Anyway, I like him. His temperament is very similar to mine in the past. He likes to reason with people. If he can't be reasoned with, then he will make a move. The way he makes a move is also like Shao-Chi in the past. TSK, TSK. Do you have any wine on you?" The man in golden armor glanced at the young man. "It's not that Qi Jingchun is crazy. It's you who are blind." The old scholar was not angry. He said cheerfully, "You uncouth people don't know anything about the affairs of scholars. The man in golden armor could be considered to be one of the 5 great mountain gods with the highest status and power in this vast world. However, the stronger one was, the easier it would be for things to go according to one's wishes. This was because for gods with extraordinary fighting power and status, especially when they were not affected by the burning of incense, the more restrictions they would be subjected to in the vast world. There was a time when the old scholar was in charge of keeping an eye on the 5 great mountains within Sway Mountain before the statues were placed in the temple. This could be said to be a cold bench in the government office. Sometimes it could also be said to be an extraordinary feat. For example, one of the 3 most famous moves of the old scholar was to use the natal character to suppress the entire 5 great mountains, causing most of them to sink into the ground. The golden body of the 5 great mountain gods, who had great backing, was crushed on the spot. The second disciple of the ancestral lord was furious because of this. He almost broke through the sky and forced his way into the vast world from the outland. During that trip to the sky, the scholar was not stingy at all. Could this be considered a good temper? If he was really a good-tempered teacher, How could he teach disciples like Qi Jingchun, the one surnamed Zhua, and Cui Dong? One could establish a sect and proclaim himself as the ancestral lord, one could betray the orthodoxy, and one could betray the ancestral lord. The deity in golden armor suddenly asked, "For the sake of Qi Jingchun, who was bound to die, you broke your oath and left the forest of merits. You even gave up the great path. What are you after?" A wise man broke the rules, and a gentleman went against the rules. Both of them had their own tragic ending. In the Confucian orthodoxy, there would naturally be saints and teachers who would teach according to the rules. However, when the saints went against their will, their ending was the most tragic. For the sake of Qi Jingchun, who was bound to die, the old scholar really put his old life on the line. Almost no one could understand. Knowing that the situation was already decided, it was meaningless to fight based on personal feelings. Therefore, even if the deity in golden armor was used to seeing the changes in the world, he still felt that it was unbelievable. The old scholar touched his head and smoothed his hair. He smiled and said, "I once asked Qi Jingchun to answer a question." Since Qi Jingchun gave his answer, "As a teacher, of course, I can't be worse than my disciple." The great god in Suishan sneered, "Don't talk to me like this. The student surpasses the master. Isn't that what you said? Since the disciple is not inferior to the teacher, your words don't make sense." The old scholar reached out and pointed at the deity in golden armor. "You're just a bookworm. It's better to have no books than to believe in books. Do you understand?" The deity in golden armor laughed angrily. "I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself." He hesitated for a moment. "If you really can't do it, come to Suishan." The old scholar waved his hand and said, "Suishan is a place where even taking a dump is blasphemous. I won't go. Besides, now that I've lost the opportunity to prove my Tao, I don't have the ability I had before. But if anyone wants to deal with me, just bring it on. It's a pity. If I had such an opportunity back then, when I met that ox nose number 2, I would have hugged his leg and chopped off my head. If I didn't, I wouldn't have let him go. I wouldn't have been so scared afterward." The deity in golden armor shook his head. He really didn't have the mood to talk. He didn't want to talk about the past with this scholar. Anyway, since he knew the old scholar, he felt that every time he met this guy, he would be disappointed. But after every disappointment, he couldn't help but look forward to the next meeting. How strange. The old scholar suddenly shouted, "Don't go, don't go. I have something to ask of you. It's just a small matter. Don't be afraid." The deity in golden armor didn't say anything. A golden light rose from the ground and was about to leave this place. But in the next moment, he returned to his original form and hovered in the air. It turned out that the old scholar had shamelessly reached out and grabbed his ankle, hanging in the air with him. He had no choice but to land back on the ground. He looked at the old scholar, who was laughing and clapping his hands, and said angrily, "How humiliating! If you have something to say, say it." The old scholar rubbed his hands. "Didn't I just take in a closed-door disciple? The first impression I gave him was probably not too good. I wanted to make up for it, so I gave him a gift. After all, it's going to be goodbye soon. I really didn't have the chance to teach him. I feel guilty." The deity in golden armor sneered. "Help you prepare a gift? Sure, that's easy. I have a Zhenyu sword that has lost its sword spirit. Do you want to give it to your disciple? Is it enough?" The old scholar blushed with an insincere look. "How can I do that? The gift is too expensive. How can I accept it? Of course, it's still a token of appreciation from you, as an elder. If you insist on forcing it on me, I can ask Qin Pingan to wait 100 years before taking it back. Who knows, maybe he'll be able to raise it by then." The deity in golden armor took a deep breath. Those who were familiar with him knew that this was a sign that he was about to make a move. The old scholar immediately said in a serious tone, "How can you spoil it through excessive enthusiasm? You really have the heart. Don't you know that more haste makes less speed? This little disciple of mine is going to travel and study with a sword. You can just give him an ownerless sword embryo. But I want something that can be used. It can't be something that only cultivators of the 10th realm have the right to touch. How about it? As an elder, what do you think? The deity in golden armor sneered. If I don't give it to you, are you not going to let me go? The old scholar silently moved closer to the deity in golden armor. He grabbed his arm and said righteously, "How can that be? Am I that kind of person?" Swaishan Guru shook his head helplessly. For these disciples, you really don't care about your life or your face. Fine, fine, fine. I'll take it. With a flick of his wrist, a fist-sized silver object floated in front of the two of them. The old scholar's face turned serious. He didn't rush to take it and asked, "Do you have a motive for coming here? Otherwise, why would you casually bring this thing with you? Although it's not an exaggerated treasure, it means a lot to you. If you don't tell me clearly, I won't accept it." The deity in golden armor crossed his arms and looked to the south. "How do you think I followed the clues here?" The old scholar frowned. "Wasn't it because your cultivation is high and you're connected to Sueshan's fate? That's why I made a big commotion here and revealed a flaw that you could take advantage of." The deity in golden armor turned his head and asked, "Do you really not know, or are you playing dumb?" The old scholar was puzzled. "Since when did you learn to keep people in suspense? Although my fake Sueshan was split open by a sword, it won't have any substantial effect on your side." The ferocious deity in golden armor finally couldn't help but curse. "Mother asterisk cur. That sword directly chopped down on my Sueshan. Now you're pretending that nothing happened." Although to outsiders, when that sword appeared, it was already at the end of its flight. But my Sueshan has a mountain protecting formation. How many people in the world can break into the formation with just one sword? Right now, the entire Earth Divine continent is abuzz with discussion, guessing whether it's your so-called ox, nose number two's side hinting at something, or whether those old bastards from the Great Wall of Sword Chi have come to seek justice. The old scholar was dumbfounded. So fierce? These words poured salt on the wound of the deity in golden armor. Scram. He was so angry that he swept his arm and directly smashed the body of the old scholar hundreds of miles away, landing heavily in the river behind Sueshan. He snorted coldly and slapped the inconspicuous piece of silver with his palm, flying towards the place where the old scholar fell into the water. Then a golden light, as thick as a mountain, broke through the sky of the mountain and river painting, returning to Sueshan in the Earth Divine continent. In the river behind Sueshan, the old scholar leisurely dog-paddled his way back to the shore. With a shake of his shoulders, the soaked scholar's robe instantly dried and refreshed. He opened his palm and looked at the silver ingot, frowning. "It's hot." When it came to opportunities, whether it was given by a teacher to a student or a master to a disciple, it was all about progressing step by step. It was never better to give something as big as possible, but it was better to give something that one could hold, carry, and eat. Otherwise, those 1,000-year-old tycoons of the mountain immortals who had accumulated so much wealth and passed it down from generation to generation would throw an unparalleled divine weapon to their son, who had just become a chi cultivator today. Tomorrow, their grandson, who had a good foundation, would give him a magical weapon that could easily break mountains and massacre cities. In this way, they would have long rebelled. Why should the vast world listen to the rules of the academies? Furthermore, karma was the most annoying. It was very troublesome. That was why the old scholar had secretly taken away the jade hairpin. In fact, Alliance had not seen through its true nature. Naturally, the old scholar had given it to Qi Jingchun with a deep meaning. It was to deal with the worst outcome. If Qi Jingchun really made enemies from all sides one day, at least he would have a place to stay. It was a pity that Qi Jingchun had chosen not to use it in the end. Besides not wanting to implicate his teacher, the old scholar, in the meritorious forest, It was probably also one of the backup plans to protect Chinpingan. It forced the old scholar to personally make a trip to the Aquarius continent to meet the little junior that Qi Jingchun had helped his teacher to accept. At that time, Qi Jingchun had already died. Even if his teacher had come from afar and was not satisfied with this closed-door disciple for the sake of Qi Jingchun's face with the old scholar's temperament, most likely he would have pinched his nose and accepted it. In the future, if Chinpingan really met a hurdle that he could not cross, even if the old scholar had to imprison himself in the meritorious forest, he would still be able to leave with a few words. However, Qi Jingchun had miscalculated one thing. He did not expect his teacher to leave the meritorious forest so quickly. It was for him, just like how he had done it for Chinpingan. Perhaps this was the true meaning of a kindred spirit. The old scholar took a step forward and came to the top of the mountain. He sighed. Little Qi, when it comes to protecting people, you are much better than me. Yes, I am very satisfied with this closed-door disciple of Chinpingan. After thinking about it, I also thought of something in the meritorious forest. I was lacking such a student. The old scholar's eyes suddenly widened. Where is he? The old scholar was so anxious that he stamped his feet. Suddenly, he calmed down and said with a smirk, "Oh, really? This disciple of mine is still young. Oh, he seems to be 14 or 15 years old. He is not young anymore. In many places outside, he is already married and has children. Somewhere in the sky, a woman smiled and said, twice." The old scholar pretended to tilt his head and pricked up his ears. What did you say? I can't hear you clearly. Not only am I hard of hearing, but I also can't speak clearly. My words are always misunderstood. No wonder he was able to teach such a big disciple like Cui Dong. After the voice disappeared, the old man turned his head and looked at a huge rock. On top of it were the words, "Directly to the heavenly court." The old man retracted his gaze and looked down the mountain. "I still want to see the great rivers and mountains. 1,000 years is too short. 10,000 years is not long." When Chinpingan woke up, he found himself once again sitting on the railing of the Golden Arch Bridge. The bridge was still as long as before. He could not see the end, and could not see the end. All around him was a sea of clouds, making him feel at a loss. He could not imagine what would happen if he slipped and fell. Would he be smashed to pieces? Would he fall all the way to the endless abyss? Would it be because the journey to the surface was too far? If he did not starve to death, would he have been 15 years old when he fell to his death? In fact, Chinpingan had always been thinking about some strange things. It was just that he had never been to school, so he was very unsophisticated. The woman in white sat side by side with Chinpingan and said softly, "This used to be a battlefield. When the war ended, only this arch bridge was left. Look over there. There used to be an east, heavenly gate standing there. It was quite big. At that time, the guy in charge of guarding the gate was a perverted man. He wore a silver armor named De Shuang. He was not a bad person, but his mouth was a little cheap. My first master fought with his superior and won. At that time, the latter had a few helpers watching from afar. However, no one dared to show up to help. Chinpingan followed the direction of her finger and saw an empty space. Occasionally, there would be a flash of colorful light. She said softly, "Now, there is nothing left." Chinpingan was a little fascinated and said, "I see." She swayed her feet gently and put her hands on the railing. She smiled and said, "Cultivation, cultivation," and painstakingly built the longevity bridge. It is to build a bridge to stay and not become a speck of dust in the river of time. That is why everyone likes to call themselves upstream. Chinpingan nodded. He could understand the sentence. Who would not like to live well? She turned her head and asked with a smile, "Are you tired after such a long journey?" Chinpingan thought seriously. "I'm not tired. Compared to when I was young, it was actually easier to collect herbs and burn charcoal in the mountains." It's just that I can't sleep well when I meet too many strange people and things. Chun Pingon turned his head and smiled happily, but I slept very well just now. Although I was poor in a small town, I could sleep every day. Now that I am traveling with Bao Ping and the rest, I dare not do so. I am afraid of accidents. She continued to ask. No complaints. Chun Pingon thought about it and imitated the fairy sister beside him. He held the railing with both hands and swayed his feet. He looked into the distance and said softly, yes. For example, how can a girl named Zhu Lu be so unkind? A female ghost in a wedding dress killed many passing scholars just because she felt that the man she loved no longer loved her. If Bao Ping and the rest were not by my side, I would have used a wisp of sword aura to kill her. As for other matters, it's hard to say that I'm complaining. I can't talk about them, but I'm still a little annoyed. For example, Li Huai always doesn't study hard. No matter how I persuade him, he won't listen. I really don't know how Mr. Qi could endure not beating him back then. Also, after eating all the delicious delicacies, these guys don't like the food I cook. I am actually quite depressed. Oil and salt are very expensive. Also, when I go fishing by the river, I can't pick the right time and often can't catch many fish. Every time I go back and see their faces full of disappointment, I feel very wronged. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't want to delay your journey, give me a day or two to build a nest and stay up at night to catch fish. I can catch any fish, no matter how big it is. The most recent one was when Lin Shui was angry. Actually, I felt very guilty. Although I mainly did it for his sake, I also had selfish motives. Because someone told me that the longevity bridge was broken and that I might not be able to cultivate in this lifetime. But I didn't want to give up just like that. Firstly, I promised you that I would become an immortal who could fly around in the future. Secondly, I also envied of Liang and the others. Just like Li Huai said, flying around on a sword, whooshing, 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 whooshing. The tall woman quietly listened to the youth's thoughts and joked, "Oh, you also know how to think for yourself." The youth squinted his eyes and tried his best to look into the distance. He smiled and said, "Of course, after my parents passed away, I have always been thinking for myself. It's difficult to think for others. Actually, after meeting you guys, I became like this. I fought with people, bought mountains and shops, learned how to read and write, made small bookcases, practiced martial arts, spent money to buy books, chose routes, sharpened knives, and fed horses. I am very busy every day, but I don't regret it. I am very happy." Chun Pingon muttered, "I do miss them. I wonder if they're doing well." She also sighed with emotion at the youth's words. "I see." Chun Pingon suddenly turned his head and said in a low voice, "Fairy sister, I am rich now. Very rich." She couldn't help but laugh. But when she remembered the youth's growth, she quickly felt relieved. Just putting up the spring festival couplets on New Year's Eve was such a big matter. If the youth could talk about it for so many years, then having money was of course a happy thing. The youth's eyes suddenly became firm and said, "Fairy sister, don't worry. I will do my best to do what I promised you." She turned her body sideways and reached out her hand to place it on the youth's head. She said gently, "I am already very happy to be able to meet you." She seemed to feel that it was not enough. She simply bent over and pressed her forehead against the youth's forehead. The simple youth was just naturally shy. He wanted to scratch his head but didn't dare to. She smiled and stopped her posture. In the end, the sword spirit and the youth were barefooted, and the other was wearing straw sandals. They looked into the distance together and shook their legs. Time passed, but they were unaware of it. If today was a crossing point in the river of time and went against the flow for 20,000 years, the sword spirit's killing power and murderous aura would be unrivaled. 153. With a tap of his toes, the old scholar traversed 800 miles of mountains and rivers in a single step and landed at the place where Chun Pingan had handed over the sword. He began to walk slowly, raising his arm and bending his fingers. He seemed to be knocking on a door, but there was no response. The old scholar retracted his hand and said helplessly, "You're not particular. This kind of behavior is no different from setting up a tent in someone's house. Forget it. I'll just wait." The old scholar began to patiently wait for the sword spirit to appear. After a long wait, the old man stood in the same place, thinking about a difficult problem. He didn't seem anxious at all. A slight ripple appeared in the air. The tall woman grabbed Chun Pingan's shoulder and stepped out of the ethereal void. The old scholar came to his senses, and his first words were, "I admit defeat. I don't want to fight anymore. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether the other two swords are used or not, right?" The sword spirit smiled faintly. "Then what about your two provocations?" The old man laughed. "You can't do the same thing 3 times. She raised her eyes and looked in the direction of Sway Mountain. "Is it the new great god of Sway Mountain? How long has he held this position?" The old scholar replied, 6,000 years exactly. More than 3,000 years ago, when you sang and I appeared on the scene, chaos ensued, and the East Peak, Mount Sway, went through 3 masters. During the most chaotic time, what was once regarded as the orthodoxy of the devil sect was directly taken over. It was truly a chaotic situation where etiquette collapsed. The current great god of Sway Mountain was able to hold his position for 6,000 years. Although luck played a part, it was more because of his terrifying combat power. His fists were hard enough, and he had nothing to lose. Who wouldn't be afraid of him? The sword spirit sneered. Etiquette collapsed? Was it because the 3 sects didn't divide the spoils equally? Or was there a confrontation between good and evil within the great heaven? What about the Sage of Rights? Given his temper, how could he just stand by and watch? The old scholar sighed. "It's a long story. Let's not talk about it." The tall woman put her hands behind her back and looked even more disdainful. "The general situation has been decided. Naturally, there would be internal strife. Ha ha! What a great battle of the great Tao. 100 schools of thought contending. It was lively, but what happened in the end? Has the world really changed for the better?" The old scholar glanced at the white-robed sword spirit and said in an extremely unyielding and straightforward manner, "Of course, the Confucian orthodoxy is not completely clean. Not everyone is a benevolent gentleman. However, the sages of the Confucian school have put in a lot of effort into this. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they worked their hearts out. Therefore, it has always been pure and honest. You can't just deny it." The sword spirit playfully asked, "Does this count as the 3rd time?" The previously frivolous old elementary scholar did not back down in the slightest. He calmly said, "On this matter, if you feel that it is wrong, I can talk to you for 100 or 1,000 years. You can use your sword to talk about your reasoning." She carefully sized up the thin old man, who was not very tall. "Did you really disperse all the saints' providence and leave only your soul behind to use this world as a parasite?" The old scholar was silent for a moment. Yes, she put away the killing intent that had sprung up spontaneously, and a complicated look appeared in her eyes. "After so many years, only the 2 of you have done it. But I'm very curious, do you admire that guy's choice? Or do you have no other choice?" The possibility of the former is very small. "Since it involves your great Tao, I think the old man in the Confucian orthodoxy will not let you succeed even, if it is not a beautiful task." The old scholar calmly said, "It is natural to follow the example of a worthy person." She thought for a moment and turned to look at Chun Pingan. She smiled and said, "Not only have you achieved your goal, but it has also far exceeded my expectations, since you have made this choice. And of course, the most important thing is for my master's sake. Why don't you leave the remaining 2 swords? If one day I suddenly find you unpleasing to the eye, I will settle the old and new scores together." The old scholar, who had been tense all this time, suddenly broke his mask and slapped his thigh. He smiled and said, "Leave it, leave it. It is good to leave it. On New Year's Eve, people like to leave some food in their bowls and deliberately leave it for next year. It is a good omen and has a good meaning, no matter how one looked at it." The old man looked like he had just survived a disaster. The sword spirit did not care about this and coldly said, "Open the door." The old man flicked his sleeves and took the lead in striding out. He said loudly, "Laugh to the sky and go out." Chun Pingon remembered something and asked in a low voice, "Was my sword very bad?" That mountain did not seem to have moved at all. The old senior said that the quality of one's talent in swordsmanship depends on how many words one can receive. Although I did not want to accept them, they also did not want to get close to me. Does this mean that my talent in swordsmanship is as ordinary as that in boxing? Ooh. The more Chun Pingon spoke, the sadder he became. The old senior also said that if I were to be a burden, even if I had a cultivation of the 10th level, that sword strike would only have the effect of the 7th or 8th level. Bold words could be said as soon as one opened their mouth, but the difficult things in the world were difficult because they needed to be done step by step. Chun Pingon, a bumpkin from Clay Bottle Alley, understood this principle all too well. The sword spirit reached out and pinched the young man's cheek. He smiled and said, "You will know in the future." Chun Pingon's face flushed red. He wanted to say something but stopped. She already had a tacit understanding with the young man. She took the young man's hand and slowly walked towards the door of the mountain and river painting. She said softly, "Master, I know. In the future, in front of a certain girl, I will definitely not be so impudent. Otherwise, she will wrongly accuse you and think you are a wastrel who changes his mind." The young man smiled brightly. He was relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, but also happy to have become friends with her. The tall woman suddenly turned her head and said with some bitterness, "But aren't you afraid that the fairy sister will feel wronged?" The young man thought for a moment and said seriously, "I will say sorry to you. But some things, I feel that it should be like that." Her face was full of worry, and she looked as if she was about to cry. Although Chun Pingon was a little helpless, his eyes were firm. He pursed his lips tightly and was unwilling to change his mind because of this. The sword spirit suddenly laughed heartily and gave the young man a thumbs up. He praised, "Handsome." Chun Pingon asked shyly, "Are you really not angry?" She held the young man's hand and stopped walking. Standing at the door, she suddenly bent down and hugged the young man. Her face was filled with a warm smile, like a guy who liked to sleep in. Hiding in a warm bed in the middle of winter and sleeping soundly, that kind of blissful feeling was really indescribable. She didn't care about how Chun Pingon felt. She said cheerfully, "Oh, my little Pingon, you are so cute." The young man instantly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was motionless and his mind was blank. He didn't think of anything. Fairy sister. Fairy was just his first impression. In fact, sister was what Chun Pingon felt at the bottom of his heart. She finally let go of Chun Pingon. She stood up straight and turned her head to look. There was an old man who appeared and disappeared mysteriously. With his back to them, he coughed and said, "Don't look at indecent things. Don't worry, I didn't see or hear anything. I just forgot something and had to go back to get it." The tall woman, who was in a good mood, was too lazy to care about this. Etiquette, morality, karma, these things, which were vast, high, and far away, had never bound her. On the road, there was once a person who had nothing but a sword and walked straight. If there was something in the way, he would open the way with a sword. If there was injustice, he would settle it with a sword. After being silent for 10,000 years, she finally found another person. The two of them were worlds apart, but she didn't feel disappointed. In the beginning, She chose to believe in a slim chance because she believed in Qi Jingchun. She gambled on a very small what if. But now, even if Qi Jingchun came back to life and said that he was wrong and that she shouldn't have chosen that young man, she wouldn't listen to him, no matter what he said. She let go of her hand and motioned for Qin Pingan to go first. The young man took the lead and walked out of the door. The sword spirit looked at the young man's weak shoulder and followed closely behind. Everyone had a state of mind. Qi cultivators called it the elixir chamber, and the secular world called it the heart. The heart lake was just one of them. At that time, she stood on the young man's heart lake and looked around. It was a vast expanse of white and clean. Then she saw a scene that wasn't so monotonous. She found the heart mirror that the young man himself didn't realize. It was a lonely child of 4 or 5 years old. He was curled up on the ground with his hands hugging his knees. He was alone with a pair of small straw sandals by his feet. He often sat like this in a daze. Beside the child was a small grave without a tombstone. Near the small grave, there were 2 small mounds that were smaller than the small grave. They were like mountains. Every time the child rested enough, he would put on his straw sandals and run to a faraway place to move a small hill back to the grave. It was very strenuous, and he could only move at a short distance each time. When he ran to move the hill, the child tied a small seal around his waist and wore a small bamboo hat. The small seal would sway with the child's footsteps. The strange thing was that it didn't look like the heart mirror of the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley. Perhaps in the child's heart, his home was gone after his parents died, so he insisted on guarding that small grave. The child's face was stubborn. He habitually frowned and pursed his lips, but occasionally the child would smile. It should be something really worth being happy about. For example, he quietly told the small grave. His lips moved slightly, but no voice sounded in his mind. But the sword spirit, who was connected to his heart, naturally knew the content of the soundless words. "Mother, I know a fairy sister. When she smiles, she looks like you." Other than moving the mountain to go home, the child would almost never leave the vicinity of the small grave. From time to time, he would hold hands and walk a distance to the south, as if he was holding the little hand of a little girl. However, after walking a distance, the child would still secretly look at the grave, seemingly reluctant to part with it. But there was only one situation where the child would run far away. He kept his small head high and looked at the sky attentively, as if he was chasing someone in the sky. In the landscape painting, the old scholar looked solemn. The student surpasses the master. There may be a chance. The old man nodded and said, "Good." The old man was silent for a long time. He found that the whole world began to tremble slightly. He said helplessly, "You are so patient with that kid. Can't you be a little more patient with me?" "Oh, right. You actually know how to smile now. If the rumors passed down from ancient sword immortals are true, wouldn't the eyes of those big shots who were chopped half to death by you back then pop out if they saw you with their own eyes?" The old scholar looked at the sky of this small world, as if his line of sight had passed through the layers of the sky. He suddenly said self-deprecatingly, "Heaven is vigorous, and a gentleman must constantly strive for self-improvement. What you said is so good that it won't be wrong even if thousands of years pass. No wonder our ancestor of the Confucian school wanted to ask you for advice. It seems that we scholars not only learned a little late, but also have a long way to go." 154. When the old scholar walked out of the painting again, he saw Chui Dong still lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. He snorted coldly. "What a scandal!" Chui Dong stared blankly at the sky. "There's nothing to look forward to when I'm alive. So be it if I'm dead." The old scholar walked over and kicked him. "Stop pretending to be pitiful. Don't you want to know why little Chi only wanted you to fall in level and not get rid of you?" Chui Dong's eyes were absent-minded. He muttered, "When you were kicked out of the Confucian temple, Qi Jingchun was not implicated by you." Instead, his level continued to rise. This explains a lot. Qi Jingchun has long been qualified to establish his own school. He has long been separated from your school. Therefore, he feels that he has no right to kill me. He hopes that you will be the one to clean up the school in the future. The old scholar was angry and kicked him again. Measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain is exactly the kind of person you are. I'll count to 3. If you don't get up, you can just lie there and wait for death. Don't expect too much. 3, 2, 2, 2. Chui Dong made up his mind not to get up. The old scholar was so embarrassed that he could only turn around and give Chun Pingon a look to help him out. Chun Pingon nodded and received the scholar tree sword from Li Baoping before walking forward with large strides. After he arrived by Chui Shi's side, he spoke the word one with an expressionless face before stabbing down towards the white-clothed young man's neck. The sword was powerful, and the tip of the sword was accurate. Chun Pingon himself might not have noticed that after experiencing the state of mind in the painting, his hands were finally able to keep up with Chun Pingon's thoughts. Therefore, this stab was without any smoke or fire. Instead, it became fiercer and fiercer, full of killing intent. Chui Dong was so scared that he scrambled to get up. Chun Pingon put away his sword and nodded to the old scholar, indicating that the old scholar's urgent matter had been taken care of. The old scholar sighed and looked at Chun Pingon and the white-clothed woman not far away. "Let's find a place to talk." The old man turned around and stared at Chui Dong. "Follow me. It's related to your Tao. If you keep pretending, you might as well let Chun Pingon kill you." The group walked to the courtyard. The old scholar looked around and glanced at the small sky screen supported by the snow-white lotus leaf. He made a gesture with his fingers and hesitated for a moment. "Let's find a room to talk. Chun Pingon, is there a suitable place where we can talk? It doesn't matter if there are chairs or chairs." Chun Pingon glanced at Lin Shuyi's room. The lights were already out. Perhaps Lin Shuyi had been cultivating in the pavilion for too long and was exhausted. He had to give up the largest room. He nodded to the old man. "Let's go to my room. There's only a child called Li Huai sleeping. It won't be a problem to wake him up. Lin Shuyi is a cultivator and should have a lot of things to pay attention to. Let's not disturb him." The sword spirit sat on a stone bench in the courtyard and smiled. "You guys talk. I don't like to listen to that." In the end, the old scholar, Chun Pingon, the young Chui Dong, and Li Baoping sat on 4 stools around the table. Li Huai was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. He was a child with bad sleeping habits. He was sleeping sideways with his head hanging over the edge of the bed, but he could still sleep soundly. Chun Pingon skillfully straightened his body and placed Li Huai's hands and feet into the quilt. He gently cushioned the corners of the quilt on his left, right, and feet so that the heat in the quilt would not dissipate. In the end, Li Huai looked like a wrapped dumpling. After Chun Pingon finished doing all these things, he sat back on the stool. Li Baoping asked in a low voice, "Young martial uncle, do you help me pad the corners of the quilt every night?" Chun Pingon smiled. "You don't have to. You sleep much better than Li Huai. You fall asleep as soon as you lie down. Once you fall asleep, you can sleep without moving until dawn." Li Baoping sighed and hit her palm with her fist. She said regretfully, "If I had known, I would have had bad sleeping habits since I was young. It's all my big brother's fault. He lied to me that I would have good dreams if I slept well." Chun Pingon smiled. "When I go back to my hometown, I'll have to thank your big brother." Along the way, Li Baoping talked about her big brother the most. Therefore, Chun Pingon had a good impression of the scholar who liked to hide in the study room and read. The old scholar looked at the little girl and asked with a smile, "Is your big brother Li Shixing who lives on Falu Streets?" Li Baoping nodded and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" The old scholar chuckled and said, "This name is a bit too big." When Chui Dong heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Li Baoping was a bit worried. Is it not good to have such a big name? The old scholar was even more amused. He shook his head and said, "If it's big, it's good as long as you can suppress it." Li Baoping was a little girl who liked to drill into a bull's horn. "Sir, how can it be considered as suppressing it?" Chui Dong rolled his eyes again. "It's over." This was exactly what he wanted. The old man who liked to teach others would definitely start to teach them. Sure enough, the old man looked around and didn't see any snacks that could go with the wine. He was a bit regretful and slowly said, "His nature is pure and kind, his knowledge is great, and his morals are high. Even if he travels thousands of miles, he can still suppress it." The little girl put the seal on the table. She shook her body and kicked off her straw shoes. She sat cross-legged on the chair and crossed her arms. She frowned and said, "But my big brother is not as great as you say. Why don't I send a letter home and ask him to change his name?" Chui Dong couldn't help but remind her, "Old man, can we talk about business?" "Dao, Dao." Li Baoping silently picked up the seal and blew at the 4 seal characters on the bottom of the seal. Chui Dong quickly shut his mouth. Even if the old man's cultivation was exceedingly high, he was still someone who liked to reason. Being thick-skinned and shameless would work. However, Qin Pingan and Li Baoping were the 2 people Qi Jingchun had chosen. One was a bumpkin who had never read a book, while the other was a scholar who had gone astray. Chui Dong was now like a dragon in shallow water being played by a fish. Facing these 2 people, no matter how heroic Chui Dong was, it was useless. There was no other result other than being beaten and humiliated. The more stubborn one was, the more suffering he would suffer. The old man produced a pot of wine and raised his head to take a sip. He glanced at the seal that the little girl put back on the table and felt a bit sad. Chui Dong was actually very strange tonight. Although there were times when the old man revealed his true feelings, most of the time he was an old-fashioned and pedantic guy. No matter where he sat, he was like a golden statue sitting on the altar, especially during the time when learning was most respected by the court and the public. Every time the old man gave a lecture on the difficult classics, there would be more than 1,000 students sitting below and listening attentively. Emperors, kings, generals, ministers, immortals on the mountain, gentlemen, and sages. Even Chui Dong, who had betrayed his teacher, would not deny that the old man at that time was really dazzling. He was like the sun and the moon hanging in the sky, his brilliance not distinguishing between day and night, making the whole galaxy lose its color. But now, he even kicked him twice. When talking about Dao, he even drank wine. Chui Dong seemed to be indifferent, but in fact, his heart was heavy. After all, Chui Dong's feelings toward the old man beside him were very complicated. He admired and hated him, feared and cherished him. Chui Dong, was the first disciple of the sage of literature in the past. How could he not feel angry and sad about his teacher's misfortune? On the other side of the bed, Li Huai was talking in his sleep. "Alliance, Alliance, I want to eat meat. Stingy Alliance, just let me have a sip of the wine in your little gourd." Li Baoping's eyes lit up. Li Huai's embarrassing incident could be the topic of conversation for several days. Chui Dong heard Alliance call him and secretly glanced at the old man. The old scholar coughed and looked at the 3 people sitting in the room. "Oh, okay, let's get to the point. Qin Pingan, Li Baoping, you should already know that I am Qi Jingchun's teacher. Chui Dong was my first disciple and Qi Jingchun's senior, martial brother. At that time, I was busy with my studies, so Qi Jingchun's reading and playing chess were indeed taught by my first disciple, Chui Dong. In the end, Chui Dong betrayed his teacher and committed all kinds of shady deeds. When Qi Jingchun died in Lizhu Cave Heaven, Chui Dong could be considered as the player in the chess game. It would not be excessive to say that Chui Dong was the murderer of his junior, martial brother Qi Jingchun. As one of my unnamed disciples, Mahjong was also the same. However, Mahjong was not the player, but he was the mastermind behind the scenes. In the chess game, he was the first to make a move. Before I came to your hometown, this body was just Chui Dong's temporary residence. The real Chui Dong was the imperial tutor of your Dali dynasty. He was an old guy who did not look younger than me. Li Baoping's face was full of anger, and her eyes were red. She stared at Chui Dong. On the other hand, Qin Pingan made Chui Dong tremble with fear. His eyes were lowered, and his expression could not be seen clearly. A wild dog that bites does not show its teeth. Chui Dong was too familiar with Qin Pingan's character. After all, he paid more attention to the growth of the boy in Mud Bottle Alley than old Yang. Chui Dong tried to keep calm, but in his heart he said, "I'm dead. I'm dead. Old man, you've done me a lot of harm." The old scholar changed the topic and looked at Qin Pingan. "There's something I want to tell you first. If you agree, I'll do it. I want to take a part of the time stream from you. Don't worry, it won't involve too much of your privacy. It will be the beginning of tonight's chat. Are you willing?" Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Yes." The old scholar stretched out a palm and pointed it at Qin Pingan, who was sitting opposite him. He shook his wrist and rolled up his sleeves. Soon strands of water mist appeared around Qin Pingan and slowly flowed into the old man's palm. Finally, it turned into a crystal-clear green water ball. The old man turned his palm over and gently touched the water ball with his palm facing down. The water flowed down to the table, and a lively picture appeared on the table. Li Baoping's eyes widened, and her face was full of shock. She quickly leaned on the table and said, "Wow, Junior Uncle, this is the mountain road where we met the wedding dress ghost. I'm here too. Haha, my little box is the most beautiful. It's better than Lin Shuyi's and Li Huai's. They look so stupid when they carry their boxes." The wedding dress ghost appeared on the muddy road with an oil paper umbrella. The lanterns lit up one after another, and a magnificent fire dragon appeared in the mountains. When Lin Shui took out the talisman, they still went around in circles. Not only did they not leave the territory of the female ghost, but they were also abducted to the mansion where the words Xiao Shui Gao Feng were hung. In the end, Wei Jin, the sword was of the Wind Snow Temple, broke all the rules with a single sword. He broke the deadlock and successfully took the group out of there. The old scholar grabbed the table, and the stream of time gathered into a ball again. He pushed it toward Qin Pingan, and it dissipated back into the world. This was a supreme, heavenly magic that involved the origin of the great Tao. It did not rely on the small world of the saints or the mysterious magic weapons. Li Baoping only felt that it was magical and interesting. Chui Dong, on the other hand, knew what was going on. He was even more surprised. What was going on with the old man? His cultivation as a sage was obviously gone. How could he still be so powerful? The old scholar said softly, "Is this female ghost hateful?" "Of course, she is hateful. She killed innocent people and committed many crimes. Is she pitiful? But she is also somewhat pitiful. As a ghost, she was originally kind in nature. In the imperial court, she not only stabilized the fate, but also did a lot of good deeds in other places. She was also in love with the scholars. It should have been a beautiful story, but in the end, both of them were reduced to such a situation. They were hated by gods and hated by ghosts. Both of them were ostracized by the great Tao. They were entangled with karma and dragged through mud and water." The old scholar sighed. "So, a hateful person must have a pitiful side. Is that right?" Chui Dong felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. He did not dare to nod or shake his head. Li Baoping quickly entered the mode of going up the mountain to kill the tiger blocking the road. After thinking carefully for a moment, she said, "Hateful is more." The old scholar nodded and smiled at the little girl. "So hateful and pitiful. How much more hateful is it? How much more is pitiful?" The little girl thought carefully again. It's reasonable and legal. Let's go back and calculate it carefully. The old scholar smiled and asked again, Li Baoping, it's legal and legal. Of course, it's not bad. But here comes the question. How do you determine whether the laws in the world are good or evil? The little girl was stunned. It seemed that she had never faced this question before. She was not afraid and said to the old scholar, Sir, please wait for a moment. This question is the same as the one youngest uncle asked last time. It's still a bit big. I have to think carefully. The old scholar smiled kindly and nodded his head. Good. Chui Dong looked at the old scholar's familiar smile, and then at the little girl who was concentrating with a straight face. He snorted coldly. No wonder he was Qi Jingchun's teacher and Qi Jingchun's proud disciple. They were passed down from generation to generation. Even the atmosphere of teaching was the same. After the old scholar stumped the little girl, he turned his head and looked at Chen Pingan, who had clear eyes. In the past, when I was thinking about difficult questions, I liked to think of the worst first. Today is no exception. A hateful person must have a pitiful side. This sentence itself is not too big of a problem, but there are many people in the world who think they are smart. They like to pretend that they are the only one who is sober when everyone else is drunk. They only talk about the pitiful side and deliberately ignore the hateful side. Some people, on the other hand, are purely merciful and compassionate. Plus, they don't do anything to themselves, so they don't feel so much pain. Instead, they like to point fingers and watch with folded arms, asking people to be tolerant. Chen Pingan, where do you think the root of the problem lies? You should know that many of the people I'm talking about have read books and are quite knowledgeable. Maybe some of them are good at talking. Chen Pingan, do you have any ideas? Say whatever you want. Say whatever comes to mind. Oh, Chen Pingan wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he said, I don't have anything to say. Chui Dong no longer cared about what Chen Pingan's answer was. He began to silently deduce why the old man had said all this. The old scholar looked at Li Baoping and Chui Dong to his left and right. He slowly said, Merit and demerit are determined by the will of the people. Good and evil are determined by the king of hell. Why do you say this? Because everyone's moral cultivation, growth, vision, and experience are all different. The human heart is constantly fluctuating. How many people would dare to say that their conscience is the most neutral and peaceful? Therefore, the school of legalism took a shortcut and lowered morality and etiquette to the lowest line. Here, it can only be so high. It can't be any lower. At this point, the old man stretched out a hand and drew a line under the table. Of course, these laws, as I said before, have the possibility of being evil. Here, I won't make any derivations. Otherwise, it would be difficult to finish explaining in 3 days and 3 nights. Therefore, in the end, laws are dead, but the human heart is alive. If no one executes the laws, they are dead. Therefore, we still have to seek answers from above. At this point, the old scholar stretched out his hand and pointed at the roof. The old man turned to look at Chui Dong. Do you know why I answered your question so quickly? He touched on a sore spot. Chui sure said angrily, because you like and think highly of Qi Jingchun more. You think that my knowledge is all waste paper in the garbage bin. Even if you, the sage of literature, find it dirty your hands when you spread it out. The old man shook his head, because before you, I had already pondered over your question for many years. At the time, no matter how much I deduced, there was only one conclusion. 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. In the end, there was no way to stop it, because not only did you treat the symptoms, but you didn't solve the root of the problem. Moreover, if your foundation wasn't solid enough, this kind of knowledge with good intentions would have a big problem. It's like a skyscraper. The taller you build it, the more beautiful it is. Once the foundation is unstable, it will collapse with a gust of wind, causing more harm than good. Ooh, Chui Dong was stunned, but he was still somewhat unconvinced. The old man sighed and said helplessly, "You must know that our Confucian orthodoxy is not perfect. There are so many rules, and as the world moves on, they can't be fixed once and for all. This is normal. If the earliest people speak the most correct and best, what about the later generations? What is the purpose of learning? The method given by the Holy Master is the most general and the most honest. Therefore, it is gentle and beneficial. It is a nourishment that has 100 benefits and no harm. But the premise of this nourishment is that everyone eats the food of the Confucians, right? But sometimes, just like a person with the decline of the body's functions, or because of the wind and sun, there will be times when one gets sick. The tonic won't have an immediate effect, and it can't save one's life. This requires a tonic. But the use of medicine is 30% poisonous, so you have to be very careful. The ancient saints only dared to say which plants were medicine and which were poison after tasting hundreds of herbs. Chui Dong is so impatient. Are you really willing to spend so much effort? Your younger brother Qi Jingchun has already reminded you many times that Chui Dong is too smart. His heart is higher than the sky, and he never likes to do martial arts at a low place. How can this be? If you only want to be the mountain lord of the academy and the great chancellor of the academy, then even if the dam is full of holes, when the dam bursts, someone will be able to save you. But once your knowledge becomes mainstream in the Confucian orthodoxy, who will save you if something goes wrong? Me, or the sage of rites, or the holy master? Even if these people save you, Chui Dong, how can you be sure that the saints of Buddhism and Taoism won't cause trouble? Won't they turn this vast world into a world where the teachings of their two sects are promoted? Chui Dong was still unwilling to admit defeat. The old scholar was somewhat tired. Although I thought of this earlier than you put your heart and soul into it and thought further than I did. In the end, I was also tempted and thought that I could give it a try. That was why the real battle between the third and fourth places was between the two dynasties of the Central Plains. They each promoted rites, music, and rites, and after 60 years they would see who won and who lost. Of course, the world knows what the outcome was. I lost, so I had no choice but to imprison myself in the forest of merits. Ooh, Chui Dong's face was full of disbelief. He suddenly stood up. "You liar!" The old man said indifferently. "Forgot again? When debating with others, you have to have a neutral attitude. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions." Chui sure slumped back onto the stool in a daze and muttered, "How could you bet on this? How could I lose?" The old scholar turned his head to look at the courtyard. "Be careful. Don't take it lightly." The tall woman replied lazily, "I know." The old scholar took a big gulp of wine and said self-deprecatingly, "Drinking to drown your sorrows is good. Drinking to strengthen one's courage is even better." The old scholar put down the wine jug and straightened his clothes. He slowly said, "The sage of rites wrote 2 words in our righteous world. Chui Dong, what do you mean?" Chui Dong replied without thinking, "Order." After blurting it out, Chui Dong was full of regret. The old man's expression was solemn. He nodded and said, "Yes, etiquette and rules are order." The second sage of the Confucian orthodoxy, the sage of rites, pursued order. All things in the world are orderly and orderly. These rules were obtained by the sage of rites through untold hardships from the great path, horizontal, vertical, and line by line. Only then did he build what he called a shabby thatched hut to shelter the common people from the wind and rain. The hut is so big that almost everyone, even if they spend their entire life studying it, can't reach the walls. It is so big that no matter how high a cultivator's cultivation is, they can't even touch the roof. So this is the freedom and stability of all living beings. Chui Dong sneered. Then what about Qi Jingchun? His knowledge touched the roof. Alliance, his cultivation hit the wall. What should we do now? What should these people do? Why can't these proud sons of heaven walk their own path? Open the door that the sage of rites built, and go somewhere else to build a brand new hut. At this point, Chui Dong subconsciously pointed at the door of the hut. At this moment, the white-clothed youth's face was full of sharpness. From this, it could be seen that Chui Dong had involuntarily immersed himself in it. It was even possible that it was not just the young Chui Dong's thoughts, but also the most complete subconscious of Chui Dong in the depths of his soul. The old man laughed. Pursue the absolute freedom in your heart? Sure, but how sure are you that you will walk through the door in the end and not break the wall with a punch or break the roof, so that the hut that originally sheltered you from the wind and rain and grew to the final height will suddenly become unstable and leaky? Chui Dong laughed and said, "Old man, you said it yourself that it is absolute freedom. Why do you still care about this? How can you decide that the new hut we build after breaking the old hut will not be bigger and more stable than the old one?" The old man smiled. "Oh, isn't it back to the origin of my great Tao? You Chui Dong haven't even broken my mold, and you want to break the order of the Sage of Rights?" Chui Dong said angrily, "How is this the evil of human nature? Old man, you are talking nonsense." The old man said indifferently, "Don't ask me this question. I will give you a way out. Take this rare opportunity that your soul is intact and ask your own heart." Chui Dong was dumbstruck. In the end, it was as if only the old scholar and Chun Pingon were left in this world, one old and one young, sitting opposite each other. The old man smiled and said, "The Sage of Rights wants order. Everyone knows the rules, and he hopes that everyone will follow the rules." Later on, the wandering scholars spread knowledge, and when the wandering scholars became aristocratic families, there was the Imperial Teacher Academy. Later on, there was the Imperial Examination, and it was widely accepted. It provided the possibility of a carp jumping through the Dragon's Gate, and the poor no longer had no noble sons. Rules, everything is taken care of. It is hard work, and the more people's hearts waver, and the more thankless it is. Human nature is evil. There are so many people in the world who put down their chopsticks after eating their fill and curse. The old man raised his head and looked at the young man. "So now I am looking for a word. Order." The old man muttered to himself, "I just want to clear up the order of all things in the world. For example, hateful and pitiful. The crux of the problem is that the Sage of Rights has taught the world enough criteria to judge hateful and pitiful, but the world does not know the order. You don't even know what is hateful, and you run to care about pitiful. How can that be? Am I right?" Chun Pingon nodded. The old man smiled and asked, "Just by listening to it, isn't the word order far worse than order?" Chun Pingon frowned. The old man burst into laughter. He didn't care how much the young man could figure out. Enjoying himself, he took a sip of wine and said, "If these two words are placed in the shabby hut of the Sage of Rights, of course, it can only be regarded as mending. I'm, at most, a mender of morals and rights. But if these two words are placed in a broader place, it will be amazing." "Ooh," Chun Pingon asked, "where?" The old man lifted the wine pot and placed it in the center of the table. Then he spread out his palm and wiped the table heavily. "It seems that this shabby cottage of the wine pot is just a place to rest on the banks of the river of time. But—" the old man paused for a moment and smiled. "The situation of this river of time depends on the riverbed, although the two complement each other. At the same time, there is indeed a way to do it. There are many sayings in the world. Go with the flow, go with the flow, so I want to give it a try." Chun Pingon asked, "The Sage of Rights wants people to live safely and steadily within the rules. Sometimes he has to sacrifice a small number of people's absolute freedom. And, old sir, you want everyone to follow your order and walk forward on the great path you have drawn." The old man smiled and added, "Don't think that I am pointing fingers. My order will not go too far. It is just to put in effort at the source of the great path. After that, the water will diverge and enter the sea, or converge midway to become a lake, or continue to flow. It is your own freedom. The old man leaned forward, took out the wine pot, drank a mouthful of wine, and asked with a smile, Chinpingan, what do you think? Are you willing to follow Qi Jingchun's arrangement and be my disciple? For the second time, Chinpingan looked like he wanted to say something but stopped himself. The old man smiled and was amiable. He repeated again, just say what you think. Don't care if it is right or wrong. There are no outsiders here. The young man took a deep breath, straightened his back, and put his fists on his knees. He said seriously, because I have not really read books, I don't know what the order of the Sage of Rites is. I can't understand the essence of the order of the old sir. The old man smiled and said, Go on, just say it boldly. I have seen very bad people and terrible things in my life. My temper has been tempered very well. Chun Pingan's eyes became brighter and brighter. In the small town, I killed Kai Chinchien for myself. I fought with the mountain-moving ape for my friend Lu Xianying. Later, I promised Mr. Qi to escort Li Baoping and the others to school. Later, I promised the fairy sister that I would become a Qi trainer. I did these things with peace of mind. I just did it without thinking too much. Chun Pingan continued. You said a lot before, and I have been listening carefully. After thinking about some of them, I think they are very reasonable. For example, I think the hateful and pitiful part is right. The order can't be wrong. So at that time, I wanted to say that I wanted to kill the wedding dress ghost very much. Now, I want to kill her, and I will kill her in the future. I want to tell her that no matter how wrong she is, it is not a reason for her to pass the pain to the innocent. I want to tell her that she has her pitiful parts, but she deserves to die. This young man from Clay Bottle Alley, who had always been gentle, was very sharp at this moment. Chun Pingan's tone became more and more firm. He said slowly, but for those things that I can't understand, or even that far away in my life, I will not take them into my own hands. Because if I feel that I can't do it, why should I promise others? Just because I am embarrassed? Because I don't want to disappoint others? But the answer is very simple. If you promise but don't have the confidence to do it, won't others be even more disappointed if you can't do it in the future? The old scholar stopped smiling and looked serious. After thinking for a moment, he was a little absent-minded. He habitually stretched out 2 fingers, as if he was picking up a peanut from a dish. In the small yard, the tall woman smiled with narrowed eyes. Earlier, she deliberately pretended to be sad. Didn't the young man refuse her with righteous words? If it were Ma Kuxuan, Xie Shi, or Chao Shi, for a girl who was far away and whom he had known for less than a month, he risked offending a sword spirit who had lived for 10,000 years and whom he would need to rely on in the future? Was this a small matter? It was a small matter, but it was definitely not a small matter. The struggle for the great Tao was endless. There were some details that were too terrifying. This was the most unpredictable and dangerous place. Every time a Qi trainer's cultivation was higher, and he was closer to the heavenly screen, the flaw in his state of mind would be infinitely magnified. For example, if the flaw of the Tao ancestor was only the size of a mustard seed, once it became real, it would be bigger than the hole pierced by a sword in the yellow river heaven. For example, in the seemingly trivial long river of time, if the child in the mud bottle alley chose the free tonghulu under the kind invitation of the stall owner, he took it and ate it happily. Then he jumped back to his ancestral house in the mud bottle alley, ate the tonghulu, and threw the bamboo stick away, casually. It seemed that nothing had happened. But did nothing really happen? Could the young Chun Pingan still have today's opportunity? In the room, Chun Pingan looked at the old man. Even if Mr. Qi wants me to do something, as long as I don't think I can do it, I still won't agree. For example, if I think about something seriously and still feel that it is wrong, even if someone holds a knife to my neck, I will still tell him that no matter who he is, it is wrong. The young man's tone was very calm. Chun Pingon said in the end, I am not the kind of person who can go far in a field of knowledge. Learning to read and write is a very simple thing for me. It is so that I can write spring festival couplets and post them at the door of my house. In the future, I can write tombstones for my parents. At most, I can read some principles of being a person, but I don't have too many ideas. So, old mister, I will not be your disciple. Chui Dong's face turned pale, and he was sweating profusely. Even Li Baoping felt that something was wrong. She sneakily picked up the seal from the table and was about to use it to hit someone. As for whether it was the bad guy Chui Dong or her teacher's teacher, she didn't care. Her youngest uncle was the most important person in the world. The old man only asked pleasantly, "This is what you think now, right? If in the future you feel that you were wrong in the past, will you change your mind and beg me to take you as my disciple?" Chun Pingon said without hesitation, "Of course, but if you don't want to take me as your disciple, I won't force you. I will probably regret it, but it won't be much." The old man had a strange look on his face. I am the sage of literature, and I used to be one of the top sages in the Confucian temple. It is a great blessing for me to take you as my closed-door disciple. It is a great opportunity and a great opportunity. If it suddenly falls on your head, shouldn't you hurry up and put it away? If there is a problem, you have your teacher to protect you. What are you afraid of? No matter how you look at it, it is a good thing with no harm. Oh, Chun Pingon suddenly said, there are some things that go against your heart. Don't take a single step out. The old man sighed. Since the time is not right, I won't force you. The old man smiled. I am very disappointed that we can't be master and disciple, but I think Shi Jingchun is not disappointed at all. This Chun Pingon is very stubborn, just like Shi Jingchun when he was young. I am afraid this is the reason why he was willing to bow to you in the alley. Chun Pingon was puzzled. The old scholar slowly stood up and looked at the three children. Sitting down and discussing the Tao is a very good thing. The old scholar smiled. But don't forget, it is even more important to start and act. Otherwise, there will be no place for all moral essays. The old elementary scholar suddenly began to enjoy himself, and his face lit up with a smile. He put his hands behind his back and walked out of the house while shaking his head. He clicked his tongue and said, Old Mr. sat down and discussed the Tao while the young man walked. Good, good, Li Baoping angrily said. Only young people, what about me? The old man opened the door and laughed. Yes, 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 there is also the little girl from the Aquarius continent, Li Baoping. Chun Pingon thought, sitting down and discussing the Tao start and act. This principle is very good. I have to remember it. The young man Chui Dong sat in the same place in a daze. Suddenly, he quivered. After coming back to his senses, he suddenly stood up and bowed to Chun Pingon. Mr. Chun Pingon helplessly said, Why are you still here? Chui Dong smiled and joked. Mr. wanted to kill me before. Was it because you didn't want to pay me back? It was a few thousand taels of silver. Chun Pingon calmly said, If you were killed by me tonight, as long as I, Chun Pingon, have money in the future, I will definitely build you a tomb worth 2,000 taels of silver. Chui Dong's face was awkward. In the end, he could only squeeze out a sentence. I thank you. "155. Li Huai slept in for a long time. He didn't want to get out of bed, even when the sun was shining on his butt. The bed was too comfortable, like sleeping in a ball of cotton. The child opened his eyes in a daze and sat up. He looked around and didn't realize what was going on. It took him a while to remember that this wasn't the hard bed at home, nor was it the wilderness. The child's first thought was that it was good to be rich. The second thought was that it was no wonder Chun Pingon was a money grubber. Li Huai actually wanted to go back to sleep, but seeing that Chun Pingon wasn't by his side and didn't appear in his sight, Li Huai panicked. He nimbly put on his clothes and boots, took the painted puppet from the green bamboo box, and rushed out of the house. He saw Lin Shi playing chess with a poor old man. Even Li Baoping, who was born without a butt, was sitting on the stone bench, carefully watching the game. Yu Lu and Xie Xie were standing beside Lin Shi, helping to make plans. Chun Pingan sat opposite Li Baoping. When he saw Li Huai, he waved his hand. When the child ran to his side, he gave his seat to Li Huai. Li Huai was just about to sit down when he saw the white-clothed youth standing behind Chun Pingan staring at him with a fake smile. Li Huai thought for a while and silently put the painted puppet on the stone bench. He didn't dare to sit, and only dared to lie on the table with his butt sticking out. The youth with the red mole between his eyebrows, Cui Dong, turned his head to look at Yu Lu and Xie Xie. His gloomy eyes were like a stream, moving between their faces. The young girl was keenly aware of Cui Dong's gaze. She didn't raise her head to look at him, but she was puzzled. Usually, when this Dolly imperial tutor's gloomy gaze fell on her, her skin would have goosebumps. But today was different. It was just the gaze of an ordinary teacher. It didn't have the oppressive feeling from before. Was it because of the warm autumn sun? Yu Lu calmly raised his head and smiled at this young master. Cui Dong stretched out his finger and beckoned. Yu Lu, Xie Xie, you two come here. Then he smiled at Chun Pingan and said, "Can we talk at the pavilion? There are some things that need to be discussed openly." Chun Pingan nodded. The four of them went to the pavilion. Before leaving, Chun Pingan patted the coward Li Huai's head and joked, "Now we can sit without worry." When they reached the pavilion, Cui Dong glanced at Iron Horse Windcheam and said to Yu Lu and Xie Xie, "Introduce yourselves. There's no need to hide. Don't worry, there's no conspiracy. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe in Chun Pingan, right?" Yu Lu and Xie Xie looked at each other. No one was in a hurry to speak. The tall youth dressed simply. Yu Lu had been the coachman since he came out of seclusion. He was the one who helped Chun Pingan the most in the group. Even sewing could be done by the youth with exceptional dexterity. The youth was obsessed with cleanliness. He was passionate about washing clothes and straw sandals. Whenever he saw someone's clothes and straw sandals stained with mud, or holes in them while walking on the mountain road, the tall youth would feel uncomfortable. Even when he saw the crooked arrangement of Li Huai's book box, Yu Lu, who happened to be at the side, would have a worried expression. As long as they stopped by a water source, the carriage would be washed clean by the tall youth. To this, even Chun Pingan felt inferior. How could there be such a restless person in the world? As for the dark-skinned, old-fashioned, and slender girl, Li Baoping, for the first time, had a childish temperament. She hated her bitterly and viewed her as an enemy. Lin Shi's impression of her was average. It could not be considered good or bad. At most, they were friends who played a few games in their spare time. Li Huai, on the other hand, was very close to her. The two of them were passionate about arranging troops. Cui Dong said, unhappily, "You guys can talk freely. I'll clean up later." The handsome youth strode out of the pavilion and walked around. He bent down to pick up small stones on the ground. After picking up a large handful, he sat by the old well in boredom, throwing stones down to listen to the sound of the water. Thinking that he was actually so bored, Cui Dong's eyes blurred. It was as if a lifetime had passed. He looked at the dark well. Now he could no longer see the scene below with his naked eyes. At this moment, Cui Dong almost wanted to jump into the well and commit suicide. In the pavilion, Yu Lu was the first to speak. "I'm the crown prince of the former Lu dynasty. Yu Lu used to hide in the mountain opening team of the remnants of the Lu family. Actually, I have another alias, Yu Lu. If you read it the other way around, it means that I'm a remnant of the Lu family. Every time someone calls me, it can help me reflect once. What's past is past." The girl was furious. She stood up suddenly and pointed at the tall youth's nose. She scolded angrily. "Past? Your Highness the Crown Prince, It's easy for you to say, as if it's as light as the clouds and as light as the wind. You're even more pure of heart and few desires than the cultivators on our mountain. But the hundreds of lives in my sect, from top to bottom, have been sacrificed for your Lu family and died for the country. How can it be passed? The girl's face was full of tears. She said in a trembling voice, "Touch your conscience. How many chi cultivators in the world are willing to die for the country? Only us. Since there were states and dynasties in the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent, we're the only ones in history who didn't retreat or surrender. We risked our lives to prove that the Lu family's dynasty is legitimate." Yu Lu looked calm. "Then what do you want me to do? It's true that I'm the crown prince of the Lu family, but my father has always been arbitrary. He's just afraid of those groundless prophecies and folklore. He's worried that the East Palace will be powerful, and he'll drive me to the academy in the enemy country, Dali, to study. I've never been in power, and I've never had any involvement with the imperial court. I've only focused on studying the sages. Thank you. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" The girl was provoked by Yu Lu's indifferent attitude. She lost her composure even more. She was so angry that her whole body trembled. She gritted her teeth and said, "My surname is Xie, but my name is not Xie. I'm Xie Lingyue. I'm the youngest chi cultivator in the Lu dynasty to break through the bottleneck of the fifth state. I'm a descendant of the Xie family of the wind god. I hate the muddle-headedness and mediocrity of the royal family of the Lu family, but I hate you, the crown prince, even more for going with the flow. You're a servant to the great enemy, the imperial tutor of Dali, yet you still have the cheek to be content. If the ancestors of the Lu family know of this in the netherworld," Yu Lu's expression was as usual. He still spoke in a calm tone and interrupted the girl's accusation. "If you, Xie Lingyue, have the backbone of a descendant of the Xie family of the wind god, why don't you go and die? If you feel that suicide is not heroic enough, you can openly assassinate the imperial tutor, Cui Dong, and die a heroic death. How good would that be?" Yu Lu turned to look at the youth in straw sandals who was watching coldly from afar. He smiled and asked, "Chin Pingon, can I borrow 100 taels of silver from you, so that I can build a big tomb for heroine Xie, fairy Xie, to express my admiration in my heart?" Chun Pingon looked at the tall youth, and then at the slender girl. "If you still want to live well, why don't you live well?" Chun Pingon thought for a moment and continued, "I'm just casually talking about my own feelings. It may not make sense. You just listen to me. If there are some debts that can't be settled for the time being, then let's put it aside first. As long as you don't forget it, there will be a day in the future when you can make it clear and make it clear." Ooh. Chun Pingon looked at the two noble descendants of the Lu family. One was the crown prince who almost sat on the dragon throne, and the other was the most talented mountain immortal in the dynasty. Chun Pingon knew that his reasons for persuasion might not enter their ears at all. This was not strange. Why should they listen to a country bumpkin who grew up in a mud bottle alley? But at this moment, Chun Pingon looked at the two people who were revealing their true feelings. Xie Lingyue was no longer so cold and distant and would cry in anger. Yu Lu was no longer so amiable and would use words to stab people. Although Chun Pingon was not gloating, he did know that at this time he felt that the two people standing in front of him had some familiar popularity. Therefore, Chun Pingon, who felt that he was the worst at reasoning, racked his brains and reluctantly added, "You guys are much more knowledgeable than I am. I don't know how you guys think about things. Take me, for example. The thing I'm most afraid of is when I have a little bit of ability and can decide the fate of others. I'm especially afraid that the things I think are reasonable are actually not reasonable. Unless it's a last resort, such as a matter of life and death, there's no choice. Then I'll take action when I have to. But under other circumstances, don't just follow your thoughts at the moment and be led by the nose by, I think so, and so." Allianz said that you should always think of a why for everything. I think he's right. So I want to study and learn how to read. In fact, I know that when I asked for advice from Li Baoping and Lin Shui, or when I practiced writing on the ground with Li Huai, you two looked down on me from the bottom of your hearts. I want to read books. I want to learn from books. I want to meet more people. I want to visit more places. I want to be like Al Yang. He dares to pat his chest and say that he has seen more rivers than you have eaten salt. Only in this way, in the future, I'm just saying that if one day I really have the ability as great as the land sword immortal Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple, then I will use my sword. Whether it's to kill people or to save people, it will be very fast. Or if I'm not good at sword practice and I'm good at fist practice, then when I use my fist. Speaking of this, Chun Pingan's face was full of radiance, as if he was thinking of his own that day. He would use his sword to his heart's content and use his fist to his heart's content. There was once a man wearing a bamboo hat who always teased Chun Pingan, "You're a handsome young man. Alas, can't you smile a little every day? It's not good to be so thoughtful." In fact, Chun Pingan was very depressed every time. He wanted to tell that guy loudly, "I also want to, but I can't do it right now." Yulu was still sitting in the same place. Xie sat back in her original position aggressively, but she didn't look like she was going to fight Yulu to the death. Yulu looked at Chun Pingan, who was calm, and asked, curiously with a smile, "Chun Pingan, aren't you good at talking? Why don't you talk to Li Baoping and Li Huai about these things?" Chun Pingan replied, "I'm familiar with them, so I don't need to talk about reasons." What he meant was that Chun Pingan, was not familiar with them, so he needed to talk about these things. Yulu was immediately deflated. Xie's face was cold, but the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She forced that smile to be flattened. Xie carefully glanced at Cui Dong, who was sitting in a daze at the mouth of the well. She hesitated for a moment and said slowly, "I was originally a Qi refinement warrior of the Sea viewing realm in the middle 5 realms. I was half a step away from the 8th realm, the Dragon Gate realm. However, after I was reduced to a remnant, a vicious imperial concubine sent a famous sword cultivator from your great Li to use a secret technique to pin a few of my acupoints with dragon-trapping nails. As a result, whenever I tried to use my innate energy, I would be in so much pain that I wished I was dead. Furthermore, even if I risked endless troubles, I could only exert the strength of 4th or 5th tier." After Xie finished talking about these important secrets that concerned her fate, she stared at Yulu, who was pretending to be mute. The latter asked, "What?" Xie sneered and said, "Don't play dumb here." Chun Pingan was able to catch fish because of his accumulated experience over a long period of time. He relied on the clumsy bird to fly first. At this point, Xie paused slightly. From the corner of her eyes, she saw that the young man who was stabbed by her was not angry. Instead, he was a little silly. She then heaved a sigh of relief and continued, "But if you, Yulu, did not catch those fish because of your martial arts cultivation, I'll change my surname to yours." Yulu smiled and said, "Oh, you're talking about this. I thought that none of you would be interested in this little trick. Martial arts and the martial arts world are not worth mentioning. When I was in the East Palace, because of my identity as the Crown Prince, I was destined not to cultivate the art of immortality. Therefore, I could only go and look through the martial arts secret books in the palace. I've said before that my father is afraid of those songs, not a son who has nothing better to do, but to familiarize himself with martial arts." Yulu stopped smiling and said sincerely, "Moreover, others may not know the situation of the martial arts world and the martial arts world, but you, Xie do not know? It's just a pond at the foot of a mountain. No matter how big the fish are, how big can they be? Not to mention other places, just look at our Lu dynasty. There are not many Ninth Realm cultivators, but there are still quite a few. But as for Ninth Realm martial artists, there is not a single one. Therefore, when I first started practicing martial arts, it was purely for fun. You may think that I am just standing there and talking, but I still have to say that in the dull and boring Eastern Palace, if a teacher accidentally farted, it would be a rare thing worth talking about. Xie sneered and said, "Oh, from your tone, your martial arts realm is not low." Yu Lu sighed. His eyes were sincere. He shook his head and said, "It's not high. Only the sixth realm." Xie's eyes revealed a trace of shock. Her face slightly stiffened. The climbing of the martial arts world was most particular about one step at a time. Usually, it was done with a lot of preparation. Most of them were late bloomers. For example, Dali's vassal Song Zhengqiang was a freak. Looking at the history of Aquarius continent, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a once-in-a-century occurrence. So for young high-realm cultivators, others would be envious of their talents, opportunities, and so on. They would call them geniuses, and then feel that it was right and proper, because the word genius could explain everything. But martial arts was different. A 14 or 15-year-old sixth realm martial artist. He was a real monster. Don't forget, the Lu dynasty's crown Prince Yulu lived like a prince in the East Palace. It was very likely that he had never had a life and death battle. Reading a book and seeing a sixth realm martial artist, when Yulu saw the girl's eyes and expression, he silently swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue back into his stomach. She was about to reach the seventh realm, at most 3 to 5 years. When she thought of being so close to a sixth realm martial artist, the girl felt uncomfortable all over. She felt that Yulu would suddenly attack her, and then smash her head with a punch. A sixth realm chi refinement warrior could be very weak, but when faced with a pure martial artist of the world, it was best not to have such thoughts. Chun Pingan stood up and first looked at the tan girl, saying happily, "Lin Shui is also a chi refinement warrior. Miss Xie, although your cultivation is limited now, but your vision is still there. In the future, please talk to him more about cultivation." "Yes, Lin Shui's personality is a bit cold. You have to be more tolerant." "Oh, right. Lin Shui is amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. He is thin-skinned and can't take good persuasion. Miss Xie, try to persuade him more. For example, using chess to chat about cultivation. I think that would be very good." Then Qin Pingan looked at the tall youth. "Yulu, since you are a sixth realm expert, I don't have to worry about tiring you out for trivial things like washing clothes and brushing straw sandals in the future. Just ask, and you will have enough clothes." Finally, Chun Pingan shouted to Cui Dong in the distance, "I've finished talking with the two of them. You can come back." Yes, in the words of scholars, we had a good chat. Chun Pingan smiled and left the pavilion. His footsteps were light. Clearly he was really happy. In the pavilion, the young boy and girl looked at each other, feeling that something was wrong, but they could not think of a reason. 156. Cui Dong walked back to the pavilion from the old well and stood still outside the pavilion. As the autumn read, did not want anyone to explore the well without permission. There was only one entrance and exit from the pavilion on the west side. Cui Dong, who was standing on the east side, was a little stunned. In the end, he gritted his teeth, grabbed the railing of the pavilion with both hands, and used all his strength to climb up. He flipped onto the bench in the pavilion and lay on it, gasping for breath. Yulu and Xie were a little vigilant. They only thought that Dali Imperial Tutor was playing tricks to have fun, so they had to be careful not to fall into a trap. To put it bluntly, even if Cui Dong handed a knife to the young boy and girl and stood still to let them cut him, the two of them would not dare to make a move. They would not even take the knife. In Xie's opinion, The reason why Chinpingan could not care less about Chui Dong was that Chinpingan was ignorant because he had never experienced the real scenery on the mountain. He did not know the meaning of the saying of fighting on the battlefield, the struggle in the court, and immortality. In the past, the first disciple of the sage of literature, a Qi cultivator at the peak of the 12th state, and the Dali imperial tutor, any one of his identities alone was a towering mountain that could make people breathless. Presently, Chui Shi's body was extremely weak as he lay on the bench, and he was exhausted like a dog. He stretched out his hand to wipe off the sweat on his forehead. Just as all of you've seen, not only have I suffered an unexpected calamity that caused me to lose my cultivation and become powerless, it even caused me to be unable to even use my cube space, causing me to become a defenseless pauper. So, if the two of you have a grudge against me, now is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take action. There won't be such a shop after this village. Speaking of this, Chui Dong turned his head to look at the Dali territory thousands of miles away and cursed weakly. You enjoy the blessings and I take the blame. Damn you, Dali imperial tutor. Oh, you are still my own master, Chui Dong muttered and cursed to himself. No matter what, along the way, although he had not succeeded in apprenticing himself to a master, he had been with Li Huai for a long time. He had indeed become much more fluent in cursing people. Now, he even cursed himself. The young boy and girl were used to the Dali imperial tutor's supernatural behavior. Chui Shi sat up and leaned against the fence, placing his hands on the railing. Yu Lu and Xie Xie happened to be on his left and right. Chui Dong sighed. You think that Chinpingan doesn't know how high the mountains are and how deep the waters are, so you are not afraid of me at all. This is... Chui Dong paused for a moment and laughed. Yes, Chui Dong continued. However, you have only thought of half of it. The ignorant are fearless. However, you can't compare to Chinpingan in that a straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shadow. Of the two of you, one is a sixth realm martial artist who came out of nowhere from reading books. His world is shattered, and he has to endure humiliation. The other is a Qi refinement warrior who is astonishingly talented but bears a blood feud. You always feel that the future is very long. Therefore, Chinpingan dares to kill me, and he will kill me. What about the two of you? You are hesitating and perturbed. Chui Dong rubbed his waist and said with a frown, Actually, my waist hurts a lot. Chui Dong looked at Yu Lu. You will follow me wholeheartedly in the future. How about that? Yu Lu smiled and said, Ever since I left the condemned felons, I've been following the Grand Preceptor. It's a good feeling. The journey of learning has been exciting. Compared to pretending to be a nerd in the Eastern Palace, listening to those gossips every day, it's much more interesting. If Lord Imperial Tutor can explain some difficult questions about the classics to me, when he is free, I will feel that my life is very complete. Chui Dong stretched out a finger and pointed at the tall teenager. Chinpingan is cautious and serious. He is a frog at the bottom of the well, who suddenly jumped out of the well. He is afraid of everything that he sees. You Lu, are really shrewd. You look like a scoundrel. Sometimes I really want to punch your smiling face. Yu Lu said helplessly. Compared to Chinpingan, how am I better? Aren't we both frogs at the bottom of the well? Chui Dong said casually, Riches and honor burn the body. Suffering and suffering cool the body. I will give you this famous saying of the saints for free. Take it and think about it. Yu Lu, who had read thousands of books, asked curiously, Which saint of the Confucian temple taught you this? Chui Dong pointed at himself. Me. Yu Lu was even more helpless. Chui Dong took out a stone from his sleeve and gently threw it at the iron horse under the eaves. It missed the first time, the second time, and the third time. Chui Dong glanced at the girl and pursed his lips. If I really want to throw you out, the bell will definitely ring. The girl stood there like a bodhisattva, expressionless. Chui Dong smiled. You, on the other hand, really want to kill me, but you feel that you only have one chance. You must have a foolproof plan. You don't want to die for nothing. Yu Lu, on the other hand, is smarter than you. You feel that it doesn't matter if you kill me or not. Chui Dong sighed. Chun Pingon, Li Baoping, Li Huai, and Lin Shui for people. Yu Lu, in order of your favorability from good to bad, it should be Lin Shui, Li Baoping, Chun Pingon, and Li Huai. As for Miss Xie, it should be Li Baoping, Li Huai, Chun Pingon, and Lin Shui. Chui Dong pointed at himself with his thumb. As for me, it should be Li Huai, Li Baoping, Lin Shui, and Chun Pingon. I like Li Huai the most because he is the least threatening to me. Li Baoping is such a bright spirit girl, especially someone like me who is full of evil tricks. How can I hate her? Just looking at her makes me feel warm and comfortable. Lin Shui is not bad. It's just that I've seen too many geniuses like him. I'm not interested. Chui Dong squinted his eyes and smiled. Yu Lu dislikes Li Huai the most because he hates that kind of muddling along and waiting for death. How can there be such a lazy person in the world? Of course, there's also his sloppiness and lack of cleanliness. You like Lin Shui the most because you subconsciously think of yourself as the crown prince of the Lu dynasty. For a country to prosper, it needs Lin Shui to be a positive pillar of support. Although Xie seems to be very familiar with Lin Shui and often plays chess with him, he is actually going crazy with jealousy. They are both geniuses in cultivation. Why is it that Lin Shui's life is so smooth, but he has to suffer such a calamity? It's very likely that he will be blocked by the great Tao and have no hope of immortality. Yu Lu was silent. Xie's expression was extremely ugly. Chui Dong laughed. Then why don't we like Chun Pingon? But why did Li Baoping and the other two fledgling kids like Chun Pingon the most, contrary to us, who are all mature foxes, like us the most? Isn't he very chewy? Yu Lu, Xie. Whoever can give me the correct answer in my heart, I will give you a good thing that you can use. Xie slowly said, because the three of them are used to looking at Chun Pingon whenever they encounter difficulties and choices. They feel that Chun Pingon does things the most justly and is willing to pay the price. And Chun Pingon, to the three of us, aside from Lord Imperial Tutor's personal desires, this kind of seemingly easy to get along with and willing to be kind to others is really not worth mentioning. Ooh, Yu Lu shook his head. Chun Pingon is not that easy to get along with. Chui Dong clicked his tongue. The two of you are about the same. You are so stupid that it's cute. Why don't I just let the two of you get married? A talented man and a beautiful woman. Oh, no, temporarily a talented woman and a handsome man. How about it? Yu Lu and Xie did not reply because they both knew that this was a joke. Chui Dong stroked a jade pendant on his waist with 2 fingers. You don't know that Chun Pingon is like a mirror. He will let the people around him see their own shortcomings more clearly than usual. So if you get along with him day and night, as long as you have problems with your state of mind, you will have problems. Once upon a time, there was a foolish girl named Yu Lu who was forced to a dead end. She was stupid because she was stupid and did not know it. She did bad things, but her heart was still muddled. This is called stupid and bad. She is also a woman, but compared to our Dali Empress, she is far inferior. Our Empress, the cleverest thing about her was, do you think I don't know what bad things I have done? Back then, it was this unintentional sentence that made me decide to cooperate with her. Chui Dong pointed to himself according to a hidden saying of a certain Taoist master. Everyone has 2 heartstrings, one good and one evil, hanging in our hearts, just like what Chun Pingon believes. Some things are right and some things are wrong. No matter who does it or who helps to explain it, it will not change anything. What is interesting is that the difficulties of the world lie in the fact that in order to do a good thing, you will inevitably do many small mistakes. Confucian disciples are unwilling to go against their hearts. They may not even be able to stay in the officialdom and may not even be able to climb high in the learning palace. In the end, They can only hide in the study room to study and build a cart behind closed doors. To the outside world, they are of little benefit. Some people have stayed in the study room for a long time and are pedantic and stale. They can't bear to see any moral flaws in others, and they often criticize and belittle them. Instead, they are helpless against those who are thoroughly bad in the imperial court. In the end, they can only degrade day by day, and the collapse of etiquette and music. Chui Dong did not look at the two guys who were deep in thought. He stretched out one palm and wiped in front of him, then changed to another palm and wiped in a lower place. The top is good, and the bottom is evil. The human heart has two strings. I, Chui Dong, am good almost as high as the sky, so I don't see many good people in my eyes. I, Chui Dong, am evil, so to me, I can associate with and use them without any psychological burden. The two of you are not as different as me, but the distance between the two strings is not small. Ooh. Chui Dong put away his left hand and left a small gap between the thumb and index finger of his right hand. He lowered his head and squinted at the two fingers. Chun Pingan's good is very low, so to him, doing good things is a natural thing. This is the reason why he is regarded as a good person. But you have to know that a low good does not mean that he is really easy to talk to, because Chun Pingan's evil is very close to his good. So when he decides to do something, Chun Pingan will be extremely decisive, such as killing me. In fact, the two of you know very well that no matter how much you look down on Chun Pingan, you, and of course me, will never be Chun Pingan's friend in this lifetime. Yu Lu suddenly said, I can try. Xie Xie's mouth curved into a cold smile. However, when she caught a glimpse of Yu Lu from the corner of her eyes, she thought of how she was forced by Chui Shi to look for Chun Pingan and explain the martial arts to him in Hengshan. Under the threat of Chui Shi, she had no choice but to take the initiative to look for Chun Pingan. The girl was a little flustered. Then she thought of the thin figure standing on the branch, facing the wind, the gentle breeze, and the mountain. She suddenly felt an inexplicable sadness. She had also had a pure state of mind like this, always looking into the distance. I've said so much and wasted a big jar of saliva. What exactly am I trying to say? Chui Dong began to make a conclusion. He stood up and said with a smile, what I'm trying to say is, in the future, you two idiots should respect me, Chui Dong's husband, from the bottom of your heart. Do you understand? This was the second time today that Yu Lu and Xie Xie looked at each other. Two ungrateful, pitiful bastards who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Chui Dong flew into a rage for no reason. His face was gloomy as he strode forward and punched Yu Lu in the face. A broken crown prince who has become a criminal and almost has to have words carved on his face. Do you know how many emperors and princes I, Dolly, have killed? You still want to try? Do you, a bastard who has betrayed your ancestors, have the qualifications to do so? Ooh. Yu Lu was caught off guard and took the punch. He didn't dare to make any movements to fight back. He was just a little stunned. Chui Shi turned around and walked towards the dark-skinned girl, slapping her across the face. You're just a little girl whose mountain gate has been smashed. See, do you know how many land immortals I've killed with my own hands? The proud girl subconsciously reached out and grabbed the wrist of the young man in white to prevent him from slapping her face. However, she regretted it the next moment. As expected, Chui Dong emitted a terrifying and ferocious aura as he stared at the girl. She was so frightened that she immediately let go of her hand. Chui Dong lowered his head and looked at his red and swollen wrist. He slapped the girl's face fiercely and said sternly, the two of you dare to look down on Chun Pingan. He's my Chui Dong's husband. Chui Dong slapped the girl's face 4 to 5 times consecutively. The girl didn't even dare to use her chi refinement warrior cultivation to dissipate the force. Soon, her face was red and swollen and blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Chui Dong, who was full of murderous aura, didn't seem to be satisfied. He wanted to find something to use as a weapon. At this moment, he turned around and saw a familiar figure running towards him. Chui Dong was stunned on the spot. The uninvited guest just shouted a word, "Eat." In the end, when he saw the scene of Chui Dong hitting someone, the guy quickly swallowed the word food and started to run wildly towards Chui Dong. The aura of the young man was more like a murderous aura. Chui Dong was so frightened that he didn't say anything. He crawled and rolled over the pavilion's railing and ran towards the old well. As he shouted, he turned his head and shouted, "Chun Pingon, what are you doing?" "I'm teaching my own servant a lesson. It's none of your business. Sai, let's talk nicely. I'll admit my mistake. Okay? Let's all stop and reason things out. Okay?" After Chun Pingon ran into the pavilion, he tipped his toes and jumped up high. His body flew over the railing like a bird and landed outside the pavilion. He continued to run towards Chui Dong. Chui Dong knew that he wouldn't be able to escape, so he decided to throw caution to the wind. He stood at the mouth of the old well and sorrowfully said in a trembling voice, "Chun Pingon, if you really want to kill me today, I'll just jump into the well and commit suicide. It's up to you to believe it or not." Ooh. Chun Pingon continued to rush forward. Chui Dong was about to jump into the well when Chun Pingon frowned and suddenly stopped. Chui Dong took a step forward. At the critical moment, he pulled his foot back with great difficulty. His body swayed, and his life was hanging by a thread. With his current physique, even if he didn't freeze to death or drown after falling to the bottom of the well, because there were still remnants of sword chi below, he would most likely be severely injured and lose half of his life if Chun Pingon saved him. From this, it could be seen that the young Chui Dong was really afraid of Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon looked at Chui Dong carefully. After a long time, he said, "Let's eat." Chui Dong carefully jumped into the well. He still didn't dare to go forward. He stood where he was and explained with grief and indignation, "I was just standing up for you. The two of them looked down on you from the bottom of their hearts. I stood up for them and asked them to be more polite to you in the future. Is that wrong? You're treating my good intentions as ill intent." Chun Pingon sneered, "Don't use me as an excuse. You're just a dog that can't change its habit of eating shit." After that, Chun Pingon turned around and left. When he bypassed the pavilion, he spoke to the young boy and girl in a much gentler tone. "Lin Shui and the others have finished a game of chess and are eating." Chui Dong didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and followed Chun Pingon from afar. He ran and swayed, his two big sleeves fluttering in the wind. He looked like a lackey. "You're indeed my master. You're much smarter than those two idiots." After passing the pavilion, Chui Dong faced the two people. He immediately changed his expression and reprimanded, "What are you standing there for? Let's eat." Yu Lu smiled as usual and walked out of the pavilion. After walking down the steps, he turned around and asked, "Are you okay?" She shook her head with tears in her eyes. The tall young boy pointed to the corner of his mouth. After the girl came back to her senses, she turned her head and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. The group ate the sumptuous breakfast prepared by the autumn read-in. Li Huai ate until his stomach was round. This heartless little brat was completely unaware of the strange atmosphere at the table. The old elementary scholar smiled at Chun Pingon. "Let's go. I'll take you to the bookstores in this county city. Let's chat casually. If possible, you can treat me to a drink." The old elementary scholar looked at the eager little girl and smiled. Together, the little girl nodded vigorously. "I'll go back and carry my small bag." Lin Shi stayed at the inn and continued to practice breathing using the secret technique recorded in the Cloud Gem book. Li Huai was too lazy to move. He didn't have the desire to go shopping. He only told Chun Pingon to bring back delicious food for him. Chui Dong said that he had some private matters and needed to find the inn owner to see if he could lower the price. Yu Lu and Xie Xie returned to their rooms. In the end, only the three of them left the autumn read-in. They walked through the flowing clouds and flowing water alley and were led by the old elementary scholar to find a bookstore. The little girl kept showing off her bag to the old elementary scholar. She ran in circles around the old elementary scholar and asked if her bag looked good. Of course, the old elementary scholar said that it was good. Chun Pingon pondered for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Master Wensheng, are you angry with me?" The old elementary scholar praised Li Baoping's small bag like a flower. After hearing the question, he laughed. "Are you talking about the matter of refusing to be my closed-door disciple?" No, I'm not angry. I'm a little disappointed. But thinking about it, this is actually good. Qi Jingchuan's original intention and Alliance's following are not necessary to give Chun Pingon anything. Also, last time I secretly took your jade hairpin. In the end, at this point, the old elementary scholar made a sweeping gesture with his palm. It's to let you know that Chun Pingon is just Chun Pingon. There's not much involvement. You're the young man from the Mud Bottle Alley in Lishu Grotto Heaven. Your surname is Chun, and your name is Ping An. Then you took Li Baoping and the others to travel far away to study. It's that simple. The old elementary scholar laughed. Alliance, this sloppy and lazy guy. It's rare for him to be serious for once. He helped you to prevent the Dali dynasty from bringing additional burdens to you and the children. Previously, Qi Jingchun had already made the higher-ups not to criticize you. Because of my arrival, your good-tempered immortal sister has to show up. So, there's a little trouble. But don't be afraid. An old man like me still has the ability. I won't cause you any trouble. I'm good at reasoning with scholars. The old elementary scholar patted the young man's shoulder. In the future, just focus on your studies. The old elementary scholar then said with a smile, "A young man's shoulder should be like this. Don't be anxious about the hatred of the country or the righteousness. First, stir up the breeze and the moon, the willows and the grass, and the orioles. A young man's shoulder should be full of beautiful things." Li Baoping's eyes lit up. She gave the old elementary scholar a thumbs up and praised, "Master Scholar, what you said is very beautiful." The old elementary scholar laughed and patted his stomach. "Of course, I'm full of knowledge." Chun Pingon looked at the old elementary scholar and the little girl who were teasing each other. He took a deep breath. The young man couldn't feel what was on his shoulder, but his heart was already warm. "157. In the eyes of the carefree little girl, this bustling county in the north of Huangting country was bustling with noise and excitement. Many small towns added together could not compare to it. However, in the eyes of an old scholar who had seen the world, of course, he would see further and more illusory. He might have already seen the gloomy scene of the iron cavalry marching south, and the smoke rising everywhere. The bustling laughter would become the source of the heart-wrenching pain in the future. On the contrary, the shabbily dressed child beggars on the roadside would suffer less pain and suffering in the future. As for those ruffians and hooligans, they were more likely to leap up in the chaotic world and perhaps even become the new officials of the Huangting Kingdom or the generals of the army. But the old Xiuzai had experienced the vicissitudes of life and naturally would not show such emotions on his face. He did not want to spoil the good mood of the young boy. And the little girl, the old Xiuzai led them through many twists and turns until they found an old bookstore. He took out his own money to buy a few books for the two. The old man in the store was an old scholar who failed in the imperial examinations. Usually he did not take anyone seriously, but when he met a poor old Xiuzai who was eloquent, he could be considered a hero. Plus, he was impressed by the old Xiuzai's knowledge and morals. The 20 taels of silver for the books were worth 10 taels of silver. After the old Xiuzai left the store, he looked at the admiring faces of Chun Pingon and Li Baoping and laughed. How is it? Studying is still useful, right? Today you helped us earn 8 taels of silver. So, there is a house of gold in the books. At this point, the old scholar lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "You don't say, there's a place in the south. Of course, it's not the south of your Aquarius continent. It's called the Mellow Scholarchin clan. There's an old fogey that I can't get along with. When he was young, he would study every day and night. About a few decades later, probably due to his sincerity, one day he really read a book and found a house of gold and a beautiful woman." Chun Pingon widened his eyes and swallowed his saliva. "That house of gold, how big is it?" Li Baoping curiously asked that Yen Ryu. "How beautiful is she?" The old scholar laughed and pointed at the 2 children. "If you have the chance in the future, go and see for yourself. I won't tell you. Seeing is believing. Good mountains, good rivers, and good scenery. There are descriptions in books, but it can't compare to seeing it in person." Li Baoping suddenly asked, "Mr. Wensheng, why did you buy those books for my youngest martial uncle? They are really shallow. Even Lin Shui and I can teach them. Isn't it a waste of money?" The old scholar stopped smiling and said seriously, "It's different, very different. The most knowledgeable books in the world must be the most profound and the most suitable for educating the common people. Do you know that these books are the cheapest? For example, the Tao Ancestors book of 5,000 one is sold so cheaply. Anyone who wants to read it can buy it. Anyone who is willing to read it can learn something from it." Li Baoping said innocently, "There's a lot of printing and a lot of people buying them. So it's cheaper?" The old scholar nodded and laughed. "You're half right. If it's too expensive, who would be willing to buy it? Why don't you go and buy some food? You can fill your stomach. The remaining half were those high and mighty moral sages. If they wanted to spread their knowledge more widely and become the orthodox knowledge of a province, a country, or even a continent, or even the entire world, how many disciples could they personally pass on their knowledge to? It's better to cast a wide net and imprint their knowledge and principles in books. The threshold is low, and more people walk in. If the threshold is too high, they can't even climb over it. In the end, how many disciples can they be proud of?" Chun Pingon sighed softly. The old scholar asked worriedly, "What's wrong? You think it's boring? That won't do. You still have to read the books." Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "I just feel that it's like a commoner opening a shop to snatch business. In my hometown at the Dragon Riding Alley, I have 2 friends who help to look after the shop. I don't know if it's a loss or a gain." The old scholar seemed to have thought of Sesame Chen's past and sighed. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to drink. Chun Pingon, if you really want to drink, you can drink a little. Baoping is still too young to drink." It was still early, and many restaurants had not opened for business. Fortunately, the old scholar found a wine shop at the corner of a street. It was dirty and greasy. Fortunately, the 3 of them did not care about this. If Chui Dong, Yuluxi, and Xie were here, they would probably frown. One had high standards, one was a clean freak, and one had been pampered since childhood. They would probably never drink in this kind of place in their lifetime. The old man ordered a caddy of loose wine and a plate of salted peanuts. Chun Pingon still insisted that those who practiced martial arts were not allowed to drink. Li Baoping actually wanted to drink a little, but with her martial uncle by her side, she did not dare to make such a request. She could only stare at the old scholar with envy as he drank. After spending so much time with Chun Pingon, from Li Baoping to Lin Shui and Li Huai, she had been influenced by what she saw and heard along the way. She was well aware of what could and could not be done. Li Baoping sometimes felt that her martial uncle was too strict. However, looking at the beautiful little box and the thick and soft straw sandals, she did not say anything more. Because Lin Shui had become an immortal on the mountain, he had high aspirations. It was not that he did not have any thoughts about Chun Pingon, but from a higher point of view, he felt that these trivial matters were not worth his attention. Therefore, he never said anything. As for Li Huai, He was the most willing to speak his mind. Unfortunately, most of the time, he was unreasonable. Before Chun Pingon could say anything, Li Baoping had already suppressed him severely. Therefore, throughout their journey of learning, there had never been any irreconcilable differences, and they had maintained a delicate balance. After Zhu, He, and Zhu Lu left, outside Yefu Pass, Cui Dong brought 2 people to barge into the group. This made the previous 4 people even more united against a common enemy, and their relationship became even closer. The old Xiaocai drank. After drinking only half a liter of wine, he felt a little tipsy. Perhaps it was because he was reminded of the past and did not deliberately use his supernatural powers. It was rare for him to be so relaxed, so he let himself drink to drown his sorrows. The old man looked around and said softly, "I have a friend that I have known since I was young. His family was poor, so he dropped out of school. Later on, he opened a wine shop that was about the size of this shop. From the time he was 18, he married and had children, until he died of old age at 65. He had been running the wine shop for almost 40 years and had sold wine for almost 40 years. The old Xiaocai gently shook the wine bowl. As long as I had some spare money in my pocket, as long as I wanted to drink, I liked to buy wine from him. No matter how far away it was, I would definitely go there." The old Xiaocai smiled, a little sad. "But one day, the shop closed. I asked the neighbors and found out that my friend had died. Since the original shop had closed, I had to go elsewhere to buy wine. That was when I found out that the kind of wine he sold me was more expensive than others." Li Baoping said angrily, "Master Wensheng, you treat him as a friend, but he doesn't seem to treat you as a friend." Chun Pingon didn't say anything. The old man drank a mouthful of wine. "But many years later, I found out that the wine he sold me was brewed from the herbs he personally picked in the mountains. He didn't care about the cost. He used the best ingredients. He sold it at a loss." Li Baoping opened her mouth wide. The little girl's heart was suddenly filled with guilt. The old man picked up a peanut and put it in his mouth to chew. "In the past 40 years, I went from a shabby scholar to an Xiaocai scholar. After that, I also had some ability and fame. Every time that friend saw me, he would only persuade me to drink. He never mentioned anything about his children's studies or the turmoil in his wife's family. All he did was persuade me to drink. Every time, he would sit in your seat opposite me. His seat was the furthest away from me, but when he raised his head, he could see me. Every time, he would smile foolishly." Li Baoping thought for a moment and quietly left her seat. She sat opposite Chun Pingon and grinned. Chun Pingon made a face at her. The old Xiaocai slowly said, "Later on, I found out that his children either became the local officials of the imperial court and were domineering and domineering. They brought disaster to the country and the people. At a young age, they became titled madams and often beat or killed their concubines and maids. His wife's family suddenly became rich and became a big family. The whole family was very bad. They did all kinds of bad things and harmed many innocent people." The old Xiaocai stared blankly at the empty seat opposite him. "But you insisted on staying in that small wine shop in a shabby shop and brewing wine year after year until you died of old age." Li Baoping opened her mouth wide again. Her face was full of disbelief. The old Xiaocai retracted his gaze and ate salted peanuts with his wine. He said to Chun Pingon, "In the future, practice martial arts and swordsmanship well. Don't be reasonable about everything. Especially don't follow the principles in the books. You have to be flexible. Otherwise, you will be very tired. Maybe in the end, you will be the only one by your side and not have half a friend. Since ancient times, the higher the position of the sage, the more unreasonable things they have done. Isn't it?" The old Xiaocai stretched out his finger and drew a line on the table. Finally, he straightened his arm as if he wanted to draw a path beyond the table. "Think about it. Some roads you can walk alone for a year. But what about 10 years? 100 or 1,000 years. But here comes the problem. Some people are stubborn and insist on walking down the road. What can you do? You have to do the right thing at the right time. Don't be too old. If you have experienced everything, you won't feel regret when you walk down the road alone. Instead, you will feel, ooh, the old Shotsai was really drunk. He stretched out his thumb and pointed at himself. I am really King, awesome. After saying these heroic words, the old Shotsai's head fell forward with a bang and hit the table heavily. The young man paid the bill with the shopkeeper and walked out with the old Shotsai on his back. The little girl was secretly happy. It turned out that the sage of literature could get drunk and talk a lot when drunk. Chun Pingan, it's a waste of youth if you don't have a romantic life. You must drink. Drinking is good. Little Baoping, remember this. You have to cherish Chun Pingan. Don't think that he's unreasonable just because he's doing too well. Instead, you'll distance yourself from him. Otherwise, you'll regret it one day. Chun Pingan will become the second Shaoqi. When something happens, no one will know about it, or even if they know, they won't have the guts to help. How miserable would that be? Little Pingan, we're being reasonable, not to make ourselves feel wronged, but to slowly accumulate it. If there comes a day when you suddenly feel that the whole world is unreasonable, you have the confidence and spirit to loudly tell the world, you're all wrong. The old Shotsai smelled of alcohol and patted the young man's head. Chun Pingan, who was carrying the old Shotsai on his back, had a bitter face and could only nod desperately. The old Shotsai burped and straightened his neck as if he was looking for the little girl in the green bamboo box. Li Baoping quickly jumped up. I'm here. The old Shotsai made 2 O sounds and then slapped Chun Pingan's head again. Little Ping, and let me ask you, the more you read in the future, the more you feel that the principles in the books are reasonable. But if one day the whole or half of the scholars in the world start to criticize little Baoping and say that she is shameless for liking her junior uncle, what will you do? The little girl didn't take it seriously and said angrily, is it wrong for me to like junior uncle? How can these people read? The young man had been living at the bottom of the city since he was young, and it was difficult for him to survive. Therefore, Chun Pingan had to think further, and no more dirty things. He said without hesitation, if there really comes a day when they want to scold Baoping, they will have to ask my fist first. Chun Pingan turned to the little girl and said with a smile, other than fist, junior uncle will also have a sword in the future. So if that day really comes, you must tell junior uncle. Even if junior uncle is far away, he will come to protect you. The old Shotsai said drunkenly. Then if the little girl thinks that you can't beat those people and is afraid that you will get hurt, she deliberately doesn't call you. Chun Pingan, you only know the pitiful ending after the incident. What will you do? Now that things have come to this, do you want to catch those scholars and kill them? Chun Pingan stopped and looked at the little girl. Baoping, do you want junior uncle to kill for you and be scolded and beaten to death? Or do you want to confront those bad guys openly and face them together? Even if we die, we will die righteously and not have any regrets. The little girl was a little flustered. Junior uncle, it sounds like the latter option is slightly better. The old Shotsai laughed. It's not as miserable as you think. Scholars still have some shame. It's not to the point of life and death. It's just a little bumpy. The old Shotsai finally said, speaking of the order, this kid used it so quickly, applying what he has learned. Impressive. Chun Pingan smiled and said, Sir, it's okay if you scare us, but don't you think it's a little too much to pretend to be drunk to not pay? The old Shotsai's head tilted, and he snored like thunder. Li Baoping still had some lingering fear, so she grabbed Chun Pingan's sleeve. Chun Pingan joked, What are you afraid of? In the future, you just have to study hard and try to win against them in terms of reasoning. If this still doesn't work, junior uncle will work harder from today on to practice martial arts and swordsmanship. When the time comes, Junior uncle will fly on his sword and come to your side from thousands of miles away. Think about it. Everyone will look up and stare at your junior uncle with their eyes wide open, just like when we saw Wei Jin in the Wind Snow Temple. At that time, you can tell everyone that this is your junior uncle. Isn't he awesome? The little girl nodded vigorously and laughed heartily. She jumped up and said, "Wow, cool, cool." 158. The little girl had already begun to look forward to the arrival of that day. Not only was she not afraid, but she was also filled with childish anticipation. She was waiting for her little martial uncle to step on his flying sword and land beside her from a faraway place, telling everyone that he was her little martial uncle. As for the danger that day, Li Baoping did not think much about it. After all, no matter how intelligent the little girl was, she could not imagine the sinister human heart that was not described in books. Even if she racked her little brain, she could not figure out the surging undercurrent and the cold, murderous intention hidden behind the laurel belt. The inexperienced little girl simply chose to trust a person wholeheartedly. The reason why the old scholar who was sleeping soundly on the back of the young man chose to reveal the heaven's secret was probably because he cherished this hard-to-come-by innocence. Li Baoping reminded him softly, "Youngest uncle, if you can't win an argument or a fight, we can run away." Chun Pingan smiled and said, "Of course, as long as you don't find it embarrassing." After that, Chun Pingan took Li Baoping to several grocery stores and bought new boots for the three children. Chun Pingan did not buy any for himself, not because he was stingy, but because he was not used to it. When he tried it on, he felt uncomfortable all over and could not even walk properly. In addition, he bought 2 sets of new clothes for each of the 3 children. He spent money like water. Chun Pingan would be lying if he said that he did not feel distressed, but money had to be spent. Li Baoping still chose red clothes, not just because of the festive atmosphere. Chun Pingan had heard the little girl complain a long time ago. It seemed that when they were young, a wandering Taoist passed by Fulu Street and read the fortune of the 3 Li Baoping brothers. When he read Li Baoping's horoscope, he mentioned that it was best for the little girl to wear red clothes in the future to avoid evil spirits. No matter how much the Li family doted on this little girl, there was no room for discussion on this matter. Although Li Baoping grew more and more depressed as she grew up, she still did as she was told. Last time at the courier station in Red Candle Town, she received 3 letters from her family. Without exception, her father, Li Shishing, and Li Baozhen all reminded the little girl not to change into other colors for novelty. The little girl often told Chun Pingan in private that if she saw that stinky Taoist in the future, she must give him a beating. When they went shopping, the old scholar was still drunk and sleeping. Chun Pingan could only carry him all the time. Fortunately, he was not heavy, probably less than 100 jin. Chun Pingan really did not know how such an old scholar could hold so much knowledge in his stomach. On the way back to the Autumn Read-In, Li Baoping's bookcase was filled to the brim. However, after walking for thousands of miles, the little girl looked increasingly tanned and thin, but she was still very sturdy. Her strength and spirit were very good. Chun Pingan was not worried that this little weight would hurt Li Baoping's body. When they arrived at the flowing clouds and water alley, it was still a mysterious scene of clouds and mist. Chun Pingan had seen it many times, but he still felt that it was incredible. The painting that the blind Taoist gave him before he left, although the painting on it was very strange, it was not as shocking as seeing it in person. When they arrived at the entrance of the inn, which was engraved with 2 tall painted door gods, the old man suddenly woke up. The moment his feet touched the ground, the bag appeared on his back, and he held a silver ingot in his hand. The old scholar looked at the 2 people who were at a loss and said with a smile, "All good things must come to an end. I still have a lot of places to go, and I need to go to the west. I can't stay here any longer. The old scholar slowly said, Chimpingon, what about that half of Chui Dong? Although it is not complete, it is more or less clear. In the future, I will leave him to you. Teaching by word and example is more important than teaching by words. This is also the reason why I put him by your side. Li Baoping frowned and said, that guy called Chui Dong is a big bad guy. Alas, why do you always protect him? I have no choice. The old scholar was helpless and explained patiently with a smile, I have already removed the inhibition on him. If next time you still think that he should be killed, then you don't have to care about what this terrible old man thinks. Do what you need to do. The reason why I am so partial to him is because he went down the wrong path. Most of it was because I taught Chui Dong wrong in the past. I should not have denied it so decisively and caused Chui Dong to misunderstand that I came to an arbitrary conclusion. The old man looked tired and said in a low voice, what's more, I was really unhappy at the time. There was a fight that I had to win, so I didn't have time to explain the reasons to him and help him deduce the future bit by bit. So that's what happened later. In a fit of anger, this kid simply betrayed his master, leaving behind a big mess. Ma Shan was one of them. Moreover, the new path that he chose, if he can take every step steadily, there is indeed hope that he will benefit the world for hundreds or thousands of years. Perhaps he can add another incense stick to our Confucian orthodoxy. These are both a great cause for 1,000 years, but also nonsense. When you have the chance in the future, you may also encounter such nonsense. When that time comes, don't learn from me. Think more, and don't rush to make a decision. You must be patient, especially when it comes to the people around you. Don't be blind under the light. Otherwise, you will be very sad. Speaking of this, the old man touched Chen Pingan's head with his dry and thin palm, and then rubbed Li Baoping's little head. You too, don't always think about growing up quickly. If you really grow up, there will be more and more things that are beyond your control, and few friends will always be by your side. The newer the clothes and boots, the better, but the older the friends, the better. But when you get old, you will die of old age one day. Li Baoping asked. Lin Shui said that the immortals on the mountain like qi trainers can live for 100 or even 1,000 years if they succeed in their cultivation. The old man asked with a smile, what about 100 years later? Li Baoping asked tentatively, then I will go first. The old man was amused by the little girl's innocence and couldn't help laughing. Then on the other hand, little Baoping, you are such a good girl. If one day you are no longer in the world, how sad will your friends be? Anyway, this old man will be so sad that he will cry loudly. At that time, I won't even be able to drink wine. Li Baoping was suddenly enlightened and nodded her head like a little chick pecking rice. Yes, 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 no one can die. The old elementary scholar stretched out his hand and handed over the silver ingot. Chen Pingan looked at it and asked, is this worm silver? Chui Dong has won. The old elementary scholar shook his head and smiled. That little thing. Only the young Chui Dong would be interested in it and find it interesting. If it was the old Chui Dong, he would be too lazy to take a second look at it. This thing that looks like a silver ingot is actually an ownerless sword embryo. Compared to the one that Chui Dong hid in the Feng Cun item, its grade is much higher. The key is that it has a deep history. If you have the chance to go to the central divine continent in the future, you must bring it to Sui Mountain. Who knows, you might even be able to drink some guy's good wine. Sui Mountain's Huagua wine is the best in the world. The old elementary scholar gave him a thumbs up. Even an immortal would be drunk. Chen Pingan took the silver ingot. The old elementary scholar joked, oh, you were unwilling to be my disciple before. I said that you would not agree even if I talked until my lips were cracked. Why did you accept it now? Chen Pingan said awkwardly. I felt that if I rejected your kindness again, it would hurt your feelings. Li Baoping whispered, Master Wensheng, it's because this thing looks like silver. How can Junior Uncle not like it? Chun Pingon knocked her with a chestnut. Li Baoping held her head and did not dare to say anything. The old elementary scholar laughed. Little Baoping, next time we meet, don't call me Master Winsham. You are Qi Jingchuan's disciple, and I am Qi Jingchuan's teacher. What should you call me? Li Baoping was stunned. Grandmaster? Grandmaster? The old elementary scholar smiled and nodded. That's right. You can call me either way as long as you like. The little girl hurriedly bowed with her hands clasped in front of her chest. However, she forgot that she was carrying a heavy box on her back. Li Baoping lost her balance and almost fell flat on her face. Chun Pingon hurriedly helped her carry the small box. The old elementary scholar straightened his back and did not move, calmly accepting the gift. The elementary scholar shook the bag on his back and sighed. The sword embryo is called Little Fengdu. Don't worry and accept it. The karma of the sword embryo has long been completely cut off. As for how to use it, it is very simple. As long as you put your heart into it, everything will be fine when you reach the bridge, and it will automatically recognize you as its master. If you don't put your heart into it, even if you hold it for 10,000 years, it will not wake up. Chun Pingon carefully put it away. The old elementary scholar nodded. Let's go. The old elementary scholar turned and left. Li Baoping asked doubtfully, Grandmaster? The old elementary scholar turned his head and asked with a smile, What's wrong? The little girl pointed to the sky. Grandmaster, didn't you say you were going to go a long way? Why didn't you just disappear with a whoosh? The old elementary scholar could not help but smile. He nodded his head and disappeared with a whoosh. Chun Pingon and Li Baoping raised their heads at the same time and looked at the sky. The old elementary scholar's figure had long disappeared. But in fact, there was an old elementary scholar at the end of the street in the Flowing Clouds alley. He turned his head and looked at the entrance of the Autumn Reed before slowly walking away. Returning to the courtyard, the tall woman was sitting on a stone bench. She was looking up at the sky with a gentle smile on her face. Yu Lu and Xie Xie were in the same courtyard, but they didn't know about the existence of this sword spirit. Every time she appeared, she would isolate the aura between them so that the young man and woman couldn't see or hear, and they couldn't sense her at all. Li Baoping greeted them and went into the house to put away her things. Chun Pingon sat beside the sword spirit. The tall woman stretched out her hand, and the old sword that had been hanging under the bridge for countless years appeared in her hand. She went straight to the point and said, Since things have changed, I will make appropriate changes. Originally, we made a promise of 100 years. Now, it is still the same, but I will speed up the process of sharpening the sword and strive to restore it to its original appearance within 60 years. This means that your dragon beheading platform will not be enough, not enough at all. Chun Pingon was confused. The small dragon beheading platform that suddenly appeared in his courtyard should have been carried to the blacksmith's shop. She smiled and said, Do you remember that time when you were sitting on the bridge and dreaming you fell into the stream with the basket on your back? At that time, I actually took away the dragon beheading platform. After that, you thought it was a stone from the dragon beheading platform, but it was just an ordinary stone that I used to deceive you. Well, it is not accurate to say that it is an ordinary stone. It should be a piece of snake gallstone of the best quality. It is enough to turn a small reptile into a big reptile. In order to reduce the time from 100 years to about 60 years, I have to use at least the large dragon beheading platform in the deep mountains. Maybe I can't use the entire stone cliff, but I definitely can't run away from most of it. But you don't have to worry. I have my own ways to deceive you. If I really can't do it, I can just give it to the military cultivators of the Wind Snow Temple or Shinwu Mountain. They will not think that it is a bad deal. Maybe they will cry with joy and hug each other and cry. Chun Pingon was stunned and speechless. It was as if he had just heard a book from heaven. She stretched out her hand to the sky and the snow-white lotus leaf appeared in her palm. Because of Swan Shotsai, and because your sword was a little unusual, the lotus leaf can't hold on for too long. This is also one of the reasons why I am in a hurry to go back. Also, Shotsai promised me that he would not implicate you because of Chui Dong. He will first go to the Chen family of Yin and reason with them before going to the West. So next, as he said, you just need to take those children to study peacefully. With such a bad guy like Chui Dong and Yulu, who is at the 6th realm of martial arts by your side to protect you, I believe that even if you lose your sword Qi, you will still be able to turn misfortunes into blessings. She looked a little worried. But after arriving at the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, in the next 60 years, I will need to draw a circle and not leave easily. Otherwise, all my efforts will be in vain. You have to ensure that you don't die and that your state continues to grow. It will be a little troublesome. Chun Pingon said. Alliance once said unintentionally that no matter if you are a martial artist or a Qi cultivator, once you reach the 3rd realm of cultivation, you can try to travel a country alone. As long as you don't court death, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. When you reach the 5th or 6th realm, you can walk on the map of half the continent. The premise is that you don't join in the fun and don't go to those famous, dangerous places. Also, don't be hot-blooded and think that you can be chivalrous no matter what you encounter or slay demons and devils. Then you will be safe and sound. If you meet with an unexpected accident and die because of it, then you can only blame your bad luck. With such a bad fate, staying at home is also not safe, so whether you go out or not, the result is more or less the same. She nodded and said with relief, it's best that you can think this way. You should be so. If you are timid, you will never achieve anything in your cultivation. She suddenly narrowed her eyes and asked playfully, until now, when I am about to leave, why don't you ask me how I can help you prolong your life and solve the future problems, since we share the same weal and woe? Aren't you curious why I don't help you repair the bridge of longevity and let you smoothly embark on the road of cultivation? Logically speaking, this is not an unreasonable request, is it? Chun Pingon said frankly, last night before I went to bed, I wanted to get up and ask these questions, but then I held back. The sword spirit asked, why? Chun Pingon said with a serious face, it's not that I am embarrassed to ask. In order to survive, I will not be embarrassed even if I am thin-skinned. It's just that I have always believed in old man Yao, who was half my master at that time, and I believe in something he said. The sword spirit interrupted the teenager's words and nodded. I know. I saw and heard in the scene shown by the flowing water of time. It's a very interesting sentence. She then became a little annoyed and stood up with the lotus leaf umbrella. Do you know why there is a saying in the human world, disfigurement? It is indeed true, but the disfigurement of ordinary people is in the theory of life. Even changing one's name is within the big rules, so it doesn't get in the way. But if it involves the bridge of longevity, the changes in the many Qi Fu acupoints in the body are a big deal. Cultivation is an action that goes against the current. To put it bluntly, it goes against the way of heaven. The so-called Tao of Qi cultivators is actually to prove their own great Tao, to be able to make the way of heaven bow its head. Heaven wants me to be born, grow old, get sick, and die, but I want to cultivate the golden body of purity, live a long life, and enjoy eternal freedom. I want heaven to pinch its nose and admit that it has a long life. Think about it. How difficult is that? If it is easy to build the bridge of longevity, those immortal families on the mountain, as long as the ancestors do it, won't it be easy for them to have all their descendants become immortals? Because the human meridians, Qi Fu, and blood are the most mysterious existence in the world. You should know that the Taoist school advocates the big and small worlds inside and outside the world. This small world refers to the human body and spirit. Apart from implying that the human body is a natural paradise, the bridge of longevity is a bridge that connects the two worlds, Therefore, it is really as difficult as ascending to heaven. It is not that no one can do it, but the price to pay is very high. The requirements for the people who build the bridge are extremely high, and it is limited to the great qi cultivators of schools, such as the School of Yin Yang and the School of Medicine. This is also one of the reasons why these schools of thought are not good at killing but still stand tall. Seeing that the teenager's eyes were a little disappointed but not depressed, the sword spirit was relieved. He smiled mischievously and said, "Now, no matter what, little Pingon, you should first temper your body and lay a good foundation. Otherwise, in the future, when I have sharpened the sword, it will be too embarrassing if you can't even lift the sword. Don't think that it is easy to lift the sword." In Scholar Sauer's painting of mountains and rivers, he gave you the illusion of a 10th realm cultivator. The body of an ordinary 9th realm cultivator may not be comparable to that of a 5th or 6th realm cultivator, but the 10th realm cultivators who are determined to break through the threshold are not idiots who would dare to underestimate the tempering of the body. Most of them will rely on the hard work of tempering their body and spirit in this realm to become more diligent than a pure martial artist. Bit by bit, they will polish their body and spirit, not allowing the slightest flaw. Therefore, this has created the interesting situation where the 10th realm qi cultivators in the world are all old turtles in the water. Ooh. Chun Pingon remembered all these words firmly in his heart. The woman in white stood in the courtyard and said with a smile, "Little Pingon, you must wait for me for 60 years. Also, when the time comes, don't become a white-haired old man. It is really a killjoy. Be careful that I don't recognize you as my master." Chun Pingon stood up and was about to speak. She had already walked towards him. She stretched out her hand and made a gesture of wanting to high-five him as an oath. Chun Pingon quickly raised his hand high. However, in the end, their palms passed each other in the air. The woman in white had already disappeared and left. Chun Pingon sat back in his original position. Suddenly, he slapped his head and remembered the scholar with sword. He had forgotten to ask her and old Mr. Wensheng about the identity of the golden-clothed girl hiding in the wooden sword. Chui Dong was drinking tea in a secret room of the Autumn Reed Inn. The second in command of the inn, Lu Jiahui, the famous Madame Lu among the upper echelons of the prefecture city, was like a lowly servant girl. She carefully observed his expression and carefully sized up this dolly imperial tutor who had revealed his identity. The Purple Sun Manor that she was in was originally a chess piece of the Huangting country that had been roped in by the great Li. This alliance was personally approved by the founding master, who rarely showed himself. Thus, everyone in the Purple Sun Manor naturally did not dare to be careless, especially for people like Lu Jiahui, who believed that they had no hope of reaching the great Tao. They would be particularly concerned about symbols of secular power such as the imperial court and the government. Although the Huangting country's Hong family had always followed the ancestral system to give preferential treatment to immortals, it was a pity that a small Huangting country could make the deeply involved Lingyun sect be dead set on it. But there was no way to make sects like the Ziyang prefecture pledge their loyalty, because the pond was too small. The dragon under the water wanted to have a wider territory. The Ziyang prefecture was more ambitious than the Crouching Dragon Temple that only wanted the word palace. Lu Jiahui was not stupid enough to be willing to believe the handsome young man with a mole between his eyebrows. There was only one reason. The green-robed man standing beside the young man acted more like a servant than she did. Lu Jiahui could not think of anyone in Huangting country who could make this vicious and merciless Hanshi river god be willing to be a servant. After Chui Dong casually asked about the internal situation of the Ziyang prefecture, he suddenly smiled and asked, "Wei Li, this county governor, is Madame Lu's lover right? In the future, he will most likely become Dali's obstacle. If I want you to kill him personally today, would Madame be willing to do it?" Lu Jiahui's mind was blank and her body was tense. Chui Dong chuckled and said, Look at how scared you are. Am I the kind of person who would break up a couple? Lu Jiahui lifted her gaze slightly. She saw the white-robed young man nodding his head and smiling. Yes, I am that kind of person. Lu Jiahui wanted to cry, but had no tears. Her face was pale. The young man waved his hand and said understandingly, however, it's too cruel for you to kill him personally. Moreover, the Xiang prefecture is now allied with Dali. I won't make things difficult for Madame Lu, who has been managing this family business conscientiously. The water god behind me has a normal relationship with Lord Wei. Let him kill him. Lu Jiahui tried her best to hold back the tears that were about to burst out of her eyes. She lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, Lord Imperial Tutor, if Wei Li really wants to die, I'll kill him. There's no need for the water god to do it. Cui Shi sighed, as if he was bemoaning the state of the universe and mankind. He muttered to himself, if that's the case, Madame Lu must have a grudge against me and the Li dynasty. Why don't we do this? After you kill your lover, I'll let the water god kill you. At the very least, you can be a pair of dying mandarin ducks. The flirtatious woman raised her head. Her seductive peach blossom eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if she wanted to destroy both the jade and the common stone. The green-robed man took a step forward and sneered. In his eyes, Lu Jiahui and the others were no different from ants who overestimated themselves. The woman suddenly woke up and took a few steps back. Cui Dong, who was sitting cross-legged on the chair, pinched the lid of the cup and gently fanned the tea mist. The fragrance assailed his nose. He closed his eyes and sniffed in an intoxicated manner. Then he slowly opened his eyes and stared at the woman who was fighting in her heart. Cui Dong smiled and clicked his tongue. All living beings are bitter. Love is the most important. On account of this good cup of tea, I'll let Wei Li off. Really, I'm not lying to you. Ooh. The woman's body went limp, and she almost fell. She mustered her last bit of courage and asked timidly, Lord Imperial Tutor, are you really not lying to me? Cui Dong could not help but laugh. What's the point of lying to you? Of course, Lu Jiahui did not dare to believe it. The originally astute woman suddenly lost her soul. Cui Dong said unhappily, Okay, go out. In the future, remember to keep an eye on Wei Li. Don't let him do anything stupid. In the future, whether or not you can become Dali's wife, and whether or not Wei Li can soar in Dali's officialdom will all depend on you, Lu Jiahui's ability. In this way, Lu Jiahui understood. Otherwise, she really would not be able to catch up with the Dali Imperial Tutor's wild and unconstrained ideas. The feeling of fear had already seeped into her bones. Not only was she afraid of an unpredictable and seemingly weak young man, but she was afraid of the invincible Dali army. She was afraid of the Dali Imperial Tutor, who was second only to one person. When she thought of their first meeting, the woman only felt that it was a big joke. She even accepted 2,000 taels of silver from him without any qualms. That was probably the hottest silver in the world. Cui Dong saw that she was still stunned and said coldly, Get out. The woman quickly said goodbye and left. When the woman left the secret room, the man in green robe asked, Imperial Tutor, are you really not going to kill Wei Li? Cui Dong had a smirk on his face. Guess? The man in green robe had a headache. He smiled bitterly and said, I really can't guess what Imperial Tutor is thinking. Anyway, I just follow orders. Cui Dong drank a big mouthful of tea and then covered the teacup and put it on the table. He slowly told the truth. I'm not going to kill him. Wei Li and that he bow under you are talents that I, Dali, am willing to use in the future. The man in green robe was really caught off guard this time. Use Wei Li? Why was this so? How could a fourth-grade local official of Huangting country with no family background enter the eyes of the Imperial Tutor of Dali? Cui Shi ignored the doubts of the water god of Hanxi River, lightly tapped on the table with a finger and said, "Next, isn't the autumn harvest coming soon? Your great water mansion will follow the old methods that practice makes perfect, make some accidents happen in this county, make some tragedies that the people can't make a living. When the resentment of the people is about to boil, give Lu Jiahui a chance to pass a message to Wei Li, saying that you, the water god, have promised to help him settle the situation. Yes, Wei Li will definitely be suspicious. It doesn't matter, you can pretend to ask him for money and have him go to the Ministry of Rights to ask for a horizontal board. In this way, even if he still has doubts, for the sake of the people in his territory, he will still nod his head and agree. Then, until the Great Li army is about to march south, you will continue to tease Wei Li like this. When the Great Li army is about to reach the city, when Wei Li is determined to defend the county to his death, you can spread the news that Wei Li colluded with your great water mansion and deliberately walked step by step to this high position for the sake of reputation. When the time comes, I want to see how many of the 200,000 people in the city will not scold Wei Li for being worse than a pig or a dog, and how many people close to him will still believe him. Oh, the green-robed man carefully asked. This is... Chui Dong rolled his eyes and said, "Can't you see? I want Wei Li to live a life worse than death. It's not that I want to criticize you, but you are not much smarter than Lu Jiahui." The dignified Hanxi River water god humbly asked for advice like a young child. "I sincerely request Imperial Tutor Darren to give me pointers." Chui Dong languid curled up in the chair. "Do you know what a true scholar can't stand the most? It's not becoming an official, but encountering a bastard, an incapable ruler. They have no choice but to speak up for the country, and the people not hesitating to die to remonstrate with the ruler. Then they are beheaded because they have a clear conscience, and might even leave their names in history. It's not even being unable to turn the tide when the mountains and rivers are shattered, and they can only watch helplessly as their home and country are destroyed, because even so, they can escape and leave the world, or they can write some poems of grief and indignation. The thing that is truly unacceptable is..." The white-clothed youth shook his head. "It's Wei Li and the other true scholars. As disciples of Confucianism, for the so-called world peace, they resolutely entered the world. They climbed up in the officialdom and were covered in scars. But in the end, they gave the most effort to this world and the most goodwill. But in the end, they did not receive the same amount of goodwill. Instead, they received malice. What he truly wanted, he did not receive a bit, not even a little bit. Let's not talk about the people betraying him. Let's not talk about him letting down the people of his country. In fact, everyone has let him down. Yes, I just want Wei Li to have a taste of this." The green-robed man sighed, putting yourself in his shoes and thinking about it. It's indeed a life worse than death. He quickly remembered that woman who was deeply in love and sighed. If Wei Li knew about the inside story of today's secret room, he would definitely hope that Lu Jiahui would agree to personally kill him today. Chui Dong covered the teacup with his hand and said expressionlessly, "After Wei Li is in complete despair, at an appropriate time, I will let him know, because at that time, Lu Jiahui will choose to commit suicide. She will write a suicide note and tell him the whole truth. She will say that she is actually an honored guest of the Great Water Residence and is Dolly's spy. She will say that she feels guilty and that she has let down Wei Li. In the end, she will probably say that she loves Wei Li very much." At this moment, the green-robed man, as the righteous god of mountains and rivers, actually felt his hair stand on end. A chill ran down his spine. Wei Li is a good seedling. Who knows, he might be one of my favorite disciples in the future. So don't just watch him make a fool of himself. At that time, if he is really determined to commit suicide, you must stop him." Chui Dong smiled and stood up. He turned his head to look at the stiff-faced Hanxi River god and joked, "Also, what are you afraid of? You have a good father." After hearing this, The green-robed man's mood was extremely complicated. Chui Dong stood on tiptoe and patted his shoulder. He smiled and comforted him. In the depths of your heart, there is killing intent. You may not even know it yourself, but it doesn't matter. You and your father are just slightly bigger ants to me, Chui Dong. Your joys and sorrows, hatred and respect. When I am in a good mood, I will take care of them and help to comfort them. When I am in a bad mood, you must know that in ancient Shu there is a kind of rare dragon that likes to eat its own kind. I will. The handsome young man's eyes, without any warning, appeared a strange golden color. It stood erect in his pupils. He used an extremely soft voice, and with an innocent face he added, "Eat you all." The green-robed man did not move at all, but his Adam's apple moved slightly. This time he was really sweating. Chui Dong's tiptoe landed back on the ground. He smiled and said, "Look at how scared you are. Go back to your great water residence. In the future, you will be the same as Wei Li. You will be our Dolly's distinguished guest. Don't be afraid." The green-robed man did not move even if he was beaten to death. He also did not speak. He had made up his mind to stand in the same place. Previously, Lu Jiahui was rewarded by this guy with the words, "Look at how scared you are." It seemed like the result was frightening without any danger. But in reality, then when he heard the sentence, "Look at how scared you are," it was just a difference of one word. What was the difference? Chui Dong pretended to be enlightened and said apologetically, "You really thought too much this time." The green-robed man only raised his arm and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Chui Dong thought for a moment. He turned around and picked up the teacup. After drinking the last bit of tea, he thought for a moment and put down the teacup. He said softly, "In the future, with the help of your father and I, if you can successfully eat that half in the future and be tightly bound to the throne of Dolly, I believe you can completely relax. You should also know that in this matter, which is almost more important than the great Tao, your father does not have a natural advantage like you. It is the same for me. At that time, you will be qualified to be on equal footing with me." The green-robed man was stunned on the spot. Then he lowered his head and cupped his fists. His eyes were burning. He did not say a word because everything was understood without words. Chui Dong waved his hand to drive him away. "Get out." The green-robed man was overjoyed, as if he had been granted amnesty. His entire body turned into a cloud of light green mist and whistled away. Chui Dong put his hands behind his back and closed his eyes. In the spacious and luxurious secret room, he repeatedly paced in a circle. Finally, Chui Dong raised his head and looked straight at a wall as if he wanted to see a place far away. "Old man, you're finally gone." Chui Dong narrowed his eyes and smiled. He strode out of the secret room. When Chui Dong tiptoed back to the courtyard, there was still some complacency between his eyebrows. So what if he lost his cultivation? Wasn't he still playing those idiots in the palm of his hand? In the courtyard, Chun Pingon was asking Li Baoping about the construction of the Tomb of the Rich and what to pay attention to, because Chun Pingon had always thought that when he was rich in the future, he would build a small tomb that did not even have a tombstone as well as a better one. Now that he was not far from the Great Sui Kingdom, it meant that he would soon embark on the journey back home. When he returned home, this would be the first thing he would do. Although Chin Pingon would bring a handful of soil every time he went into and out of the mountains to add soil to his parents' tombstones, this old tradition passed down by the older generation of porcelain burners was not as reassuring as building a better tomb. During this trip, Chin Pingon learned a lot of things that he did not know before, such as the saying that death is like life. This made Chin Pingon feel even more guilty. Li Baoping did not know much. She gave him a rough explanation, and then said that she would send a letter to her brother to ask about it. Chun Pingon did not say much. Anyway, as long as he had money in his pocket, it was easy to solve. The big problems in the past were no longer a problem. Chun Pingon inadvertently remembered something and asked the little girl how to write the character Chui Dong's Fu. Li Baoping knew about it, so she wrote it down on the stone table with her finger. Chun Pingon sighed casually. It's so difficult to write. Not far behind, Chui Dong was sweating profusely. He only felt that he had just done a little bad thing. Wasn't retribution coming too quickly? Didn't the old scholar just get out of here? Chun Pingon, this bastard, was even more ruthless than him. Was he going to spend money to build a tomb and write a tombstone for him? Chun Pingon turned his head and saw the young man in white standing there, dumbstruck. Chui Dong was so scared that he turned and ran. He hurriedly found the frightened Lu Jiahui and pulled her to a secluded place. He tried to be as pleasant as possible and said, "Mrs. Lu, I just thought of something. You have to be kind to others. As long as you are loyal to me, Dolly, I promise you, and Wei Li will live happily and happily in the future. You will have many children and grandchildren." Chui Dong turned and left with satisfaction. He waved his hand and did not look at the woman who was so scared that she fell to her knees. He scolded, "It's up to you to believe it or not. You are happy to hear lies, but you don't believe the truth. Anyway, you and Wei Li have hit the jackpot this time. In the future, you can love each other as much as you want. I wish the two of you a long life together." Chui Dong sneaked back to the courtyard and saw Chun Pingon, this vicious guy, sitting alone on a stone bench. He was using the dragon beheading platform to sharpen the blade with the auspicious symbol. Chui Dong's face turned pale. He said in a daze, "What? You want me to spare the great water residents? That's not necessary. No, this kind of thing can't be changed even if you beat me to death. It's just a casual thing, and it depends on my mood. How can I change my original intention and lay out when it involves Dolly's hegemony?" Ooh. Chun Pingon turned his head and asked with a frown, "You've been sneaking around outside twice. What are you doing?" Chui Dong pointed at the narrow blade in Chun Pingon's hand. "What's this for?" "Sharpening the blade. It's so scary." Chun Pingon said in a bad mood, "You just need to know your place. We won't interfere with each other's business." If these words came from someone like himself, Chui Dong wouldn't believe it. But if it came from Chun Pingon's mouth, Chui Dong would certainly believe it without a doubt. At first, his footsteps were still a little erratic, but he walked faster and faster, more and more relaxed. Finally, he jogged to the stone table and leaned on it. He lowered his voice and said, "Teacher, I just did a good thing to fulfill someone's wish. It's absolutely true. Do you believe it?" Chun Pingon raised his head and looked seriously at this guy's eyes. Finally, he nodded. At this moment, Chui Shi was so moved that tears almost filled his eyes. It could be imagined that this trip out of isolation was full of disasters for the young Chui Dong. Chui Dong said with a flattering smile, "Teacher, why don't I help you sharpen the blade? As a disciple, you're always so idle and don't do your job. I can't sleep and eat well." Chun Pingon glanced at him. Scram. Chui Shi put on an act and sighed heavily. Then he straightened his back and bowed respectfully with his hands clasped in front of him. Only then did he bid farewell and turn around before swaggering back to his room while whistling. He was in a great mood. Chun Pingon looked at the guy's handsome back and was a little confused. Was it because he stayed in the well for too long that water entered his brain? Ooh. 159. After staying at Autumn Reed for 3 days, Lin Shui finally said that there was no point in staying any longer, as he could no longer absorb too much spiritual energy. For some reason, every time he breathed in the pavilion for a long time, he would feel a sharp chi emitted by a sharp weapon. His body and spirit could not withstand it. Lin Shui rarely joked, and asked Chun Pingon to go to the bottom of the well to see if there were any treasures. Chun Pingon roughly guessed the truth. It must be because of his fight with Chui Dong. The two strands of sword chi that left the Chi residence had damaged the landscape of the ruins of the old city god. As it involved the sword spirit, Chun Pingon could not say much. He could only take a few more glances at Chui Dong before leaving the inn. The latter had been in a good mood for the past 2 days and walked with a swagger. After Chun Pingon glanced at him, he immediately became more well-behaved. Chui Dong was a little confused and began to reflect on what bad things he had done to deserve retribution. When the group left the inn, there was someone preparing to stay at Autumn Reed Inn. Chui Dong looked straight ahead, but Li Baoping and the other 2 children were surprised. It turned out that it was the old assistant minister of Huangting Kingdom. He had brought his family and servants all the way to the county capital. There were 3 carriages parked in the alley outside the inn. Seeing an old friend in a foreign land, the old assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue laughed heartily, especially when he saw that Li Baoping, Li Huai, and the other children had changed their straw sandals into boots and wore new clothes. They were full of vitality. The old man was even more gratified and had to send them out of the city. Among the family of the old assistant minister, there was a graceful woman in simple clothes and a dignified man in a green robe. They were the most eye-catching. The old man introduced them as his eldest daughter and youngest son. He said that they were not good at studying and that it was an extravagant hope to rely on his children to bring honor to the family. Listening to his father's complaints in front of outsiders, the green-robed man remained expressionless. The mature woman smiled as she looked at the young boys, girls, and children. Finally, she fixed her eyes on Yulu. The woman's smile became even wider, as if she had accidentally found the most delicious delicacy. The woman coughed uncontrollably and quickly lowered her head. She raised her sleeve to cover her scarlet lips and coughed dryly twice. Inside the wide sleeves, the real scene was a woman secretly swallowing her saliva and licking her lips. Chun Pingon frowned. The tall youth, who acted as the coachman, smiled, as usual, and turned to look at Chui Dong. "Young master, when shall we leave?" Chui Dong said indifferently, "Let's go." The old assistant minister laughed heartily and said, "My old body has caught a cold before, and I really can't stand the wind and the sun. Let's sit in the same carriage as young Master Chui, and I can ask young Master Chui about the cliff carvings. The 2 of you follow behind. If you don't want to walk out of the city, it's up to you whether you want to take the carriage or not." The 2 carriages drove out of the flowing cloud alley. In the carriage in front, Chui Dong and the old assistant minister sat opposite each other. The atmosphere was heavy. The old man, who appeared to be the assistant minister of Huangting Country, cupped his fists and said, "I came uninvited this time. I hope Lord Imperial Tutor can forgive me." The youth in white with a cinnabar between his eyebrows rubbed the jade pendant on his waist with 2 fingers. He stared at the old man impolitely, and his words were even more offensive. "Did that little bastard of yours instigate you to come and find out? Do you want to see if I have the ability to kill you and your father?" The old man who went to the Milky Way drunk that night was not angry. He looked amiable and said, "Lord Imperial Tutor, my youngest son is not very capable, but he has a lot of little tricks. This time, he is really scared and happy and lost his composure. That's why he informed me, hoping that I could help him come up with a plan on how to cooperate with the Imperial Tutor and Dolly. How can this be considered as testing? Lord Imperial Tutor, you misunderstood and overestimated my youngest son." Chui Dong shook his head and said, "I don't care about what you think. I only care about how you do it and the final result. So, since that little bastard broke my rules first, I naturally have a way to teach him a lesson. As his father, if you're not convinced and intend to break the alliance and not be the hill master of the new Academy of MT Padding Cloud, we can slowly calculate all of this. Let's see who's stronger and who's stronger." Old Dragon, who was disguised as the old assistant minister, had a gloomy expression. "Lord Imperial Tutor, Why do you have to be so overbearing? My youngest son's actions may have crossed the line, but to the imperial tutor who holds great power, isn't the big picture more important? Don't tell me that I don't deserve the imperial tutor's forgiveness and accommodation. You fellows who treat mutual deception as your spare time might think that this kind of probing is normal. I used to be like this, but the situation is different now. Chui Dong narrowed his eyes. My teacher has just taught me a principle. Sometimes you can't take a single step out, otherwise you'll be beaten. Ooh. Chui Dong leaned forward and looked at the old man's gloomy face. He sneered and said, "Do you really think you're qualified to ride in the same carriage as me? Then, do you know that your original body, the old, thin, and small flood dragon on the Crouching Dragon Temple's inkstone, is now in my hands?" The old man smiled bitterly. "Lord Imperial Tutor, why do you have to do this? Even if there are some small disputes between allies, there's no need for the foundation of the great Tao, right?" The old man restrained his expression, and his eyes revealed a cold cruelty. This was originally a good thing, but Lord Imperial Tutor, aren't you afraid of a life and death struggle? Both sides will end up with nothing? Chui Dong stared at the old man's eyes that had yet to remove the camouflage. His words became more and more aggressive, but his tone was extremely calm. It was like the world's widest river, and his skills were all under the water. You don't deserve to talk to me about your principles. You have to use your heart to figure out my principles, understand? Next, I'll use the ancient thunder technique to strike the sleeping old dragon on the inkstone, which is your original body, until I've broken your 300 years of cultivation. So, you see, I don't even need to care about your little bastard. In the end, you'll naturally vent your anger on him. The old flood dragon's eyes were filled with killing intent. He shouted, "Chui Dong, don't you go too far." Chui Shi laughed loudly and said, "Going too far? Are you even human, you old reptile? Your family isn't human. Look at you, and look at your little bastard son. You still want to bring honor to your family? Especially that Purple Sun Mansion's founder outside. When he saw you Lu with his dense dragon aura, he probably couldn't even walk, right? With a family like yours, even if I dare to support you to a very high place, will you be able to stand firm?" Chui Dong stretched out 2 fingers and waved them in front of himself. "You can't." Without waiting for the old flood dragon to speak, Chui Dong pointed out the window. "Get out. Looking at you will dirty my eyes. Within 3 days, if I don't receive a satisfactory answer, I won't give you any reply. At that time, you can come and kill me." The old flood dragon was silent for a long time. Finally, he bowed and retreated. From the beginning to the end, Chui Dong's heart didn't have any ripples. As for the cowardice inside, it was even more impossible. When the carriage stopped for a moment and continued forward, Chui Dong closed his eyes and was in high spirits. The corner of Chui Dong's mouth curled up as he muttered, 3. Inside the carriage, a cool breeze blew without warning. The young man was wearing a white robe with large sleeves. The surface of his robe was like a flowing stream. On the side of the road, after seeing the old man leave the carriage, he chatted with the children for a while and stayed behind to watch the group leave the county city. The green-robed man and the graceful woman walked down from the carriage behind. They were somewhat puzzled. The old man kept looking at the carriage. In the end, the old man withdrew his gaze. Not only did he not find any flaws, but he also saw an unimaginably terrifying scene. Jumping realms. The old man turned his head to look at the woman and son. He said with a smile, "Only one is missing. It can be considered a small family reunion. Father is very happy." As the daughter of the founder of the Purple Sun Prefecture, her intuition was clearly sharper. As a flood dragon, it was probably because of the word lake that she was born with an innate ability to spy on the movements of other types of heart lakes. She had already noticed that there was something wrong with the old flood dragon's state of mind. Without any hesitation, she rose from the ground and turned into a beam of light, wanting to escape the prefecture city. However, she had forgotten that the difference between her and her father was not just in terms of seniority. The old man was obviously furious. He didn't care whether the county city would be affected or not. Moreover, not to mention a small county city, even the entire Yellow Court country didn't have the qualifications to talk about crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were a few small cats and snakes, but how could they make the old flood dragon look at them in a new light? Now that Dolly's cavalry was heading south, there was no need for him to hide too much. However, this was based on the premise that he had established a stable alliance with Dolly. The reason why he did this superfluous move and caused new problems to arise and angered the imperial tutor, Chui Dong. In fact, the old man was indeed too frightened. His state of mind fluctuated greatly, and he lost his sense of propriety. Compared to the young son of the Hanshi River god, he wasn't much better. After all, he and Chui Minghuang of the Lakeview Academy had seen the thunder pool at the top of the cliff carvings with their own eyes, together with the old Xian Tian, who made them leave the thunder pool with a wave of his sleeve. A string of golden characters appeared in the palm of his hand. In the secret letter sent by the green-robed man, he talked about the young Dolly imperial tutor on behalf of his father. He described in detail Chui Dong's various actions. He also said that he had lost all his realms and cultivation. In the words of the Hanshi River god, there wasn't the slightest bit of malice. He just hoped that his father could help him probe and see if he could help the great water residents gain more benefits. After all, how could a great water resident dare to wrestle with Chui Dong? Even if he killed Chui Dong, what benefits would there be? When Dolly went south, wouldn't it be the time for the great water residents to be destroyed? The green-robed man asked in a trembling voice, "Father, why? Did Big Sister do something wrong?" The old man stretched out a withered palm, and his 5 fingers formed a hook. He drew down little by little and said with a cold face, "It has nothing to do with your sister. It's mainly because of your superfluous actions. You caused me to lose 300 years of cultivation and caused many twists and turns in the future. I'm not in a good mood. Is this reason enough?" Scarlet blood flowers bloomed between the old man's 5 fingers. They looked small and cute, but in fact, they weren't warm at all. Because in the sky, the same thing happened. The woman's body was cut, with 5 huge blood grooves. It was more miserable than pork on the chopping board. With one slash, there were deep wounds that showed the bones. Not only that, the woman who had escaped 1,000 feet away was quickly pulled back to the county. However, because the tragedy happened silently in the sky, the people in the county didn't notice. Except for a few who happened to look up at the sky and were stunned, the rest didn't cause much of a stir. Finally, the woman fell to the ground with a bang. Her body was a mess of flesh and blood. Her talisman's robe, which was originally in good condition, was tattered and didn't cover her body. The woman curled up on the ground and wailed in pain, begging the old dragon. The dignified Xiang residence's chief, one of the few chi cultivators in Huangting country, a great immortal who had the potential to reach the 10th realm, was rolling on the ground like this. The old man waved his hand, and the woman's body fell horizontally to the side of the road. After breaking a pillar, she slumped at the foot of the wall like a pile of mud. The green-robed man's face turned pale. Is that imperial tutor angry? This is an insignificant test. Even if I'm wrong, is it worth him to mobilize so many people? Isn't he afraid that we'll turn to the Great Sway Kingdom? The old man stared at his young son, who was full of fear, and sighed. He flicked his sleeves and left. He didn't teach him a lesson, and just left 2 words. Useless. That Hanshi River god went to carry his dying sister and returned to the carriage. The coachman was the river god scholar under the great water residence. When the green-robed man lifted the curtain, his back was facing the scholar. He said with some regret, "Sui Bin, you were right. I shouldn't have been so reckless. The scholar waved his whip and slowly drove the carriage back to the autumn read-in. He said softly, "Fortune and misfortune come together. It's not all bad. Knowing the imperial tutor's bottom line, it will be easier to deal with him in the future. It's better to suffer a small loss now than to be complacent in the future and be killed without knowing the reason." The green-robed man placed his sister in the carriage and sat behind the scholar. He said angrily, "A small loss? My father lost 300 years of cultivation. With his bad temper, I'll be offended in the future. Others don't know, but you, Sway Bin, don't know how my 7 or 8 brothers and sisters died." The scholar Sway Bin smiled faintly. "It's good that they died. Only 3 of them are left. Those who are alive don't have to die. If it was in the past, I would have to collect the corpse for the water god. I might even have to piece the corpse together. It's a bit troublesome." If Sway Bin, the military advisor behind the scenes, kept comforting him, the green-robed man might become more and more uneasy. He wouldn't even dare to stay in the county city. He might even dare to stay in the great water residence. He would have to run a few thousand miles away to avoid the trouble. Now that he heard Sway Bin's sarcastic words, the green-robed man felt more at ease. He glanced at the back of the river god, who had the body of a water ghost, and thought to himself, no wonder he was together with County Governor Wei Li and was valued by the young imperial tutor. "Don't call me the water god. I'm not used to it. After so many years, I've given you extra attention. You've never bowed to me. That's good. Don't be unable to share riches and honor with me." The green-robed man lamented angrily, "Sway Bin, my father has studied for so many years. He's not any less than the scholarly sage. His private library has a rich collection of books. It's even the best in the Yellow Court country. Why is his temper still so bad?" Sway Bin smiled. "Isn't your father's temper very good to those young scholars? He's really good." The green-robed man was helpless. Sway Bin hesitated for a moment. "Actually, the reason why your father is so angry is probably related to the opportunity of the great Tao. Although you've deliberately concealed this, that Dali imperial tutor is sure that your father knows about it. Since he can see so far into the future, he might have the intention to drive a wedge between you father and son." The green-robed man was horrified. In the carriage, an unexpected aged voice sounded. "Sway Bin, it might not be a good thing for you to be so smart." Sway Bin laughed. "Old mister, I was once a scholar. Now I've become a scholar. Since I'm not afraid of death, why should I be afraid of death?" The elusive old flood dragon smiled and said, "With you assisting this idiot, I'm relieved." The green-robed man was slightly suffocated. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. If it was said that his father looked down on the little river earl in the past, or that he was carefully hibernating and didn't need outsiders at all, then from now on, he would start to conquer the country. Wouldn't it be better to have more civil officials and generals under him? Sway Bin seemed to have seen through the thoughts of the Hanshi River god. He smiled and joked, "Don't worry, I won't betray you. Even if I become a ghost, I still have this bit of backbone." The old dragon who was sitting in the carriage coldly glanced at his daughter, who was curled up in the corner. He turned his head to look at the curtain of the carriage and put on a warm smile that came from the bottom of his heart. "I've heard about your daughter. Do you want me to help her become the mountain god of Hengshan?" Sway Bin shook his head. "That evil creature is worse than a pig or a dog. Just let her live and die on her own." The old dragon laughed heartily. "This temper is like mine." The green-robed man outside and the heavily injured woman in the carriage were both filled with desolation. Every family had their own difficulties. Whether it was the Hanshi River god or the founder of Xiang Manor, they were only one step away from the 10th realm. In their own territories, they were high above, having the power to kill and seize. They were even more unrestrained than the rulers of the mortal world. But so what? After leaving the county city, the group and the carriage headed west. Chui Dong walked down from the carriage and came to Chen Pingan's side. He first smiled at Li Huai. Do you want to sit in my carriage? It's spacious and comfortable. You can even lie down and sleep. Ooh. Li Huai was eager to try, but he didn't dare to make a decision. Chen Pingan smiled knowingly. Go. Chui Dong said in a low voice, Mister, learning how to conduct yourself is indeed useful to me. I've benefited a lot. How should I thank you? Chen Pingan nodded. Chui Dong was overjoyed. What did Mister say? Although I can't open the treasure vault in the Fengzuan item and can't take anything out for the time being, the last time I entered the city, I bought all of that prodigal son's belongings. In fact, there were 2 good items. For example, that little glazed figure. It actually has a hidden secret. As long as you infuse it with spiritual energy and genuine qi, it will start to dance vividly. It can also sing melodious songs. Chen Pingan said to him, Disappear. Chui Dong was very sad. He left silently and ran to pester Lin Shuyi and Li Baoping. In the end, he was rejected. In the end, he could only return to the carriage resentfully. Seeing Li Huai happily rolling around in the carriage, Chui Dong squatted at the side and opened a package. He took out the little glazed figure and shook it in front of Li Huai. Do you want it? Li Huai stared fixedly at the peerlessly beautiful glazed woman. She was about half a foot away from him. The child spoke insincerely. Not at all. Chui Dong slightly increased his strength. From the inside of the glazed figure, it emitted a gentle light. Chui Dong then placed it on the floor of the carriage. Soon, the glazed figure let out a squeaking sound. After a moment of silence, it suddenly came to life. It even danced gracefully. At the same time, it hummed an unknown ancient song. It was not the official language of the Great Sui Kingdom of Dali, nor was it the official language of the Aquarius continent. Therefore, Li Huai could not understand what she was singing. However, the scene was really pleasing to the eye. The child could not help but lie on the ground and stare at the beautiful figure of the glazed figure in a daze. When the light that overflowed in the glazed figure's body faded, the glazed figure calmed down and returned to its rigid and unmoving state. Chui Dong said patiently, You don't want it even if I give it to you for free? What are you afraid of? You and Chen Pingan are friends, and I am Chen Pingan's student. We are so close. What do I want from you? Furthermore, what do you have that I want from you, right? Li Huai retracted his gaze and looked at Chui Dong. He said angrily, Bullshit. I have a lot of treasures on me. Do you have insect silver? You will turn into a grasshopper or a dragonfly. Ew. Chui Dong did not know whether to laugh or cry. That was my gift to you, right? Li Huai nodded. Yes, it is mine now. So you don't have it? Chui Dong leaned against the wall of the carriage and sat down. He held his stomach and laughed. As expected of the little bastards from Pearl Grotto Heaven, especially you guys who relied on your own luck and fate to become Qi Jingquan's last batch of direct disciples. None of you are easy to deal with. Shi Chuanjia and Dong Shuijing are just a little worse. They are not much better than you Luxi. Chui Dong raised his head and looked above his head. He said, What a great saying. It is God's will. Chui Dong retracted his gaze and looked at the child lying on the floor in a daze. He asked curiously, You really don't want it? Li Huai said, Yes. Before I went to bed last night, Chen Pingan told me that when I go to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, I can't accept benefits from others. Chui Dong joked, but we are still hundreds of miles away from the border of the Great Sui Kingdom. Even if we enter the territory of the Great Sui Kingdom and reach the new Cliff Academy, we are still 700 or 800 miles away. In total, it is at least 1,000 miles. Li Huai, why are you in such a hurry? Li Huai looked at the ceiling. Chen Pingan said that he will not stay in the academy to study. After he sees us off, he will return home. Chui Shi smiled and said, Isn't this something you knew from the start? Li Huai folded his hands and used them as a pillow. He said softly, "I forgot about it while we were walking." Chui Dong was stunned. He laughed gloatingly. "It's okay. I won't stay in the academy. I will accompany Chen Pingon back to the town." "Li Huai, are you jealous?" Li Huai turned his head in surprise. Chui Dong was full of pride. Li Huai abruptly stood up and lifted the curtain of the carriage. With a face full of grievance, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Chen Pingon, this fellow Chui sure is trying to cheat me of my money." Chui Dong hurriedly hugged the little brat to stop him from slandering him. He wailed at Chen Pingon, "I'm innocent." After a while, Chen Pingon, who had rushed to the carriage, left with Li Huai. Li Huai said carefully, "Chen Pingon, I lied to you." Chen Pingon whispered, "I know. I just don't like that guy." In the carriage, the white-clothed youth with a bruised nose and swollen face was lying in the carriage. He was grimacing in pain. Not only did he not look dejected, but he was also smiling. At the northwest border of Huangting country, at the bank of a river, after visiting the water deity temple that was far inferior in scale to Hanshi River, the group walked for another 20 miles. They began to rest and prepare for lunch. Now that they had Yulu to start a fire and cook, Xie no longer did nothing. With their help, Chen Pingon could go fishing at the riverbank with peace of mind. Fishing in the ridge in spring, fishing in the deep in summer, fishing in the shade in autumn, fishing in the sun in winter. This was a saying passed down from the small town. In the late autumn, Chen Pingon jogged all the way. He specially found a small river to return to the Wind Bay. Only then did he start fishing. After a quarter of an hour, Chen Pingon successfully caught a green river fish that was more than a foot long. However, just dragging the fish ashore took another quarter of an hour because he was afraid that the fishing rod would break or the big fish would escape the hook. Chui Dong had been squatting at the side and watching without blinking. When they went back, he must help carry the fish. In the end, there was an extra pot of delicious stewed fish for dinner. Chui Dong, who thought that he had done well, quickly moved his chopsticks and fought with Li Huai until his face turned red. After eating, he cleaned up the mess with Yulu. When they were free, Chen Pingon began to practice his walking stance along the river. Yulu borrowed the fishing rod and went to find a place to fish. Lin Shui and Xie were playing chess. Li Baoping was engrossed in his book. Li Huai's book box had an extra Liuli beauty, which he won from Chui Dong in a bet. This was not Chui Dong going easy on him. The two of them guessed the number of black and white stones. For the sake of fairness, Yulu, who had his back facing the two of them, picked it up. In the end, Chui Dong won 2 and lost 3, losing the Liuli beauty. Not only did Li Huai keep the worm silver, but he also gained another fierce general under his command. Chen Pingon walked all the way and walked very far away. In the end, he sat alone on the cliff by the river bank, facing the river wind. On the cliff, with the 18-stop breathing technique, the youth tried to practice his walking stance at the slowest speed. Between movement and stillness, he was calm and composed. Not long after leaving the waterway, on a mountain far away from human habitation, they met a group of weak mountain bandits. Lin Shui showed his beginner's thunder technique, and the bandits were scared witless. Chen Pingon went fishing at night and caught a big black fish, half the size of a person. He went into the water and successfully caught the rare big fish. Chen Pingon happily returned to the campfire. When he saw Yulu, who was on night watch, he grinned and laughed. Yulu looked at the guy who was dripping wet and gave him a thumbs up. After that, they passed by a mass grave full of hostility and were besieged by ghosts. Lin Shui, who had gradually mastered the thunder method, showed his might. Every time he attacked, there was a faint sound of thunder. His face was especially bright, and there was a faint purple chi around his body, making him look like a divine general of the thunder tribe. After dozens of ghosts and ghosts were killed by the thunder technique, a light lit up in the depths of the mass grave. accompanied by a creepy shout. An enormous palanquin with lanterns hanging from the four corners of the palanquin floated over with gloomy air. With Chun Pingan and Xie Xie protecting him, Lin Shui, who was not skilled in thunder technique, held on for a while. However, he still could not defeat the local boss of the mass grave in the sedan, a ghost that had cultivated for 100 years and condensed a true spirit. In the end, Yu Lu, who had not made a move, suddenly rushed forward and easily scattered all of the ghost's spiritual energy with a punch, making it disappear into thin air. After that, Lin Shui read more and more frequently. Just like that, the group finally arrived at the pass of the Great Sui Kingdom. They successfully passed through the gate that was not grand and tall. Li Huai muttered that this place was not as good as Dali's Yefu Pass. However, in the next moment, the sound of horse hooves came from the street inside the pass. It was getting closer and closer, and it was getting more and more shocking. Chun Pingan asked everyone to stay on the side of the road and make way. More than 20 elite cavalrymen came as fast as lightning. They were led by a burly general in silver armor and holding a spear. In addition, there was also an old Taoist with the air of an immortal. He carried a peachwood sword on his back and a fair-skinned, beardless old man with his hands folded in his sleeves. The two old immortals who looked like otherworldly masters were guarding a young man with a face as clear as jade on his left and right. When Chun Pingan saw the young man, his heart skipped a beat. What he was afraid of came true. After seeing Chun Pingan and the others, the young man in embroidered clothes took the lead and rushed out of the cavalrymen. When he was about 10 steps away from Chun Pingan and the others, he pulled the reins and stopped. He skillfully flipped off the horse and strode forward. After looking around, he finally smiled at Chun Pingan and said, "We meet again." The young man held the horsewhip in his hand and tapped it against his palm. "Do you know that because of that golden carp and that treasure called Dragon King Basket, I almost died at the border of the Great Li Dynasty?" he asked. The young man suddenly laughed. "But I'm still very grateful to you, even if I gave you a bag of gold and copper coins. Now, it seems that I still took advantage of you. I swore that the next time we meet, I will give you a bigger reward." The young man patted his head and was a little embarrassed. He introduced himself. "I'm from the Gao family of Yang County of the Great Sui Kingdom. You can just call me Gao Xian." The beardless old man, who had also met Chun Pingan, was about to speak when the young man named Gao Xian waved his hand. "It's okay. It's just a name. It's meant to be called." The young man looked at them and said with a smile, "I'm here to take you to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom in person." From this day onwards, the young man surnamed Gao brought more than 30 imperial guards, more than 200 elite border guards, and finally, more than 1,000 people escorting him, passed through the territory of 2 provinces and 7 counties, and quickly rushed to the capital of the Great Sui. The traveling group finally stopped trekking over land and water. Even Li Huai sat in the carriage. On both sides, and in front of the carriage, there were strong cavalrymen of the Great Sui Kingdom. Occasionally, there would be some gazes on the carriage, but they were all filled with awe and envy that Li Huai could not understand. Along the way, until they could see the outline of the city walls of the Great Sui Kingdom's capital, Li Huai felt like he was being worshipped like a bodhisattva. At first, Li Huai thought it was new and fun, but as they got closer to their destination, Li Huai became more and more uncomfortable. Li Baoping became more and more silent. She stuck to Chun Pingan every day. Lin Shi turned a deaf ear to everything. Every day, he hid in the carriage alone and cultivated in peace. Yu Lu, who was still driving for Cui Dong, did not seem to be in a good mood. In the carriage behind, Cui Dong was bored to death. He either slept in or yawned every day. He was listless and had no choice but to call Yu Lu to the carriage to talk. In the end, only 100 or so cavalry were able to enter the capital. Li Huai was shocked to discover that the extremely wide imperial road was filled with great sways commoners, densely packed. It was as if the entire capital had already emptied out its alleys, having eaten their fill, and had nothing better to do. All of them came to watch the bustle. Lin Shui opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. He lifted the curtain and looked at the crowded scene outside the window. The young man sighed. It turned out that being Mr. Qi's disciple was so unusual. The new Cliff Academy moved to the Great Sui Kingdom and was built on Donghua Mountain, the most beautiful place in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. The academy was built along the mountain and gradually grew taller. Its scale was far greater than that of the Dali Academy. It was said that the emperor of the Gao family not only invited the most learned scholars of the Great Sui Kingdom, but also sent half of the Ministry of Rites, headed by the left assistant minister, to all the dynasties and states that were on good terms with the Great Sui Kingdom. He personally sent out grand invitations to all the famous scholars. In the end, he invited more than 30 masters of the literary circles of certain countries and famous scholars to Donghua Mountain in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom to be teachers of the new academy. However, from the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom to the common people, everyone knew that the Cliff Academy did not have Qi Jingchun. It was almost like two different Cliff Academies. Now that the hill master, Qi Jingchun, had disappeared without a trace, it was said that she had passed away due to illness. Therefore, whether or not there was a direct disciple of Qi Jingchun's overseeing the academy became the most important thing. Otherwise, it would be difficult to convince the masses without a proper name. Now, they were here. They came to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. So the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom felt that the ceremony could not be too grand. Although there were only 3 children, it was enough. They were Lin Shui, Li Huai, and Li Baoping. In addition, there were 2 other students who were not his disciples. Naturally, they were not as important as the first 3, but they were the icing on the cake. Yulu, thank you. The streets leading to Donghua Mountain had been cleared. No one was allowed to walk without permission. Therefore, even the children of the rich families only dared to look at the meaningful carriages from the tall buildings on both sides of the road. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom, wearing the most formal yellow imperial robe, stood outside the academy at the foot of the mountain. He smiled kindly at the 5 children who came out of the 2 carriages. Behind the emperor was a small group of people with the most power in the Great Sui Kingdom. The entire Donghua Mountain was very strict. There were as many as 6 10th realm Qi cultivators, who were originally aloof from worldly affairs near Donghua Mountain. They were all hiding in the dark, just in case. Li Baoping asked, "Where is youngest uncle?" Everyone, including Yulu, looked at each other. Therefore, these children ignored the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. On a street in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, a handsome young man in white was walking backward. He looked at his peer who was carrying a basket and asked curiously, "You have changed your clothes, put on your boots, and pinned your hairpin. Why don't you enter the academy with them?" Finally, the youth who was no longer wearing straw sandals was silent. He only looked back. "You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.